Sekian jurus dengan mudah, download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen spektakuler yang pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. official destination for gaming and esports. Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Memecahkan Baleski dipisahkan oleh seorang Mansako yang tandanya kalau Baleski yang di-all-in mereka tidak bisa melakukan following up. Dire fans everybody right here di belakang sana menjaga seorang Sido menghilangkan seorang Mansako menjaga seorang Vincent. Retribusi didapat tetapi Peter sekali lagi tadi pedok. Mereka kehilangan 4 pemainnya dan kembali lagi hanya Apoy seorang diri yang belum tereja. Bukan karena Ray and Hand Sword, the final slip membawa Ray kembali kepada para pasukan dan Alter Ego dan lihat flanking from Nile. Lihat flanking diberikan berhasil mendapatkan 2 point kill. Sedangkan di balik sana para pasukan dari tim Dewa mereka tersisa 2 pemain saja.
Memasuki minggu yang kelima, di mana hasil dari leg yang pertama akan segera diterima. 9 tim masih akan berjuang untuk menang dalam pertarungan yang membuat kita semua tegang. Superfans, bersiaplah untuk menghadapi ketegangan di minggu yang kelima MPL Indonesia Season 14. Senang sekali di sini Bude Clara Mongstar tentunya berhadir kembali bersama kalian semua yang ada di MPL Arena, yang ada di rumah, yang lagi nobar-nobar juga untuk menantikan seperti apa pertarungan, seperti apa 9 tim yang akan kembali hadir. Dan tentu saja di sini Bude juga berterima kasih kepada semua pihak yang telah mendukung acara ini. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Tournament Smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official Destination for Gaming and Esports Hidea. Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan WeDrink. Dan juga supplier kita ada Erigo, Indomaret, Yummy Choice, dan juga Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Dan tentu saja dari 9 tim hari ini atau di hari ini akan ada 4 tim yang beradu untuk membuka minggu yang kelima. 2 match akan berlangsung, namun untuk match pembukaan 2 tim sedang bersinggungan di klasemen sementara posisi 7 dan 8. Mereka harus berjuang untuk mengasah kekreativitas dari kedua tim ini. Dari Geek Fam kita menantikan gebrakan baru. Mungkin bukan hanya saja dari seorang Balois yang menggunakan Gatot Kaca, namun ada gebrakan baru dari tim A Geek Fam. Sedangkan gebrakan kemenangan pertama sudah didapatkan dari tim Rebellion. Namun apakah itu cukup dengan 1 kemenangan itu membuat mereka bounce back dan mengejar ketertinggalan yang mereka sedang hadapi saat ini? Jadi tanpa berlama-lama lagi, mari kita saksikan match pembukaan antara Rebellion Esports dan juga Geek Fam.
Entering the middle of the season in Season 14 with a bang, the King finally stood still in #1 standing so far in MPL Indonesia. Meanwhile, their arch enemies on the bottom of the standings, but with them, or with EVO's glory, there are 2 other teams as well. It is Geek Fam versus Rebellion that we're gonna cast here in MPL Arena for the battle for, the safe place, or like the playoff spot in MPL. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to English broadcast. It's me, Sheffin, Mirko, and Arashi, but we're gonna talk about Geek Fam first, man, because the previous 2 weeks, they won against Pikachu Alpha and also Fnatic Onyx. But last week, Mirko, what happened?
Well, I would actually want to ask you what happened because you're the Geek Fam fan here, but according to me at least, it does feel like they're getting a bit too creative, but they're getting stuck in their creative choices, right? We've been seeing that Beloy has been finding a lot of success on these very off-meta picks. We saw the Natalia, we saw the Helkert as well, and just recently, the Gatot Kaca, but it almost seems like they are tunnel visioning and they are just doubling down on the Gatot Kaca. He's picked it up 4 times out of the 5 games he played in last week. And come on, man, at that point, right, especially after losing 3 games, you gotta start stopping, you gotta start finding new strats.
Hey, why don't you just continue? The opponents is Rebellion Esports. Right now, in game number 2 as well, we're gonna see Fnatic Onyx versus EVOS Glory that is still looking for their first W or second W in the season. And the bad thing about them is they're up against Fnatic Onyx this week and also Bigatron Alpha, and they are in a really, really bad spot. As you can see here in the standings so far in the regular season, as I said earlier, RQ Hoshi, 6-1 Rashi.
It's a great time to be an RQ fan. It's been a while since we've seen them rise in such dominant fashion. It's been like at least a season or 2 where RQ has been struggling. They have been trying to rebuild, and now finally we're seeing a bit of a change, right, in how the games are progressing. Along with that, they're able to actually break the curse, right, the Geek Fam Kingslayer curse, and that is a huge moment, a huge milestone for a lot of the fan base for both teams technically. Now with Geek Fam, with the curse broken, with their momentum kind of losing out on that momentum after beating Bigatron and Onyx, can they recover? Right? Can they once again assert their dominance? A lot of people still consider them the absolute favorites right here, especially going up against Rebellion. But with the rise and the improvements we see in from Rebellion, and of course King Matt, M-A-T-T himself, I think a lot of people have this, hidden belief that Rebellion, they can kind of do it, right? They can kind of turn the tide somehow.
Well, there's a big caveat here, Rashi. They're up against EVOS Glory that is also struggling as well. Now they're gonna face I wouldn't say the real test, but a better test here in Geek Fam, because even though they've been losing the matches that they played last week, it is still at least one of the better teams in MPL Indonesia, at least. And a lot of people has been hyping Geek Fam Indonesia after that performance against Bigatron Alpha and Fnatic Onyx. They're up against the biggest teams in MPL Indonesia and somehow won it. And this team has been known to kind of perform better and better in the second half of the season, especially in the playoffs, Mirko.
Absolutely. It almost just seems like Geek Fam go through the same arc every single season, right? They rebuild, having a few new players in the rosters, and Beloy always comes out with these crazy picks. And this time around, it's actually the Gatot Kaca that, again, teams have had time to try to go up against this. Even in ranked, man, Yawi posted on his story about this Gatot Kaca literally the week before he showed it up in MPL Indonesia. So you can already tell that TLID were kind of ready for this setup, right? And that's why they were able to perform so well in game number 2. So for Geek Fam, I would say there are 2 major problems. One being, obviously, Beloy getting too comfortable with these keys picks. Maybe he should try to hide it a bit. But secondly, Vincent is getting read out like a book in the drafts. He is really only a threat on the Roger. You can build a case for the Julian, but even then I'd say, no, the Julian is more of just like, okay, it's safe, right? But he's a threat. He can carry the team only on Roger.
It's also the factor that Geek Fam, they're well known of getting great fights in the right moments, but they're not really very flexible in how they approach the fights. Beloyski engages, the whole team follows up. For the most part, Geek Fam's game plan when it comes to team fighting revolves around the same kind of thing. Beloyski making the moment happen, everyone else kind of going in immediately. So if a team kind of drafts to get dominance when it comes to the full-on 5v5 clash, you can see that Geek Fam kind of struggled to really come out on top there, especially when Beloyski is on a hero that is a bit more flexible. We talk about the Gatot Kaca, it's great in the team fights, but also in the long-distance playmaking with the Avatar of the Guardian. So it's a bit of a split focus there. We saw that on a hero that's a bit more straightforward, like a Terizla, right? His team has had more success stories, so for a lot of teams, that's the solution here. Get AoE crowd control, make sure that you have an advantage in DPS output, and generally, they have a lot better of a time going up against Geek Fam.
And there's probably a chance there that Beloyski is just testing the waters, right? Because right now it's still week number 5.
True.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of time left in the season, and as long as you can make it to the playoff spot, the chances is always there. It doesn't have to be always the number 1 or number 2 spot that's gonna take the crown in MPL Indonesia, even though that has been the case for a while,
5-6 seasons in a row.
Yikes. Man, but Season 14 has been a bang so far. It's been a blast because there's a lot of things that we didn't really foresee coming. Onyx being very unstable, even EVOS Glory on the bottom of the standings, but you can see there in the camera, man of the hour, King M-A-T-T, after that beautiful performance against EVOS Glory is looking to recreate that here against Geek Fam. I want to ask you a question, Arashi, here. Like, what is the key for Matt to be able to perform the way he was against EVOS? Is it more because EVOS is not playing their A game, or Matt is improving, or he's finally getting his heroes?
I think a lot of people have that opinion, right? Though EVOS, what happened? You know, they're not doing as well either. We're going to see more of them later on. But against Rebellion, it really seems that they were kind of losing out on the game plan, right? It doesn't seem like they're sure what they're looking for, how they want to get it. And because of that, when Matt gets these aggressive heroes, and especially when he gets a lot of these really weird, really awkward picks that we've been talking about Matt potentially using. We saw him kind of pop up on the Lunox and even on the Roger, right? When he gets enough space to really chase down. You can see that with the assistance of the rest of the team, right? Once they really get that momentum going and he's on an aggressive pick, he's showing that he knows how to actually play aggressive to chase and leverage that advantage in the gold and EXP. Unfortunately, he hasn't really been able to get a lot of those situations so far in the season. So if his team can kind of get an early advantage, allow him to farm up and be that strong presence, then I guess they can rely back on him. But in order to be able to rely on him, initially, they need someone else to kind of carry the burden first and then kind of pass on the marathon baton right to King Matt.
Yeah, statistically, King Matt hasn't really been, that impressive this season. It's actually been rather pretty abysmal statistically on paper. You can see number 7 total kills, number 7 GPM, number 9 damage per minute. Those are some pretty bad stats as a gold laner, but yeah, 9. It's the start of the climb for the GOATs, right? For Rebellion Esports here. And I do want to talk a little bit about how I personally feel EVOS kind of gave those games away. Not in the real, like not in a literal sense, but if we're talking about turtles, right? Shout out to Redmar, by the way, because I got this from his content on TikTok. 13 out of 17 games, the teams that have gotten the first turtle ultimately win the game, all right? 13 out of 17. Team that won the first turtle takes the game in MPL Philippines. So, and the only losses from those, the 4 games out of the 17 that teams lost after taking the turtle was only TNC and Blacklist, which are the bottom 2 teams. So I think we see a similar stat here in MPL Indonesia. EVOS were able to get the first turtles, I think in both games. They were able to get a 2,000 gold lead. The fact that they weren't able to utilize that snowball is concerning for EVOS. And the fact that Rebellion were able to come back is kind of strange. Because we're kind of in a snowball meta. For a lot of the teams who understand the fundamentals, for a lot of the teams who actually understand how to utilize the snowball, once you get that first turtle, almost is game over. You understand how to take the game instantly. It's all about that creativity, and just like we were talking for Geek Fan, creativity for stability is the case for them, but it is also the case for Rebellion. They got to find ways to win out on the first turtle because their playstyle is very one-dimensional. They go for the first turtle. If they lose, they just farm up. Even if they win, they just farm up.
Yeah, I gotta say, I agree, because for a lot of teams out there, especially the bottom standing team, what I say is in the first turtle, or maybe the second turtle as well, a lot of times they're not. It's the one-dimensional thing is what really differs the top teams and the bottom tier teams, because once you have a plan, there has to be some kind of adjustment when the plan is not going your way.
Right.
And I gotta say, for these 2 teams here, for Rebellion Esports, especially, even if it was Glory, that has been the case for them for a lot of times. They're still forcing to fight after they know they lose the turtle, and the game plan is not, there's no adaptation in real time.
I think it's fair to say. I think a lot of teams right now are really tunneling on the fact that, we gotta win. And so the whole game plan going into the Land of Dawn is to just make sure that we can go and win a fight. So when the fight doesn't really go their way, or if they lose out even in the setup, right, before the Lord even, the turtle shows up, they still go for it. And usually it kind of is to their demise. So I feel like a lot of teams really have to have that plan B going on, or at least they have to know, at the very least, if they're really forced to let go of the turtle, which a lot of teams have been forcing onto the losing early game teams, they have to try and find ways to kind of get compensation, get a buff, get a turret, find ways to try and do that. And because all those things, right, getting a turret and a buff, even though it's kind of a secondary objective, it still requires a lot of setup. So teams really have to try and prepare that all the way since the drafting phase. As we take a look at the team lineup for Rebellion, Cars, Ryota, Suelo, X-Win, and MATT.
The Blue Bulls is ready to make a noise here once again. MPL Indonesia searching for their second W, and ultimately might be going to the playoffs. I don't know.
It's a tough climb for the Blue Bulls, but we shall highlight them as they walk up on stage, or rather just appear with a blink of those spotlights. Rebellion Esports!
Oh, as always with the swag. I don't know what that referencing to, but I gotta say it's always a joy to see Rebellion Esports on the stage. Always very creative, but they're looking to recreate that creativity in the draft, Rashi.
The creativity, the flashiness, that is what they need right here, because up against them today, take a look at Geek Fam fielding Vildora, Vincent Aboy, Bloisky, and Chadera. This is a new combo, Vildora with Chadera.
Oh, the Dora combo. Oh, Dara Dora.
Usually, folks, we see Vildora paired up with Masako and Chadera paired up with Gobs. A new combination for Geek Fam this late into the season. Will it help the Kingslayers, or will it lead to them falling even lower in the standings? Up against a new king, MATT. Will the Kingslayers be able to slay this one? Welcome, Geek Fam!
It's been a roller coaster for BBB, Bloisky and the crew. It's looking to recreate their Cinderella run. That run that got them to M5 here in MPL Indonesia Season 14 with a newfound combination.
If there's something you can take for certain for Geek Fam, it's the fact that they develop lightning quick, man. They lose one match, adaptations are immediately seen a match after. Part of it is due to the coaching staff, so let's welcome to the stage right here with our Marshal, Dainang. Gonna be Coach Bluffsy, along with Dora, DSP, going up against Far with Vivi. Can they find a working combination today? Have they done enough in the past week to guarantee results in the next match? Only time will tell. 2 minutes to be exact.
Yeah. And it's gonna be very interesting what they're gonna do in the draft, especially with the Roger, because this hero is gonna be very contested, or at least banned in the first phase. So we know Vincent, as you said earlier, Mirko is very fond of the Roger. Even you said that Roger is the only big threat for Vincent, but on the other side of the court, you see Matt also popping off with the Wolf as well. So is it gonna be the plan here for both of this team as we take a look at the keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy A55 and A35 5G?
For Geek Fam, no need to force cheese picks. Power picks can be the choice, and can be the choice for Geek Fam, and they have to punish Rebellion with their one-dimensional playstyle. Geek Fam are the team, is the team with the better flexibility, with the better adjustments in real time in the Land of Dawn. If they leverage that to their advantage, in theory, right? Worst case scenario, Rebellion can get one game off, but that should be enough time for Geek Fam to get a good read on the play style, onto the mindset of Rebellion. And for Rebellion themselves, diversify their gameplay formulas and avoid being predictable, right? Do the crazy picks, the crazy strategies in order to really win out when it comes to that strategy, that mind game in the drafting phase. And of course, win matchups for Matt. Get him the winning matchup, and better yet, win matchups in the other lanes as well, so that the team can get some momentum going, so that Matt can eventually find that comfort, find the space to farm up and be a monster.
King MATT with the wrist, with the wings as well. Oh, might be falling in love here in Dusk. Well, yeah. King Matt, man, in against EVO's Glory matches. Fun fact, out of the 2 games, he didn't get picked off even once. So you can see the importance of that winning matchups, Mirko.
Yes, but also, you know, EVO's played it just really passive. I feel like that was one of the games of all time, definitely, you know?
Definitely.
But like you said, this is the real test. Up against Geek Fam, who actually chose first pick. They're definitely trying to abuse the fact that they can actually pick up the Roger. And you know how we've been talking about how the Roger for Geek Fam can only be picked up, usually for Vincent, it's not really a flex pick. Now with Chadera in the lineup, that actually does add a bit more of a threat of a flex pick to happen. You know, like this window is opening now because Chadera was one of the players who actually were able to utilize the Roger in the gold lane just last season. So expect the Roger to be first picked here if Rebellion actually leave it open. You can see also definitely a worse win rate on the red side there for Rebellion, 29. It's not that good on blue side either. They're really just gonna have to come back from this abysmal win rate. All around, I think all their players have had a pretty bad season thus far, but it starts now for King MATT, for GOAT Rebellion.
Exactly, man. You gotta focus on the now. You can't just keep looking at the future, but focusing on the current task at hand.
Exactly.
Man, if you look at for GFAM though, I think it's great that they go for the first pick, because you have to remember that a lot of Beloyski's heroes are strong enough to really force a first pick. Now, if Rebellion are gonna be forced to ban out several respect bans for Beloy, it means that a couple of different heroes can be left open, whereas for GFAM, immediately Hayabusa and the Benedetta, they know that Ryota has been popping off, has shown promise in carrying the team in the early game. They are not gonna mess with that.
You're talking about this though, how, maybe they want to just play their style. Don't over-respect Rebellion. Let's see if this actually works out for GeekFam. Haya, Benedetta, what's next? The Roger?
Might be, but
they can pick it up. No.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna ban it just for the sake of them picking it up, but this is very interesting. Both teams are looking to eliminate the main threat, at least from their perspective. It's Helkert, or Beloyski's Helkert getting banned, and also Ryota also targeted.
Ryota targeted as well, but for Rebellion again, they ban out the Helkert. A lot of the other options still is available. By all means, if GeekFam want to still go for that Gatot, if it's really even a way to go, even if it does get banned out, the Hylas is also in contention here. So for Rebellion, there are a lot of things to really consider for this final ban. This is the issue when you're going second pick against GeekFam.
It's going to be real tough for Rebellion now. They have 3 choices. Usually teams against GeekFam will ban out the Natalia here, but honestly the Roger Hylos comes to mind as well. And for GeekFam, all 3 of those heroes can be utilized. They go for the Roger ban. Hylos, Sask also available. We've seen our boy create miracle plays with that Sask, and it will actually be the Phobius. So many prio picks left open. Will Rebellion go for the Hylos?
And it's also, I think, a good pick for GeekFam, considering that Cars so far this season, he hasn't been popping off the way people expected him to be, unless he's using the Phobius Arashi.
The Phobius pick is just nasty right now, man. Especially with both teams having big emphasis in just straight-on collisions in these fights. The Phobius is so flexible. You're doing a lot of damage, you got a ton of survivability, and technically a lot of outplay potential as well. And the AoE crowd control coming in from the EXP laner in spammable fashion. That is what the Phobius is bringing to the table right here. A lot of EXP laners right now have AoE crowd control, but it's very limited. And sometimes it's only the ultimate. But the Phobius, it's not the case at all. On top of that, the Alpha and the Moskov, a great brawling composition, but Moskov very early on.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you from week 1? Vincent, what made you special in Rebellion? What made you special in the team you're up against right now? It's when he was able to control the first turtles, Retries, pick him the fighters. We've been saying this. I've been preaching about this since week 1. Yes, yes, Vincent, I love this.
I can verify that is true. Mirko has been speaking about this so often. Now with the Alpha, with the Moskov, with the potential cross-map pressure, and with the Phobius, it's looking like that first turtle is dangerous coming in for Rebellion.
Oh, interesting matchup here, Moskov and a carry. It's gonna be hard for MATT.
Yeah.
As you can see in the keys to victory is trying to gain the laning advantage for Matt, but with the amount of range that carry has, I think he's gonna have a bad time here, especially against Chidera's Moskov. Remember, Rashi, GeekFam, over the course of the season, there have been some moments where they are prioing the Moskov in the first pick for Chidera, but right now they're going for Phobius. So, like, what's the plan here, or like, behind this Moskov pick?
Behind the Moskov pick, I think again, it's just great flexibility, great cross-map pressure, great damage output as well, and technically, if Rebellion do go for an assassin in the hands of Ryota, like we were talking about earlier, then the Moskov, as always, is one of those marksmen with a lot of gap closers, a lot of ways to have like solo peel, solo protection with the Spear of Misery. It's a great flexible pick all around. And the fact that they are able to get it after getting the Phobius and the Alpha. Again, this early game is so strong, and even in the late game, they do have potential. The question becomes that mid lane pick, right? They ban away the Tsushin, so they definitely want to have some kind of pressure here if they're really going to be playing for that early game. With the Zask no longer in the picture, the Aurora comes to mind, but for now, Valentina already banned by Rebellion, hinting at perhaps some kind of defensive mindset, something to kind of take away from GeekFam when it comes to the lane pressure. And for GeekFam, is that Terizla.
So for Rebellion, I think, it's either Faramis or Aurora here. Just got to get rid of the two matchups that would give the Zask problems. But yeah, for Geek Fam, they know that Rebellion are still going to be playing for an assassin jungle, looking at their composition with a weak side on the gold lane already in the carry, right? So I'm thinking at this point, Rebellion, no Benedetta, no Hayabusa. Maybe Geek Fam can actually get rid of the Nolan or the Ling in the second phase. Rebellion actually decide to
Vexana.
ban out the Vexana. It has been a hero that Geek Fam have been utilizing a whole lot, but are you sure about this? You let the Veramis go, and it's a boy. That's his signature pick.
I think the idea is to eliminate the control hero, the one with the most control, that is Vexana. And, with Moskov, with Alpha, and also Phoveus, you already have an abundance of damage, and you have to remember, this is Poloisky, a roamer that has the highest GPN and also highest TPM. So as Rebellion's coach, you might expect Poloisky to pull off the Natalia or maybe some of the damage-dealing roamers out there.
It is still possible, technically. And for Geek Fam, I mean, they have a fighter in the jungle, something that's a bit more tanky. That is one of the prerequisites to go for some of these weirder, damage-oriented roamers. Rebellion, though, forced to show their first pick right here. Is it going to be an EXP lane? Is it going to be another jungler? Turns out it's the Julian picked up for Ryota. Great burst potential. Some combo available for the most part. They're really stacking it up when it comes to magic damage, though. The Edith, the Zask, and the Julian. Man, a single Athena shield can allow Poloisky to just go in really aggressively and not really pay the consequences. And look at the stat here, Shevin.
Yeah, throughout MPL KH. Season 7, Phoveus has maintained a 100% pick and bat raid. 9 picks and 5 bans, so you can see the importance of the Phoveus throughout the whole region in the world right now, as MPL ID is going to follow suit with the first pick from a Geek Fam. But Mirko, 2 picks from Geek Fam. They're going to have to force to be revealing all of their cards here. It is going to be a Faramis, as we've expected earlier, and then Poloisky Ruby. A special for a big boy Beloy.
I love it. For Geek Fam, they're, again, utilizing the keys to victory that we mentioned. Don't really be too creative. Hey, this composition works. We know this composition works. For Rebellion, they definitely, I think, over-respected that Vexana because the Faramis is definitely more of a threat against their composition here. And just think about this. Rebellion want to get rid of these HP bars. How many HP bars are they going to have to get rid of, right? There's a Vengeance there. Alpha's a beefy boy. Has Sustain as well in his kit. And on top of that, there's a Ruby with Sustain. There's a Faramis with a what I like to call still the Nether Realm, but it's a cult altar now. Rebellion find themselves in a pickle.
All right, last pick for them to round this out. They have a lot of dashes in their team as well, so something with card control should help them get an edge in these fights. It's an Akai though, hang on a second.
Okay, that's actually pretty solid.
Akai roam coming in for Rebellion. Good ways to push away these fighters from the backline. Maybe get some isolation to allow King Matt to shred one member down. It's a great play against the Netherrealm Cult Altar, whichever version you want to consider it. But for Geek Fam, man, I really feel like they have such an advantage here if the fight really comes down to a full commit.
Yeah, I agree. So many more ways to poke, so many more ways to take control of the game. Meanwhile, for Rebellion, I mean, they are playing to their strong suits. What got them the win against Evos was their reactive style, that passive style. So I guess they're doubling down on that passive style. Edith, Zask, Akai, carry. That's a reaction draft.
You gotta remember that this Akai X win, I believe so far in his career, he's known for the Akai, the Jawhead, and also the Grox. Let's see though if that's gonna give him the advantage here against Poloisky's Ruby. As we're gonna take you to the Land of Dawn for the first match of week number 5. It is going to be Rebellion Esports versus Geek Fam.
Let's see how this plays out, man, for Rebellion. This is a pick that is, back then at least, notoriously nicknamed by Omwawa on the Indonesian desk as a vlogging Akai. Before level 4, you'd have a lot of huge impact on the map. And you can see that Poloisky already looking to try and find ways to be annoying, to punish maybe even. He gets spotted though, so Ryota will be able to actually clear fast enough. But this Alpha, this is the problem here. Vincent on a fighter. So many ways for him to assert his dominance. You have to see what the pathing is, right? Does he want to power clear all the way to the bottom and maybe take a gold buff? Or does he want to go straight for the Litho? Geek Fam sure seems to try and fight over there.
Yeah, just for the Lethal Wanderer, Yernes actually going to be picked up by Ryota on the Julian.
Look at the emblem share by IndieHome though. Tenacity for King Matt as well as Cars. They want to be in the fight. Whoa. Okay. It's going to be the firmness as well for the Ruby and the Moskov, and tenacity as well. So Chidera fully expecting a lot of burst damage coming his way, and considering the amount of burst available for Rebellion, I think he really feels like if he can survive the initial impact, then he will have enough sustain and DPS later enough to really come back into the fight with an HP bar.
I like the way that Beloski is picking out the emblems here to Rashi. He's going for pull yourself together, which in this case, it kind of works. And even though it's not really the most popular choice here, the plan is clear, right? As it's going to be a engage.
There you go, X-Win. The Kaya boy coming down with the Ghost Bursters, 1 HP!
Wow.
It's not even a pixel! You can't even see that HP earlier. X-Win forced to recall.
At least a good pressure, even though that was quite literally 1 HP Rashi. A good pressure towards X-Win. And this interaction to Rashi between the Akai and the Ruby is kind of like Jawhead and also the Akai, right? You can see the way that X-Win might counter the engage from Beloski in the future. We're going to take a look here at the first objective battle.
Yeah, they can counter the engage, but afterward, what are they gonna do? Because for Geek Fam, they would like to have this control. You can say X-Rin, can he do it?
Walking up now with damage to set as well, or Shadow Breaker combo, but the NetherRealm saves them. X-Men brought back Eldora with Infernal Pursuit, getting those resets like it's nothing. Vixen with the Retribution win. Ryota can just walk away, run away rather, as a Nightmare Spawn will be able to catch Beloy, but still, it's a Geek Fam win.
Again, as I said earlier, the calculative approach that you need in the first neutral objective battle. Like, what's the plan there? You know that the enemy has a NetherRealm, and you went for it.
I thought they just came in a bit too early. If they wanted to try and force Geekfam to make the first move, and then maybe go for a bit of a contest, try to surprise them in the fights, they could have done so. But they went in there when the turtle was half HP. That's way too early, man. Here's a talent prediction by our new application, GoPay, though, where...
Oh.
Papul? Wait, actually, Lim and Papul going for Rebellion.
Yeah. I love you guys, by the way. 2-0. Geek Fam. Site that I'll really love to see here.
Oh. Boy still has that Purify. Will be able to utilize it. Dominators is sent to follow it through. No NetherRealm there. It's Vincent with the Spear of Alpha now pinned down. Ryota walking up, getting the chain and giving Sway low. But the Nom-Noms to get even more damage. 3-0.
See there, not just the reactive approach, they can also be active with the way X-Men plays or uses his ultimate.
I mean, that was a bit greedy for a boy to just not immediately pull back away and maybe use the Purify a bit earlier. He waited to the last second possible, and that kind of costed him. No objective on the map, fortunately, right now for Rebellion to counter, but they're showing that they are putting up a fight in this early game. The fact that they were confidently using the Akai heavy spin in an aggressive fashion, I feel like that's a great showing, as Ryota picks up the Blood Wings as well, very, very early on. Actually, first item. So, really understanding the importance of sustainability, but look at this.
Eldora forced to go for the Infernal Pursuit. Does have the Vengeance still. Ryota still chasing him down. He is able to escape. Pops in the regen as he soaks in some of the XP from the minions. Beloyski in the mid lane. Actually gonna be spotted out. X-Win still has the heavy spin. Ooh, Cars in the bush. Or Shadow connecting a boy. Now going to be caught by the heavy spin. Pops in another realm in time. Beloyski brought back to the team under, or just in the turtle pit. Dominators descent coming down. Vincent now with the Spear of Alpha into the back car. Still the Earth Shatter. Immobilization from the chain. Ryota winning on the Rectory battle. They dive onto a boy, but Eldora chases through. Beloyski with a great don't run Wolf King. Immobilizes them. Gets the dub. And now another Infernal Pursuit is ready for Eldora, who can jump in and get a double. Cars onward. Eldora with a jump over to onward. And now he just watches his Rebellion walk away.
Full-on chaos there, the team fight between the two. And there was a really good engage, just forcing out the NetherRealm before the 5v5 or like 4v4 fight even begins, Rashi.
There is definitely a lack of respect by a boy right here. He knows that Rebellion are looking for moments just like that, where the NetherRealm can be forced a lot earlier. He should really take his time and walk way backwards, because there's great frontline already. There's a Ruby and an Alpha on their composition. Why would the Fire Mist be the first guy to walk up? Really is uncharacteristic, but looking at the items here, like we said, Mirko, heavy magical damage coming in from Rebellion, Radiant Armor already built up by Veldora. When you saw how tanky he was in that previous fight, might get even worse right here, unless Matt comes in to try and join the battle. The true damage is one of their saving graces right here. Until then, though, Geekfam can just stack up all this magical resistance and kind of get a bit of an advantage.
So far, Rebellion, in terms of kill department and also economy, they are leading by quite a bit, but it doesn't really rule out Geekfam's potential in the mid game here, as Chidera and Beloski is looking for more options to the bottom lane. X-Win response.
Ooh, the conceal, Beloyski. Trying to go for, I think that was just peel.
That's an interesting conceal there. Maybe just move faster, maybe avoid a gank if Action was going to commit for it. It seems like they do respect the burst potential coming in from Rebellion, though. The fact that they were able to use, they actually are willing to use the conceal there. But look at this, man. So much attention in the mid lane. We talked about how a lot of teams are maybe wisening up to the fact that the mid lane is so much more impactful now. For Geek Fam, with a boy, that is definitely the case. Look at Beloyski.
Great I'm offended, but look at the response instantly. This reactive composition doing well. Beloyski going to be shredded down. A boy is nowhere to be seen. Veldora, Pops and Vengeance still has it for the pursuit. Decides to go in, but it's a good enhanced sword from Ryota. As Vincent Steele is trying to deal some damage, gets caught the Earth Shatter and the onward block back again. X-Win going in for the headbutt. Veldora in the midst of it all. Good Netherrealm coming down. Vincent with the Spear of Alpha defensively. Cars with a flicker under the tier 1. X-Win caught Tadero with the Spear of Destruction earlier. Getting the kill on X-Win with the Spear of Misery, picking up the Golden Sapper. Look at King MATT, who was staying in the bottom lane, and it was just going to go for that trade.
Oh man, if Boy was in the vicinity a bit earlier there, that could have gone way better for Geek Fam, but unfortunately he was not there when Geek Fam needed him the most.
Vincent also getting taken out there. Beloyski, though, going on cars.
Again, a full all-in. A good pin down with the Spear of Misery. Veldora picks up the kill. Matt can only dish out a bit of damage to Chidera, and that's it. Geek Fam control over the turtle pit. A boy. No, just going for those feints.
That's the feints that kind of get you in those critical moments. But there, with Matt rotating around, actually, Rebellion, after kind of losing out an initiative with the lack of global presence that Chidera has, I think they could have really sent Matt to just keep pushing, because he rotated to the mid lane, but he wasn't really participating. Beloyski looking for a chance to make a play. His flicker is still up.
Oh, let's go for the I'm offended there, but both teams are hesitant to engage. Geek Fam know they have the turtle, no need to go for a fight.
For both teams, they're just walking up, not really respecting the potential for a surprise play to come through. For Geek Fam, it's the backline members walking up, and for Rebellion, it's them just standing there in the front of Beloyski when they know that this guy will make the plays happen when you least expect it. With Vincent having a Winter Crown, there's some outplay potential here that can catch Rebellion off guard.
Ooh. Love that, a safety net, knowing that X-Win can pretty much stun him in place, and with a tough wood as well, there's gonna be some downtime or like an opportunity for him to use the Winter Crown. That way, the Netherrealm can come, Beloyski can counter-engage, so a really good item overall for Vincent. But Arashi, right now, look at Veldora, man. You can see why Phobius is so prioed in MPLK, and she's already 4-0-1 with a full tank build.
Yep, that's the Phobius. After spamming it in rank 2, Arashi.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just so good, so much sustain, but look at this, X-Win and, ooh,
The chase on the Chidera, the Scythe actually does connect. He is still able to purify out of the Chain. X-Win! Getting the two-man pin down, a boy able to purify out. Beloyski will be left alone, isolated. Vincent can only just watch. Onward, getting him down. He has to use Spear of Alpha. Actually using Winter Crown first now, has another realm, but then Matt gets rid of him. A boy trying to save him, and he's going to get punished as well.
Really don't like this decision from Vincent there to just watch Beloyski. What was the point? You just go out there and do something else.
There's definitely hesitation coming in from Geek Fam. The fact that they didn't go in together, and the fact that they kind of went in segmented, right? The Netherrealm, the Winter Crown also stacked upon each other. Since the Rebellion are the ones kind of catching Geek Fam off guard.
Oh man,
Veldora has damage, but can he do it?
This is a rush. A boy is back up again. Ryota with the Retribution. Now you can see the Dominator's Descent dealing a whole lot of damage. Beloyski walking up, getting chunked down as well. Veldora in the stack with the Demonic Force over the cars. Doesn't decide to go in. Respect towards Rebellion, who have the First Lord under their belt.
Oh boy, man, we're talking about Veldora 4-0, but you have to recognize as well, Sway Low 5-0-5. Subtle damage coming through, but Geekum has been forced to kind of fight right below, right next to that Dominator's Descent, and Suelo is getting a lot of damage value. He even rushed the Wishing Lantern because he knows the output is what matters right here. Blowing one straight to that item, and who knows what he's going to build next. With the Lord coming through, Rebellion have a chance to make the plays happen. X-Win has been so much more active here compared to Beloyski.
Yeah, a whole different Rebellion esports here from what we've seen in the first 10 minutes. They're actually dominating an economy. They're gonna gain a lot more here with the Lord about to crash down. Didn't really use it, but they're taking down the middle torrent just fine, and they're just gonna be happy to take those and go back, regroup.
and plan another engage. Beloyski goes in for the two-man, I'm offended. Now it is going to the B. The demonic force proc, but Beloyski gets isolated. Now the Dominus is set as well, boy. Forced to use a Nether Realm. Veldora already losing out of that Nether Realm. Now pops into Vengeance, but now he gets melted down. Even with the Infernal Pursuit, it's Cars. He just shoots him out. Spear Destruction, I don't think he should take it, Chadera. And he doesn't. Ryota's waiting. You can look for an assassination, but Geek Fam play towards the other side.
How tactical was that? X-Win using the heavy spin to kind of isolate Beloyski from everyone else. And you can see in the KDA also, 0-5-4, Beloyski has not have a good time here in this game, but you have to remember, this is BBB we're talking about. BBB.
The
KDA doesn't matter.
Exactly, the 0-7 Beloyski buff, we have to wait and see. But X-Win, again, getting jumped on, getting a small window there to get the headbutt off and then the heavy spin. He wasn't forced to use it for the card control immunity. That's why he can set up that play. And with Veldora, not really tanking enough, even the Vengeance, the solo target DPS from Rebellion is just too painful, too much for him to bear right here. Look at Rebellion using that aggression. Ooh!
Again though, Beloy's gonna be caught. A boy pops in another realm in time with the Dominus Descent placed down as well. Veldora trying to look for a jump. That's a 3-man. I'm offended in this Spear Bomb, but the combo is absolutely massive for Geek Fam. Veldora against Cars. That's the Spears shutting down Swaylo. The 5-kill bounty down. A boy gets a double, and it's a full turnaround for Geek Fam.
Mr. Beloyski, Allen does it again for Geek Fam. The plays that we're talking about, the BBB plays in the late game just turns it around. Absolutely huge momentum here for Geek Fam.
A fatal mistake for Rebellion. Knowing that they have the front two back, they've been able to play around that heavy spin. But when they fight in the jungle, you never know what's around the next corner. And Geek Fam, they finally get that AoE combo they're looking for. Their composition is all about that combo, right? All about everyone clumping together, and now they go for X-Win.
Uh-oh, when you get chunked down like this, you're usually forced to use the heavy spin. Spear of Destruction, Chidera follows, and the heavy spin does nothing. A boy actually pops into Purify there. Interesting.
Interesting decision indeed, but the fight is still going on here as both teams trying to take control of the Lord Pit.
Dominus Descent coming down, Beloy's getting caught in that chain, but the Nether Realm is perfectly timed. Vincent with the Spear of Alpha into the front, Matt still reacting. Cars in the midst of it all, getting shredded down. Chidera with the chase. Ryota can only just eat these spears. Chidera moving forward, getting the Spear of Misery. Matt is forced to use that. Oh, Ghost Bursters from a boy under the turret to take down the Zask.
Everything is absolutely clicking for Geek Fam right now. You can see the calculative approach from a boy just waiting at the last moment to use the Nether Realm. Even Chitera. This is why Moskov is priored for this guy over and over again so far in the season. Rashi.
It's just so good coming in from Geek Fam. The recovery and for Rebellion is what we talked about. When the initial game plan doesn't go as expected, what happens? They are crumbling right now. They were forced to let go of X-Win, get him picked off there without any backup, without any contest. And just like that, the goal difference immediately swinging hard for Geek Fam. Turrets falling down as well, and the Lord isn't even in the picture yet. Rebellion does have that late game power with the carry, but you can see earlier, Chidera with the superior positioning tools, with the backup from his team, he can be a lot more aggressive in these fights in a way that Matt can't replicate.
Save the siege here for Geek Fam. A boy again just zoning them in the mid lane. Those are two tier 2s taken down. Beloyski was hidden in the shadows, concealed you could say, but no longer.
Good decision though, knowing that Swaylo still has that Purify in hand. Gotta watch out for that because once you pull the trigger, there's no going back. Now, a siege once again for Geek.
Dominus is set over to Veldora. Matt pops in ultimate X-Win. Gonna be caught, pops in a heavy spin. It is to defend, but the Lord is still going to be able to take that down. Beloy gets an Item of Flicker, and the don't run walking on 2, forcing Matt to use it with nature defensively against Chadera. Moving forward, purifying out of the Earth Shatter. X-Wing gets brought back by the Stampede, pinned down to the wall by the Spear of Misery. Geek Fam looking for the end. Still 2 cannon minions, 1 dealt with. Cars going in again, but gets caught by the Spear of Alpha, brought back by the Stampede and slashed down by those sweeps of the Alpha. 3 base turrets down. Matt's trying to defend. Now Dominus Descent once again. 2 members getting caught in the stun, but Geek Fam can just run through them. Stampede through. There's still 1 big cannon minion, and Geek Fam gets it done.
Always watch Geek Fam's matches, games until the end, because this is a side that we're used to seeing. The comeback once again from the family. What a game. What a display of toughness and absolute patience from Geek Fam.
Wow. What can you say, man? Geek Fam. The early game means nothing when they always have their heads in the game. Rebellion, for once, were having such a great time in the early game. Were able to get all the control, but in the end, they lost focus for just a small fraction of a moment. And that is all Geek Fam needs when the BBB is in town.
And really, for Rebellion, the only reason they were winning in a lot of these fights were because they were able to find pickoffs, and also they were reacting to the plays of Geek Fam, the proactive movements of Geek Fam. This composition was built to go up against the proactiveness of Geek Fam, but unfortunately, when they are in the lead, when they are forced to make these proactive moves, the composition isn't really a comfortable comp to play when you're ahead, when you're the ones looking for these proactive moves, because who's going to engage? Cars, yeah, but the follow-up is quite questionable.
I think the AoE crowd controls does wonders too for Geek Fam, considering the X-Win. Yes, sure, he can play those ultimate to get some huge pickups towards multiple members, but you're asking too much. At the end of the day, this is mostly just a single target ultimate, a single target CC, and when you're up against a Faramis, when you're up against Beloyski, they can pretty much deter all of your engages. It gets really, really hard for you to snowball. NetherRealm, the key to Geek's long teamfight win in game number 1, and I think I agree with that, Rashi.
It's just such a powerful tool, and we talked about how Rebellion really seem to be, I don't know, they seem to not really notice the danger, the potential for a boy to get back on a signature pick. This isn't a surprise pick. We know that a boy likes playing that Faramis. And in the early game, to be fair, there were a couple of slip-ups there where it seemed like he was really underestimating the damage potential coming in from Rebellion. But then in the end, good old a boy comes back in, uses those NetherRealms in perfect timing. And I think the fact that Geek Fam were able to start to force the heavy spins, I think that was the turning point. Because previously, whatever was going on with the heavy spin on the right target, with someone getting pinned down long enough for the single target DPS from the Zask, from the carry to come through and just delete one member, you see Rebellion has so much more pressure. Even when the play hasn't begun, Geek Fam understand that there's a potential for that to happen, and that discourages them from making a lot of plays. But afterwards, when they're able to force that heavy spin out, then it's GG, man. They just go in straight immediately. And you know that Beloyski has been waiting on that moment, right? Once the security is there, he just immediately goes for it.
Yeah, I like the point that you bring up, Arashi, especially a boy on his signature hero, Faramis. And you mentioned earlier, Mirko, in the second phase of the draft, you were questioning the effects on a ban. I was saying that maybe they just wanted to eliminate the control, but you have to remember, this is a boy on a Faramis.
Exactly. I think if they wanted to respect the Vexana, maybe just leave the Valentina open, right? But hey, I understand the Valentina ban as well. They had an Edith in the lineup. Man. They were about to pick an Akai, so those are two big ultimates you don't want to give the Valentina. But yeah, the Faramis, they try to counter it with the Akai. Unfortunately, the Akai, yeah, it can be a counter to the Faramis. Don't get me wrong here, but there are specific conditions to be met as well. And again, the composition just ends up being a bit too reactive. So whenever Geek Fam are the ones to pull the trigger, they do okay. But whenever they're the ones to be proactive, it's Geek Fam taking full control.
And you can see the difference in impact from Chidera and Matt. The fact that the Moskov has so many more ways to kind of reposition. The Abyss Walker, you know, lowering on cooldown with the basic attacks. You can see that Matt was just zoned out by potential engages, potential tools. And with an abundance of engaged tools on the side of Geek Fam, you can't really blame him for being that careful. And that is why Chidera was able to be so much more impactful, so much more aggressive. And even with the defensive emblem choices here, this allows him to just walk forward along with the team and get the damage out, despite the fact that in theory, right, in a duel against Matt, there's a way for the carry to win out. He didn't even go with the Wind of Nature, right? There was no real need for him to go for that. He went straight for all that damage, even the Rose Gold. And let's take a look at the player of the game highlights here by our official gold partner, Ubaz Gold. Like we said, in the early game, this Fulvia's presence definitely it was felt, but so was the Dominor's Descent, zapping throughout the whole team fight. That was one of their keys to victory here. Them being able to force the fight to happen in a particular area of the map, and having the opponents kind of sit there and just taking the punishment coming in from Sway Low. I mean, look at this. The whole time, he was just zapping them down, and we saw that he got up to 5 kills because of these factors in the early game. But afterwards, once the mid-game rolls around, once Geek Fam were able to actually change and have a say in where the fights are gonna happen, especially after this one play, man. Rebellion really overestimated their possibilities here.
Yeah, poetry in motion on this play. You can see from the I'm offended 4.
Oh.
Jordan Wolf King 4. Spear off on 3. Everything is just clicking, but man, Chadera is definitely a Chatarashi. The guy disappears for 2 weeks and let the rookie take his place. Just a second, comes back and gets MVP right away.
And don't forget the Ghost Bursters when everyone's grouped up like this. And here, even without their roamer, they are unwilling to let go of the Lord. You can understand it, but man, Chadera, once again, is so aggressive right here. No backup at that particular moment in time. It doesn't even matter though. This guy knows the limits, knows how to do it. And look at this. What is this? The segmented play coming in from Rebellion. The heavy spin coming in, Dominus Descent afterwards, and you can see that Dominus Descent against a team that has caught up in gold and even overtaken you in gold, it was just so easy for Geek Fam to just immediately deny the Zask any kind of impact in the fight too.
That's why they were just very confident even when they were losing out in the early game. They knew that they could just wait for plan B, which is Chadera. That's why the Moskov is, one of the prio picks here in the first phase. It's the best weak side pick in MLBB currently. It's just really tough to pick him off. You deal amazing damage in the mid game, and even in the early game, you're pretty good in a lot of the matchups. Against carry, I would say, yeah, that's a winning matchup as well. You have ways to disengage whenever you want against the carry. And even then, Chadera went for the safe build, the safe emblem set.
The same thing can be said about Rebellion Esports again. The fact that they are really unable to kind of dictate what happens in the game. Even there, technically Geek Fam were the ones who were corralling around their buff. Rebellion Esports were trying to get a buff, right? And they lost like 3 members as a result. And there was also that moment where Chadera came in with the Spear of Destruction, and Matt, instead of just pushing, just came to rotate, but really didn't find anything. The lack of big engage tools we were talking about, the fact that they can only rely really on the heavy spin to get anything done, means that, like you mentioned, Mirko, a Geek Fam can pick and choose what kind of fights they want unless it's a big moment like the Lord. Knowing that, I think Rebellion could have really been a bit more careful with their movements, with their calculations on where and when they want to fight. Because they should know that Geek Fam is definitely on the prowl to try and find something. Looking at the carry here, it's still going to be Suelo, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't even matter, right? Even though you can kind of chunk everyone down, zap them down, if you can seal the deal, because of the Netherrealm, because of the sustain coming through from almost everyone on the side of Geek Fam, then you can get it done, right? At the end of the day, it's a difference in damage output, and Matt has damage, but he just wasn't allowed to get it out. It's almost like there's a lack of frontline, because Cars and X-Win in that late game were completely decimated, man.
You can see the gold difference also pictures the
lakefront property, Gani likes to say.
You're going to a pond first and going to like a lake, and go up the hill. Get some camping done there. A fun vacation here for Geek Fam.
And again though, right, we can actually just mention how, okay, Vincent, in terms of these team fights, maybe he's not comfortable just yet on the alphas, on the fighters. He's been told to play Assassins for the first 4 weeks of MPL Indonesia, so give him some time to adjust. But in terms of the Retri, I think it was good. The Retri battles were pretty good for Vincent. He was able to win a couple of 50-50s there, and we get to see a glimpse of the Rebellion, Vincent, up against Rebellion, right? So, hey, I think this is a right step into the right direction for Geek Fam. Maybe just build upon what they already have right now.
It's definitely something they need to try and do, for sure. Like I said, creativity for stability, and who can climb the leaderboard, man. There's so many things in contention here for both these teams. And Rebellion, after a performance like that, where the early game was going their way, and then they let it slip past them, this has to be a big mental blow, and you can see that in the back room. There's a lot of pressure here, a lot of focus, a lot of things to really fix up. And the same thing can be said for Geek Fam as well. It's almost like they need something more, right, to really bring out that extra potential in them.
They need a Samsung gaming package here. Go with the new Galaxy Series 5G and head over for the Samsung.com/IT2. Pretty much get the full info here. You can also get free MLBB skin, a lot of gaming headphones, even travel adapter, a lot of, benefits you can get from Samsung gaming package.
I mean, it's a big, massive package, right? You're gonna get a sticker pack with a total value for up to 1.4 million.
1.4?
Yeah, it's a sticker pack. It's just that much value, that good. And the phone is now available in the lemon and navy colors. That's how it looks like, by the way. If you're wondering, what the heck is a lemon-colored phone? Look at this. This is very... Some people might say it's a bit too loud, But man, you want to stand out, you want to look cool, cooler than everybody else, you need a different color palette, bro. What, you have a black phone, you have a blue phone? That's so normal. But if you still want to go for the more generic colors, they got navy for you as well, and that's always a classic.
Oh man, so you got the best of both worlds here, right? You get those flashy colors, so whenever you sit in the Galaxy Zone here in MPL Arena, you can actually stand out as well. Everybody's out there, you know, with their Samsungs. You can also just bring out that lemon color out. Hey, Sheffen's a big fan of lemons, and he's a big fan of the hair cam by Head and Shoulders. And actually, there's also the lemon flavor, as Gani would like to say. Talk about Head and Shoulders, Sheffen.
I mean, Head and Shoulders, the best shampoo in the game. As you can see the screen here. Gatot Kacha, not the girl, obviously.
Oh, we're gonna see a Gatot Kacha cosplay soon. I don't know, man. With GeekFam playing, is this foreshadowing? Are you gonna see the Gatot Kacha come through? Because a lot of people, you know, it was cool the first time, but we've been seeing it a lot, man. It's a great play by GeekFam to just go back to the basics, especially when they're not really being punished or really contested for a lot of those prior picks. So Rebellion, they can kind of maybe adapt in the drafting phase as well with how they were trying to deal with a lot of these power picks coming through for GeekFam.
Power picks is going to be one of the main thing that they need to address in the second game here, because Rebellion Esports right now, they are 1-6. The record is quite literally abysmal at this point of the season. And we talk about it in the town room, once Rebellion Esports and EVOS Glory racked up 3 losses in the season, I don't know if it's like a certain death, but it's usually a death sentence for your playoff spot, for your playoff berth. And when you didn't get to playoff, it's gonna hurt.
Oh, especially for Rebellion, you know? They're actually gonna go back-to-back if they don't make it to playoffs this season. This last season, they failed to qualify to the playoffs. For EVOS, it's a different story. You know, they were able to get second place. So maybe to some people, it'll hurt even more, having so much promise, but then failing. But for Rebellion, we kind of predicted this with a new lineup, right? They didn't stick with the lineup that they had previously. Vincent, the member that you saw in the alpha earlier for GeekFam, was a part of this lineup, and Rebellion are still trying to build these pillars back, you know, with these new members, Ryota coming in, Matt as well. So how do they stay in the lead in the early game? Because they were able to get that in game number 1.
That's a good question there. Probably just pick the fight a bit better there, because once you know that the Netherrealm is on the other side, it really forces you to think a lot more about your engages, especially when you're using an Akai, which is kind of a make or break hero when you're already using the ultimate. And if you didn't manage to burst down one member or like multiple people with the engage from the heavy spin, just back off, because you know the threat is gonna be there. It's gonna be dangerous for you to stay in that vicinity. But Rashi, I just want to talk about something, man. Because right now, looking at the bottom 3 teams, EVOS Glory, the arch enemies of RIQ. The Kingslayer GeekFam is there.
We're not aren't enemies anymore. It's Viva War now.
No. It's enemies. It's enemies in my eyes.
Whoa, okay. Go on.
Rivals. And the OG Kingslayer in Rebellion Esports. And RIQ is topping the standing. So how do you feel about all
the RIQ opponents down there?
Well, you know, Karma is a cruel mistress.
Whoa.
There you go.
That's even harsher than me.
You know, I think we have to go with the old adage from Professor KB. Life is a wheel, bro. Sometimes it rotates, right? Sometimes you're on top, and sometimes, you know, you can fill in there what you want. There are a lot of different versions.
Depends what wheel. If it's a steering wheel, you can control it.
Oh, wait. That's true, man.
So have you been controlling the fate of all these teams behind the scenes, Arashi? Are you him?
Am I him? The puppeteer? The mastermind behind all the occurrences? Well, definitely not, because I didn't expect this this drafting phase coming through immediately. Rebellion, Zask, Hayabusa, and the Arlet with the Hylas ban. First of all, it's a swap already, and GeekFam, you can see the respect on that Phoveus, but now the Julian has switched hands. So Vincent, once again, is on an assassin, but not really, right? Having some sustain, having some tankiness, and we saw the option that Ryota was exploring earlier. If he goes with the Bloodwings early on, then technically he's a bit tankier than usual.
Surely right now, the second phase, it's not going to be the same story, isn't it?
It shouldn't be.
Protect you.
Yeah. Whoa, hang on a minute.
Solid choice.
Interesting.
Could be an answer for Rebellion, right? Usually on first pick, you can actually threaten the Lolita Hanabi, and against a composition that relies heavily on, so far, a bit of CC, you know, Edith and Moskov. It does make sense to just ban out the Lolita for safety. But for Rebellion, I think we know what needs to be adjusted, right? Just ban out the Feramis, man. It gives you a better time on the Zask, trust me.
Yeah, it kind of augments that pick even more. And the Lolita is a great ban as well, because on the worst case scenario, if the Bulwark comes up in the right moment, you have a chance to reflect back an Empowered Scythe, the Primal Wrath Balls, the Moskov damage. I think it's a bit risky. With some potential combos for the Lolita, Geek Fam reading a bit far, but sometimes you can't be too careful. You hear the drums coming through, wow.
From Rebellion's side as well, it's always loud here in MPL Indonesia arena.
Geek Fam's supporters on the drums, Trevin.
Yeah, but the Rebellion fans are also very, very loud here. As you can see, you're missing out if you're not in MPL Arena, as the Harriet is going to be banned for Coach Bluffsy, knowing that Chidera is on a Moskov, and he wants to make sure that this guy is having a good time in this lane and also having a pressure winning lane so that the Spear of Destruction plays can be made after he clears the lane.
Yeah. Honestly, at this point for Rebellion, I feel like just go for the Lunox goal. Doesn't matter if you're not up against the Harith, right? Matt was able to perform really well on the Lunox up against Bigatron Alpha. They were able to get a game because of that Lunox. And Matt even stated, this guy's good on Lunox. And yeah, for Matt in Season 7, if you guys remember when he was playing for Bigatron Alpha, he was not known for marksman. I mean, technically, all the gold laners weren't actually known for the marksman. It's a Ruby, actually, that gets banned out here. So, Lunox. It's actually going to be an option for Rebellion to go for.
Oh man, Ruby banned as well by Rebellion. Great adaptations. Now there's a bit less danger when it comes to the AoE combo from the grouping of the Offended. Now with the Hayabusa as well, there are more ways for them to distract Geek Fam from bursting down the Dominator's Descent. But now with the Aurora, they can freeze it. They can freeze it for so long with the combo of the Gust as well as the Frigid Glacier coming through. It almost neutralizes the Zask presence, and in the early game, that's a lot of wave pressure as well for Rebellion. What can they use here in the roaming position to really assist with the clearing on top of the gank potential if they want to get a real big advantage in the early game?
A lot of options left here for X-Win. He's known for a Grok in his prime time. So maybe that might be an option here, considering that you're up against an Edith, you're up against a Julie and also Aurora. A lot of control from the opposing side, and that Power of Nature will come in handy if you're trying to, scout the map for your team. But it's gonna be an Akai once again. No changes whatsoever.
Wow. So only changing the XP Arlet and the jungle. So Geek Fam now. Oh, they actually pick up the Grok. I thought maybe they could go for the Terizla there, flex the Edith away, but hey, this is a pick that we have seen Beloy on many, many times before as well. How's the carry going to do, though, in this game? There's not really any tanky members, like 2 tanky members. You don't get a lot of the value on the carry?
Not so much. No one really needs to be shredded down that badly. And in fact, for Geek Fam, their composition is kind of independent from each other, right? Technically, with the Primal Wrath popped up, the Edith can kind of do her own thing. Moskov as well can kind of solo kite back, solo peel. In a lot of ways, they're kind of denying Rebellion's impact on a lot of these teamfight heroes. You can imagine being Sway Low, going in with the Dominator's Descent, and then everyone just moving away, and you're like, yo guys, wait up! How am I supposed to get damage out? And the same thing can be said for this Arlet, right? Is he gonna be able to find those big final slashes? Because it's gonna be critical in Rebellion really getting an advantage in these teamfights.
We'll find the answer here in the land of Dawn. Geek Fam dealt the first strike. Can they actually deal the final nail of the coffin for Rebellion Esports? It is Geek Fam versus Rebellion. You can see Beloyski already doing the Beloy things.
BPP. Already stopping that lane from actually matching up in the middle, and the gold lane actually sets up properly for Chidera to get this winning matchup and to maybe push this early advantage even further.
Have to see how the lane plays out, though. It depends on the decisions, right? Can they trade efficiently? Can they control the waves as much as possible? I mean, for now, seems like Chidera is in turn bullying Matt, but look at Ryota, already getting annoyed by Beloyski, but fortunately, he won't be actually losing out on too much time. But look at that mid lane pressure, man. When you have an Aurora and a Julian, and on top of that, the Grok not really that aggressive, but the wave clear from the Power of Nature will allow the roam to be so good as Matt dashes out away. Take a look at the emblem here by IndyHome. Firmness and tenacity once again now for both gold laners. I guess Matt kind of adapted from the previous game. And on top of that, Wilderness Blessing from the... Whoa, dang!
A gank up top, Cars still able to flicker out, but that's a whole lot of minions that he's going to miss unless he stays. They read it out. Cars walking forward, gets caught by the chain, and now the onward as well. Cars going back and forth. Veldora getting the basic attack in time. First blood to Geek Fam.
Interesting decision from Cars, knowing that Vincent might still be in the vicinity. He should have gone back knowing that there's no backup. There's no re-engage potential coming, but right now Vincent might be in trouble here.
Oh, he reads it out. Well played to Vincent. Gets the chain down too. Ooh. The shadow used up onto a boy. Now with a flicker forward. A boy very aggressive. Ending up not actually losing that passive. He doesn't have to pay for that mistake, but yeah, he did use that flicker and now he's forced to recall out.
But he's not going to be recalling, so dangerous situation here as he tries to clear the wave. Fortunately, Ryota is nowhere to be seen. But earlier, Shevin, I don't know, if Cars went back there, that's a lot of EXPs missing out. He might be willing to trade his life just to have an more equal laning phase. X-Win though, forces it out, forces the retry out.
Vincent going for the retry, X-Win flickering out from the onward, Beloyski hovering over, getting the Power of Nature, wild charge as well, dodge away from by Ryota. Walks back in with a quad shadow as the final slash connects out to Vincent, who's gonna be caught. Bridge of Glacier, locking Cars down the onward to combo it together. Cars still able to survive with the vengeance, but now with the primal rifle, getting outplayed. Cars getting a lot of the vengeance resets with that final slash, or sorry, rather the heavy spin, Spear of Destruction, almost connecting onto Cars. Well played to the blue pulse.
Yeah, and it all started with X-Win dealing that pressure towards Vincent, forcing out the retribution, so the whole team knows that the Lord or the Turtle is free to take. And they get that buff in Shield as well.
Ooh, Matt going aggressive. A lot of teams want to prove themselves, Matt too. And the Snapdragon Pro Series actually is happening up, so sign up and go on the open qualifiers right there. But for this match though, you can see that, man, Beloyski is on the mission, but he is forced to watch out. That's Ryota though.
Ooh. Wait, Dominator's descent. Whoa! Aggressive Dominator's descent under the turret he goes. This recalls in front of him as he does that. Casual sway low.
That's a bad sign for Rebellion though. The fact that the Dominator's descent can be cleared out that easily, that fast by Geek Fam. I gotta be careful of when he uses that, but look at Chidera.
Chidera, how are you gonna escape from this one? Speed Destruction, Chidera!
No way.
Trying to run away, but Matt gets the fadeaway shots. Ryota was there to follow. It was nice try to Chidera. It was a nice try, but Matt now will just be reaping those benefits with the turret gold.
Yep, winning the lane matchup against Chidera is the key to victory for Matt, as long as you give him the ball. The ball is rolling then, everything's rolling for the Blue Bulls.
That was started by Rebellion by forcing Beloyski away, right? Getting him low, forcing him to use his ultimate, so they know. Even if they go for a crazy dive, there's not going to be a wild charge punish. And now Chidera, he still has the Spear of Destruction, so watch out for Geek Fam to make a cross-map play. But Rebellion has always been able to try and make something happen off the back of X-Win. Can he find it though? Because Geek Fam, they're definitely looking forward or expecting it.
Vincent starting it up. Beloyski with the Power of Nature, trying to zone them away. They don't know where Ryota is. There's a gun coming down. Vincent winning on the right side. They all get caught by the Bridge of Glacier of a boy. X with a heavy spin. Veldora not going to be caught in the vengeance of the Spear of Destruction. Doesn't connect there. Beloy's walking up all the way into the wrong side of the jungle. Gets caught for it. 1 for 1 in the end. Turtle for Beloy.
So in the end, who won there?
I think Geek Fam came out on top. They traded Beloy for a neutral objective. Not bad in the grand scheme of things. There's a Rebellion K though.
Wait.
In the MPL Extremer.
That was an awkward walk from Matt. Takes a few shots. Vincent getting knocked up just to provide some pressure for Chidera, relieving a lot of the kill pressure from Rebellion towards Chidera and to get that turret down below.
That was, it really is incredibly weird. As you can see there, MPL ID streamer RBLK is in the building.
You can see the intense look on her face because she knows, right? Like it's an intense game that they're having right here in MPL. So far, the Rebellion close to 1,000 gold advantage. And Cars, honestly, has been doing great on this Arlet, man. When it comes to pure presence and impact in the fights, I think he's doing better than Veldora, man. This Edith hasn't really been doing anything too crazy, but the longer the game goes, right, this Edith is a hero that scales well with items, so we'll see how GeekFam maybe orchestrate once again another comeback as we take a look at some of the items here. Blood Wings for a boy on the Aurora. Great choice. Now 1v1 the Ryota. Ooh, backs out.
I like the fact that Ryota is not shy to pull the trigger on towards Beloy, even knowing that Beloy is more of a tanky hero and a roamer. But the main point is to shoo away that pressure that he's trying to deal and make Beloy a bit more uncomfortable, because when Beloy is getting comfortable, then you lose the game, man.
When you're allowing him to save his spells for the right moment and not forcing anything to be used by him, I do agree, Shevin, that's where it gets a bit dangerous. Now, though, with the next turtle coming up, we saw GeekFam kind of improve on their turtle play, but now without Chidera, with Cars far away, actually, can they do the same? Blitz it and maybe get an advantage when it comes to the setup. Interesting, the fact that they actually chose to let Matt stay in the bottom side of the map. Maybe now, oh, it's a rotation, so Rebellion actually want to fight for this. 5v4 perhaps.
While you're watching right now, no, MPL Indonesia, just don't forget to buy a wheat drink, the best drink in the business. And now, fight might happen here. Beloski, good ball there.
Exactly.
To delay the turtle. And now, GeekFam might have the advantage with Chidera. So, having that Spirit Destruction.
Yeah, amazing reset from Beloy. Oh, the Earth Shatter down below. Cars can be caught. The Wild Charge, the combo down. The Predictable Aether connects as well. That's a good Shadow kill into the midst of it all, but the Spear of Destruction connects, and Chidera is here with a blink. Down below, sway low. Taken out by Veldora's electric shots.
Chidera, the spear from Madura connecting the bottom lane. Beautiful play overall. The execution, the macro gameplay. The plan was really crisp for GeekFam.
It's a great play to get the turtle off it, but for Mats, that's a good response to take out the mid turret. GeekFam, though, will be trying to equalize. Can they protect this, the Rebellion? They're grouping up.
Cars walking forward, get into the two-man final slash. Chidera going to be caught in that. Still has a Purified. Cars jumping back and forth again. X-Win looking for the headbutt. Chidera still has a Purified. Decides to utilize it. Good Spear is doing the disengage, but Matt is shredding down Veldora. That's a wild charge defensively. And meanwhile, if the split push isn't on the Moskov, you can see the Ice Skater here up top just split pushing as well.
Kind of cheating, man. Using an Ice Skater in Mobile Legends in the Land of Dawn. As you can see here, the audience
Ice skate on grass?
I don't know, man.
The grass skater. Can you guys even skate? Because I can't. It's moving fast there, man. GeekFam, though, actually taking away the advantage there. I think they still came out on top when it comes to the grand scheme of things, but Rebellion, they equalize here. They're having enough presence, enough pressure right now to really force GeekFam away. But if GeekFam can get the engage, the right engage, they can still come out on top. I was talking about how Veldora wasn't really showing up, and just like that, 2 kills in his name with the Flicker Earthshatter play. So expect a lot more of those, because we know Veldora is an aggressive type of EXP laner, man. He wants to make the plays happen.
But on the other side, on the court, though, Rebellion Esports has to make something happen as well. Because
top lane?
if it keeps on going like this, it's still gonna be Ryota versus Vincent 1v1.
Let's see who wins this. Oh, unfortunately for Ryota, his Shadow kill actually transferred over to the minion, so Vincent can just look him in the eye and say, ha, gotcha.
Sorcerer versus a ninja, a staple for Japan here. As you can see, get free skin with the Benedetta, Electro Katana, and Mythic Warrior. If you haven't bought it already, a collaboration for UBS Gold and also MPL Indonesia. Season 14, as Chidera and Beloski doing some very mischievous thing on the bot side. There's nothing Rebellion Esports can do.
Well played.
It's the Moskov advantage, allowing him to do this. But Beloski as well, escorting, but Veldora gets pulled back. Still able to get out of it, though. That's a final slash already used up. GeekFam, now they have the pressure, but will they engage first, or are they going to wait for Rebellion to take some damage out? Because Rebellion can burst it down, but the Lord now does so much more damage. I think the team who actually commits onto this first has a disadvantage here. So GeekFam with the cross-map play, they can risk it. And Chidera, he doesn't really have the Wind of Nature yet, though, so there's a possibility that Ryota can kind of get the better of him.
Matt actually pulls the trigger here just to bait out some of the HP from the Lord. I don't think he's gonna fully commit onto this one, knowing that Chidera is still on the bottom side. I think Chidera got there, right? Should be.
Not too sure, but if it is an orange buff steal from Chidera, this
I think it is.
only creates more problems for Rebellion. They are losing on all fronts. Their jungler is the one that has to actually stay in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Geek Fam are just chunking on the Lord.
Even on the top side, the turret is slowly but surely falling to the minions. They're sending Matt there right now, but the more they move, the more they expose themselves, the more Geek Fam can encroach on their control. The turret, fortunately, will not fall, but look at Beloyski, man. Already finding ways to punish Ryota. Will Rebellion read into this, though? Can see the rotations coming through. With the purple buff coming up, this isn't a chance for Geek Fam to pressure Rebellion even more and get some control.
It's just a slow burn.
Good spot up there from X-Men, knowing that Beloyski so far from the pattern. He's looking to burst on the far laner of Rebellion Esports. And Geek Fam right now, they're playing it really, really patient. Bit too patient, I gotta say. Don't wanna be too much over patient there because you know what's gonna happen. EVO's Glory versus Geek Fam. Game 5. Game 3 didn't get engaged. You know the drill, right?
I mean, again, it depends, right? Both teams have great scaling when you look at it. But now Rebellion, they have some window here with the waves pushed out, with Chidera still busy. They're gonna go and maybe blitz it.
Yeah, they need to make a decision quick, and they decide to go for the Lord right now. Spirit Destruction doesn't connect. The Watch Charge does, though. Veldora steals it away. That's a 4v5 up top, and Geek Fam like those odds. Vincent gonna be on, jumping with the enhanced sword, gonna be caught by Cars again. Good Sun over with a vengeance. King Matt still dishing out damage. Meanwhile, though, in the bottom lane, Chidera doing the same amount of damage, but onto the structures. Recalls from Sway Low, from Cars as well. That's a base turret taking down. The Frigid Glacier connects, but Matt is able to get away with a Lord in the hands of Geek Fam, and it being 2 for 3. I think Geek Fam walk out away with a win.
Oh, absolutely. They walk out with a win. And right now, they're up about 3.5k gold lead from that split push from Chidera. It's a 4v5, and somehow they get the better of it in the Lord. Just very unfortunate retreat there from Ryota. And you could even say Vincent as well. But Veldora walks up and takes the Lord.
Base turret early on right there.
No purple buff.
Oh man, all the buffs taken by Chidera as well. The activity of this man in the Land of Dawn is nothing to be scoffed at, man. Rebellion lose everything. They still maintain the base turrets, but with that split push play, they sacrificed 3 members in order to stall Rebellion from recalling. And at 13 minutes, 3 members down, there's still no way for Rebellion to capitalize, right? With the death timers being so short. Now Geek Fam, with a base turret on the bottom side, the side that's even further away from the Lord.
Exactly.
They can just rinse and repeat that same play that they just did earlier.
So now what's the solution here for Rebellion Esports? Because the cross-map play, they're almost certainly gonna lose that. What's the advantage here? What can they utilize at this point against Moskov, against this much map pressure from Geek Fam? What is the solution?
They need to pick them off. That's the only way Rebellion can win here. Isolate some of these members in these team fights using the Akai, and then try to go for them one by one. Because again, in a full-out team fight, especially with the far lane down below, it's going to be hard to even get a 5v5, right?
Ooh.
So, Geek Fam, that's such a great move by them. They know that the First Lord really isn't as valuable as a base turret, so they just double down on the Moskov staying bot.
They also maybe can try to force something a bit earlier before the actual critical moment and catch Geek Fam off guard. The problem is right now, especially for to deal with the Moskov, there's a Wind of Nature in Chidera's inventory. So Ryota can't really do much in a 1v1 situation. Matt as well, itemizing aggressively, knowing that there's no real way for
Oh my god! The solo kill for Chidera! The ninja gets caught by the spearman!
Impaled! Ryota outplayed immediately right there with 16 seconds to go. Geek Fam, now this is their time.
The best case scenario for Geek Fam, they got a solo kill towards the jungler, the most nimble member of Rebellion Esports. There was a 1v1, and not right now, Beloyski might be pulling the trigger here. They have the advantage, they have the map pressure. What do they want to do with it?
They can just go for the Lord. Easy peasy. Sway Low, though, walking over to the dominant descent. Veldora forced to use the primal wrap. Good hand sword to escape. X-Win actually going for the heavy spin, but now it's going to be Chidera again, free hitting. In the back, it's a passive proc by a boy. The Lord knocks him up, and Beloy gets a big chunk enhanced. Sword by Vincent there, picking up the kill as well. Geek Fam with a big win. 3 for 1, only losing a boy, getting the Lord. Geek Fam now looking for the siege, definitely, to end the game.
Oh my goodness, Chidera. He's looking to create that solo kill towards Ryota once again. And right now, Geek Fam, they're in the air. They have the Lord. They have all the siege potential that they need, especially with the controllability from Apoy. There's this safety net that he can offer for the members of Geek Fam that's overextending over and over again, Arashi. The Frigid Glacier is a bit late in a team fight, and it's supposed to be late because it really makes the whole team safe.
I feel like it's used very well by a boy right there. The fact that he put himself right in the front, knowing that he has a passive, he has ways to buy time, he kind of zones everyone away. After the initial wild charge, he wasn't in any rush at all to really get out that Frigid Glacier. He knows he can cast it whenever it's ready, and now Geek Fam.
Oh, that actually did not connect. That looks so close. Now with a few more minions in the mid lane as well, Geek Fam should be able to utilize the siege. Lord down below, delayed by that wall, by that barrier. Geek Fam taken away in the mid lane as another base turret for Geek Fam. Now looking towards the last base turret up top. Chidera thrown there. Primal Wrath as well. They really want to go for the siege. Dominator's Descent already with the enhanced sword coming down by Vincent. Swalo, no ultimate cars. Buried away, one charge! Connecting on a 3, the Frigid Glacier not even used up just yet! That was the stun from the second skill! And he gets 2. Map still has the Purify, but doesn't have HP. Chidera gets a pin down onto Ryota, but Chidera still has that Purify. X-Win cannot go for him. Good timing on the Earth Shatter to catch him right as he respawns with that immortality. Chidera with the win of nature as he ends the game for Geek Fam. 2-0.
Wow, Geek Fam, a statement, man. They were down by a lot in the early game, 2K, 3K, but deja vu once again. They closed out the game the same way they closed it out in game number 1. The big brains of the family showing out against the Blue Wolves.
Great decisions in the line of Dawn. Great decisions when it comes to the team fights. You're looking at Geek Fam. They're shaping up back to the usual. We already said that you don't need to be too creative. Just go back to the signature Geek Fam style. The big intellect, the macro play, everything just going right for Geek Fam, and with the adjustment, even more dominant in game number 2, Rebellion. You're just forced to admit defeat, completely outmatched by the Geeks.
A really good start to the second half of the season for Geek Fam, kickstarting their journey here to get the playoffs berth that they're out of currently. Maybe not right now as they won the match 2-0. So now Rebellion Esports though, this is a serious predicament that they're in. 1-7. Yikes.
2 more losses for Rebellion, and it could spell the end of their run in the regular season to make it to the playoffs already. This might be one of the quickest ways that we've seen in the last 4 seasons. We have always gone to the final day to see who actually makes it to the playoffs. This season, it might finally be different.
This is the final play. Just the systematic and also the patience, man, from Geek Fam, step by step. Bottom lane, mid lane, and then top lane. Not forcing themselves to go with the Lord. They know Rebellion Esports had too much to deal with at this time. Even Chidera, the outplay here with the Purify as well. And also the Win of Nature at the end. What a match for Geek Fam. And we're gonna hear what they have to say in the stage here with Bude Clara Bongsar.
Penutupan leg 1 untuk Geek Fam dengan senyuman. Menutup leg 1 dengan kemenangan 2-0. Seperti apa pertarungan kalian tadi, Chadera? Akhirnya ketemu Chadera lagi nih.
Seru lah. Terus ini kan, perform aja.
Ini Moskovnya Chadera sih bisa dibilang jadi salah satu yang bikin game tadi nggak bisa berkutik Rebellion. Bagaimana kamu membaca permainan dari Rebellion? Khususnya Matt tentunya.
Respect aja sih sama King Matt.
Respect dengan King Matt. Bagaimana pertarungannya tadi? Mungkin ada yang bisa di sharing-sharing, diceritakan. Ada keseruan yang terjadi kah? Apa yang paling kamu respect? Apa yang mungkin membedakan dari King Matt dengan yang lainnya?
Gak ada sih, sama-sama jago. Dia jago lah.
Dia jago. Yes, kita ngeliat gold laner sekarang jago-jago banget memang. Namun menjadi pertanyaan banyak orang, ini Geek Fam kok up and down? Apa yang terjadi Baloy di minggu lalu?
Seperti biasa sih kan Geek Fam emang gitu dari season lalu.
Bikin deg-degan semuanya ya?
Ya kayak belajar terus menang terus kalah lagi belajar.
Karena sebelumnya kan minggu sebelumnya 2 minggu lalu itu kalian memenangkan tim-tim yang ada di papan atas.
Iya bingung juga sih Bude. Ya.
Oh, tapi udah ke-solve belum? Sudah ditemukan belum?
Ditemu sih karena dikalahin King Mat kan tadi.
Sudah nge-fix semuanya.
Iya.
Makanya bisa bounce back dan hari ini 2-0.
Iya betul.
Namun ini kan juga minggu lalu kayak Gatot kacanya kemana? Minggu ini nggak dikeluarin Gatot kacanya?
Itu salah pick doang sih, terus-terusan salah picknya. Tapi terus kalah ya udah, jangan salah pick lagi sih gitu.
Nggak dipakai lagi Gatotnya nih?
Tunggu aja.
Tunggu aja. Namun hari ini kan udah menang lagi. Bude penasaran bagaimana kalian dari Baloy menilai performance? Ini persenannya turun lagi kah, naik lagi atau bagaimana untuk Geek Fam?
Sebenarnya nih kita kan menang hari ini tapi kalau dari gua nggak puas sih karena masih banyak yang masih bisa bersihin. Jadi kayak masih on process lah.
On process, berapa persen nih prosesnya?
60.
Mundur ngek lagi ya berarti ya. 60. Namun perjalanan sekarang juga kayak dari Aboy sendiri. Aboy ngelihat pertarunganmu, Aboy, tapi Bude belum pernah tanya nih karena kita nggak sempat ketemu. Bagaimana rekormu yang selalu menang dengan RRQ akhirnya terpecahkan?
Nggak apa-apa sih, emang nggak ngitungin juga sih, tiba-tiba aja itu menang terus.
Tiba-tiba menang dan waktu kemarin pecah, kamu kaget nggak apa responmu?
Biasa aja sih, nggak kenapa-napa.
Nggak kenapa-napa, nggak menjadi masalah. Namun bagaimana kamu untuk bisa kembali untuk ngedapetin kemenangan terus karena ini kan menutup dengan senyuman. Nextnya bakal ngelawan ada Onyx juga. Tantangan berat ada di depan mata, Aboy.
Kita main kayak biasa aja sih, semoga masih bisa menang kayak leg 1.
Semoga masih bisa menang leg 1. Namun tantangan terbesar di leg 1 apa sih untuk Aboy sendiri?
Mungkin dari tim kita aja sih kayak belum nyatu banget aja.
Belum menyatu, sekarang sudah menyatu?
Ya udah proses lah.
Proses. Namun yang di sini hari ini juga mungkin melawan mantan timnya sendiri. Vincent, kamu sebelum bertanding, apa yang kamu katakan terhadap teman-temanmu, terhadap Geek Fam? Apakah kamu mengingatkan sesuatu? Apakah kamu memberitahu sesuatu?
Yang paling dikonsernin ini sih, King Matt-nya.
Oke, guys hati-hati King Matt ya, begitu kah?
Iya, jadi tadi titip pesan aja buat Chandra buat solo kill King Matt, tapi nggak kesampaian.
Nggak kesampaian Chandra? Cak Dera nggak kesampaian ke solo kill, titipannya nggak berhasil?
Nggak, aman-aman, nggak solo kill aman.
Nggak solo kill aman. Namun, terus bagaimana Vincent, kamu kali ini melihat Rebellion udah ngedapetin satu kemenangan minggu lalu, namun kalian gagalkan lagi. Keadaan semakin sulit untuk mantan timmu. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan mungkin untuk kepada Rebellion?
Tetap semangat sih, soalnya yang aku tahu kan mereka semakin di bawah makin panas lah. Jadi ya buat kedepannya aku yakin masih bisa catch up lagi buat naik sih.
Bisa catch up untuk naik. Dan ada player yang menggantikan posisimu dari Rebellion. Bagaimana kamu melihat perlawananmu tadi? Tentunya bersama dengan Ryota.
Apa? Oh, jago Bu. Jago.
Oke, namun terakhir juga Veldora.
Ya Bude.
Hari ini happy 2-0?
Happy.
Selanjutnya leg kedua apa yang harus kita nantikan dari Geek Fam?
Apa ya? Semangat main terus aja.
Pokoknya memberikan yang terbaik?
Iya.
Iya. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan untuk next lawan kalian, Fnatic Onyx?
Gak ada, good luck have fun aja. Semoga kita yang 2-0.
Semoga mereka yang 2-0. Dan untuk Geek Fam Unity hari Minggu mau disuruh suara yang lebih keras kah? Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan kepada seluruh Geek Fam Unity?
Untuk Geek Fam Unity terima kasih udah datang dan udah dukung kita, terus dukung kita sampai akhir. Terima kasih.
Sama-sama. Dan itulah dia Geek Fam Unity semakin bersorak-sorai. Inilah dia pembukaan untuk minggu yang kelima 2-0 dari Geek Fam.
I just like the attitude of Beloyski when he's answering the questions from Woody Clara Mongstar. He knows that this is just the Geek Fam way. Sometimes we're a smart fella, you know, sometimes we're a fart smeller. That's just the way it is when you're...
Smart or fart?
Yeah, smart fella or fart smeller.
A fart smeller? Hey, smart? Okay, yeah.
Smart fella.
Let's just accept things that Shep is saying on the desk, you know? It was a clean sweep, though. Was it really clean, though? It's a clean sweep. It's 2-0, but was it a clean performance from Geek Fam? Especially game one, I think not. I think even Beloyski, he knows that it's still the process that they have to go through. This was a crazy solo kill, though. I have no idea because it was actually off-cam for a bit. We only saw him after he got stunned, right? So I really wonder what happened. Did Chidera just ambush him, find him off, caught him off guard, or if Ryota walked up?
If I were to assume, I think Chidera got the information that the Quad Shadow is no longer there. He just pulls the trigger, knowing that he has the opportunity to stun Ryota towards the wall, and that results to the solo kill. But yeah, overall, like, Chidera played a really, really good game, really good matches, these 2 games. And do they really need to let go of the Moskov 2 times?
Maybe they're really underestimating the presence. We've seen that lane domination has been a very popular strat these days, but for Geek Fam, the big brains, they want that Moskov, man. And you can see how damaging, how difficult it was to deal with him, especially with Chidera being the one controlling that Moskov. He is your player of the match, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A55 and A35 5G. 315, all things considered, pretty passive play, but that's all you need when you're in a team like Geek Fam, right? It's not about being all aggressive, it's about that smart approach. Let's take a look at the player of the match highlights by our official gold partner, Ubez Gold. Early on, like you said, Shevin, maybe Cars could have backed away, but he's kind of forced to at that point. And looking at this early fight, it really seemed like Geek Fam were a bit too overeager. We saw the wild charge didn't really land on the right member, but afterwards, there's a lot of team fight damage potential coming in from both, but Cars, with all the regen coming in from the Vengeance, is able to outplay. But it won't be for long. Once Geek Fam starts scaling, once Beloyski found his groove, there was a great wild charge into the great follow-up. And look at this play, man. Everyone, even Vincent, with the empowered sword going forward, everything to just delay for a second longer, knowing that the base turret is right there in front of them. With only a 30-second death timer, they really went for it, man. And afterwards, immediately, oh, this was it, was it? It was a Spear of Destruction play! Chidera reading into the movement, finding that pickoff. And here, keep your eyes onto a boy as well as Beloyski, man. The zoning, look at how Rebellion, maybe traumatized from the earlier fight, the earlier combo, they just struggled to get an entry point in. And afterwards, you can see that the boy was just buying so much time, taking away so much focus and attention. And after that, it's the Flicker Earthshatter from Veldora as well. Everyone is on the same page when it comes to what they're looking for, who to target. And here, once again, the crowd control advantage leads to just so many possibilities for Geek Fam.
Yeah, shouts to Chidera for having such a stellar performance. Even there, actually catching Ryota, right?
We'll see the golden moment of that game earlier. Let's see the comms from Geek Fam in just about a second.
Tuh rame-rame, dia mau bawa. Enggak aman-aman.
Melarikan,
dia aman. Lihat guys.
Nah, udah alin dia ya. Udah tiakai.
3.
Perang.
Kari mati.
Menang.
Editnya guys, di belakang.
Gua pegang.
Mati.
Bisa lihat ini ya.
Aman, udah karinya udah bers. Orang aja.
Edit. Julian udah.
Bolot. Aman nggak, Chan?
Kasih tahu Chan, kalau lu dapat. PD-in aja, nih. Cover. Langsung nyalot guys, lot. Nice one, Chan.
Sabar, kita berempat, jangan.
Karinya di sini guys.
Guys, lihat gua dong sini. Alot kayaknya dapat deh. Di triangle.
Boleh.
Gua pura-pura los. Dapat. Ini dulu.
Lagi.
Gua nggak multi.
Gua stun lagi.
Mati.
Kena stun.
Bisa lagi. Akai.
Lihat mid kan.
Enggak, gua join.
Ini nih, Saskia.
Aman loh. Mati loh.
Nice. Bisa turtle yuk.
Ya, tar dulu.
That was the golden moment brought to you by MPL Indonesia. Look at this, Rashi. The emblems and the statistics from that game earlier.
I like the development though, before anything else. I mean, when it comes to the emblems, you can see that Geek Fam, they just had all the fighting emblems, right? The Thrill for Baloyski, the Fury coming in for Julian and Edith, Veldora and Vincent. Just making sure that they can get even more empowered basic attacks. You know, similar kits coming in for the Edith and Julian, technically. And for the side of Rebellion, you can see that there's a lot of more emphasis in the movement too, and they inspire even for Suelo on the Zask to spam out some more of those spells. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough in the grand scheme of things. And in that play highlighted by the golden moment, you said that Veldora was the one calling out the possibility of who was it? Was it Cars on the outlet there inside the bush? So you're seeing that the rest of the team is also kind of improving, right? Having calls of their own there to assist Baloyski when it comes to the decision making, looking more like the actual Geek Fam, you know, the whole fam just having that intellect, that decision making. And it's great to see the improvement coming in from Geek Fam. Looking at the items, you can see that a boy on the Aurora with a Genius Wand, applying it very easily with the Hailstorm for Julian and Edith to really benefit from the magical defense reduction. And of course, with the Wishing Lantern, that's an aggressive build by him, knowing that he's going to have so much time in the back, just spamming out spells. So he went for that approach instead of going for more magic damage or directly for the penetration or survivability. And he was just very happy to just walk forward and give up his life for the greater good. And it's a bit of a hallmark for a boy right there. He does the same thing on the Faramis even. But even the Aurora now, he's showing that he can have the same kind of style. The rich guy is still going to be Chidera. And with that kind of split push play, how could he not be, right? Clearing all those waves and taking away all the buffs as well, by the way, from Ryota. That was also visible in the stats earlier.
So I've got a question, right? We were talking about how Rebellion could improve and based on Game 1, after even Game 1 to Game 2, what adjustments do they need to make? But I think especially after beating EVOs, they still had a lot of things to improve. Did we see Rebellion improve? Or is it more or less just the same?
I don't think it's the same.
I feel there's a bit of improvement because they did put up a fight, you know, winning the early game against Geek Fam. No small feat by all means. But when it comes down to it, you can still see a lot of holes in their game, right? The setups really not really that good, allowing Ryota to get hit by crowd control several times. The engages from X-Win is good, but at the same time, they were really reliant on the Akai, right? Once the heavy spin is down, they just lose all the threats. So if they can improve more on that, right? They have a good engage tool in X-Win. If they can get someone else and have a good coordination, let's say Cars, you know, coordinating a bit more with X-Win to kind of play those mind games, those feints, right? I feel like they have potential, but again, only time will tell, man. It's only week number 5, but, you know, a lot at stake here.
As you can see here, the audience highlight from Skuknu Ragni.
Nice name.
How can RBL rebound and win in the next match? RBL needs to improve faster, especially in their 2 lanes, EXP and Gold Lane. Gold Lane, though, in game number 2, let me remind you that Matt had a KD of 5, 1, and 10. I think the problem with this carry is just the setup is just not there.
Exactly.
True.
I agree with that. I feel like the XP and the Gold Lane have been actually pretty good, honestly. I think Ryota needs to learn more heroes, right? Because especially in game number 1, the Julian pick, yes, it could still work, and it did work in the early game, but I think having more layers of damage there would actually benefit the team, right? And also, I feel like for X-Win, he's definitely got to learn some more, or he was known to be pretty proactive. Like you said, Grok, right? So where is that? Where is the proactive X-Win? I think getting a proactive roamer to engage for the roam and getting more heroes on Ryota should be the main priority for Rebellion.
And their movement, right? The setup, because you talk about proactiveness. Sometimes you did see X-Win go in, like that invade with the Akai, forcing the retreat, but overall the team wasn't really moving together, you know? It's almost like they're not using GoPay together, right?
They need to be very together with GoPay.
Exactly.
Very together.
The main problem, man. Download the new GoPay app, the gamer's wallet that packs a punch. With GoPay, you can vote for the winner of each MPL matches and guarantee to get GoPay coins on your first vote and 1 token with every vote. Collect these tokens to exchange for free skins. GoPay coins, gaming smartphones, and also electric motorcycles. That is an interesting price there. I mean, I'm not opposed to that. I want a free motorcycles.
Who would be?
Who wouldn't
What?
want a free motorcycle?
Where are
I'll
these
take a
people
free
going
motorcycle.
like, I can't accept this GoPay, you're giving out motorcycles, unacceptable.
Well, maybe if you guys are not a fan of good things, then maybe you could say that, right? But it's not just the phones. You get so much more value with the essential ammunition for gamers, also known as phone credit. So you can keep playing smoothly in the GoPay app. All you need to do is buy the phone credit at the lowest prices, because yes, it is the lowest prices. You can also use it to make transfers. Like Arashi, usually when he buys food, I need to transfer him some of the money, right? We gotta split that bill. And usually if I use, even other banks, it's tough. It's tough because there's a bank fee, there's a transfer fee. On GoPay, free for the 100 transactions that you have per month.
100? That's crazy. That's more than 50.
It's not just
more than 99.
It is actually, but it's not just that, right? You can also
there's more.
It's not just free. You even get cash back, right? If you top up your diamonds with GoPay, you get up to 20,000 GoPay coins as cash back. So they do more than just give you free stuff. They give you extra benefits.
Extra benefits plus all the free stuff plus giveaways with electric motorcycles. At this point, they might as well just give away some more GoPay coins.
I mean, we can give away an experience that a lot of people cannot
There's
have.
another?
GoPay brawl matches to all of you out there that are still not attending MPL. You can come here to MPL Arena, you can play with the pro players on a brawl match.
I can play with King MATT?
I can play with Lemon.
No, he's not active anymore. This is only active pro players. If he comes back to the roster, yes.
And there's a chance right now RQ is doing really good. So why don't you just come back, Lemon?
What? Is that the idea? Usually he comes as a savior,
Yeah.
And when the team's doing good, he actually sits back and says, no, the team's doing good. I don't need to step in.
I mean, it's a profit for everyone, right? Everyone is happy, Lemon is there. RQ
It's a profit
is
for you
up.
because you are the biggest Lemon fan. For
Exactly.
everybody back at home who wants to play with the active pro players, go ahead. There's a lucky draw for a chance to win a golden ticket to play a brawl match with a pro player. All you need to do is download and register on the GoPay app on your phone, then head straight to the GoPay booth at the MPL Arena.
There's a catch though. This activity will take place only in even weeks of MPL Indonesia Season 14. But that, you can still come in the odd weeks because we have a lot of Mobile Legends esports.
We have the GoPay coin giveaways.
Yeah, you can also do that as well.
And we get great booths outside as well. If you want the best quality MPL team merch, dude, you get it immediately right here in the arena.
But right now we're gonna take it to our host because we need some more time here to set up for the next match. So don't go anywhere, tune in to the next stream.
Dapetin kesempatan ke MPL dan bertemu dengan idolanya. Kita langsung kenalan yuk dengan super fans dari Geek Fam Unity. Ini siapa dan siapa nih?
Halo, perkenalkan nama aku Brian.
Aku Feren. Aku Feren. Hari ini 2-0. Happy nggak dua-duanya nih? Apa kalian teriaknya gimana tadi?
Happy banget sih, terus tepuk tangan kencang juga. Tapi sesuai ekspektasi.
Sesuai ekspektasi gimana tuh? Ekspektasi dari performa Geek Fam?
Kalau aku ngelihat sejujurnya performa Geek Fam belum 100% mengeluarkan performa terbaik. Tapi aku yakin mereka masih punya kejutan sampai akhir musim dan masih banyak ruang untuk bisa improve untuk memberikan performa terbaiknya sih.
Masih bisa improve. Tadi aja Baloy bilangnya 60% loh.
Iya.
Kalau kakak gimana?
Ya aku setuju sih, menurut aku ini bukan Geek yang biasanya ya. Maksudnya masih banyak banget ruang untuk mereka bisa, kapasitas mereka kayaknya lebih dari inilah.
Yes, banyak banget yang berpikiran hal yang sama, namun semuanya pasti lagi pada salfok nih. Bude juga salfok sama baju kalian. Ini custom, bentar Geek Fam apakah jual ini? Ini apa ini? Baju apa ini?
Kebetulan aku buat sendiri Bude bajunya untuk menunjukkan dukungan aja sih buat Geek Fam dan terutama buat Kak Baloy.
Super Loy! Wow, keren banget loh. Kupikir ini merchandise baru Geek Fam. Bukan ya?
Bukan Bude.
Bener-bener bikin sendiri?
Iya, aku bikin.
Dua-duanya, kalau satunya?
Ini Valoy.
Valoy. Ini mendukung untuk couple ini berarti?
Iya.
Coba diceritain dong gimana ini awalnya kalian bisa tiba-tiba mendukung dan jatuh hati kepada Baloy.
Jadi awalnya itu kan aku emang ngikutin pacarnya Kak Baloy, Kak Vale kan. Nah terus pacarku ini emang senengnya sama Kak Baloy gitu. Dan ternyata pas di season 13 kemarin kan mereka jadian tuh. Nah jadi kayak ya udah sering berdua jadi sering cerita-cerita gitu, makin nyambung kan. Nah terus di season ini kayak kita kepikiran mau buat baju ini gitu. Selain untuk menunjukkan apresiasi kita buat Kak Baloy dan Geek ya khususnya. Ya karena kita tahu Kak Baloy orangnya bucin, jadi kayak tujuan kita siapa tahu bajunya dilihat Kak Baloy pas lagi main, terus Kak Baloy makin semangat mainnya.
Kayaknya kalau ngeliat langsung diminta si bajunya, itu lucu banget Baloy. Tapi kalau ini kayak untuk Baloyski kah atau gimana?
Iya Bude, sebetulnya aku tuh suka sama Baloy itu, fans sama Baloy itu awalnya karena aku ngelihat di on stage itu dia merupakan pribadi yang apa ya, punya vibe positif gitu sih Bude. Humble juga, terus ramah juga. Dan as a kapten menurutku dia nggak cuma jago, tapi dia bisa membuat atau membimbing teman-temannya dalam satu tim itu untuk ikut improve juga. Dan itu kelihatan lah dari pemain-pemain yang udah pernah bersama Geek Fam dan pindah ke tim lain gitu. Jadi aku apresiasinya untuk Kak Baloy sih kalau Super Loy ini.
Ngelihat dari situ ya, gimana seorang kapten, in game, out game, menjadi panutan juga. Udah lama berarti ya?
Sebenarnya baru sih Bude, baru 2 musim ngikutin.
2 musim?
Iya, tapi memang aku ngelihat Geek itu tim yang punya banyak kejutan dan menurut aku layak banget buat disupport gitu.
Oke, namun kamu mau kasih support sesuatu kah? Langsung ingin kamu sampaikan untuk Baloy, untuk Geek Fam dan Geek Fam Unity?
Untuk Geek Fam pokoknya semangat terus dan sikat abis semua pertandingan sampai akhir musim. Dan terutama buat Kak Baloy juga, semangat juga dan jangan pernah capek buat ngebimbing adik-adiknya buat terus improve sampai akhir musim untuk memberikan performa terbaiknya dan syukur-syukur bisa bawa pulang piala MPL.
Amin.
Amin.
Untuk Geek Fam Unity mungkin kakak ada yang mau disampaikan untuk Geek Fam Unity?
Untuk Geek Fam Unity yang punya kisah-kisah menarik bisa langsung aja DM ke Instagram @geekfamunity biar bisa jadi aku dan Feren selanjutnya. Karena bakal banyak banget keuntungan dari event-event menarik dan manfaat menjadi fans Geek Fam. Jadi jangan lupa follow dan pantengin Instagramnya @geekfamunity.
Jangan sampai kelewatan, langsung aja sharing cerita kalian. Dan mungkin kata-kata untuk Valoy atau Baloy, ada?
Untuk Valoy, semoga langgeng. Terus semoga Kak Baloy semenjak pacaran semoga mainnya makin bagus.
Amin. Terima kasih sekali dan bajunya udah yakin Baloy langsung pengen. Tapi itulah dia, terima kasih sekali super fans dan story kalian begitu menginspirasi, tentunya saling menginspirasi dari idolanya dan juga dari super fansnya. Namun sesaat lagi kita akan menyaksikan pertarungan lanjutan untuk hari pembukaan di minggu yang kelima. Akan ada tentunya penutupan match hari ini, jadi jangan kemana-mana. Stay tune terus untuk match kedua di hari Jumat.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru, awesome.
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Mendapatkan 2 popon penturet yang
pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Mendapatkan 2 fokus penturen.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Mendapatkan 2 pompon
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Mendapatkan 2 mobil Venture.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen berturut yang
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 pompon penturen yang
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Selamat datang kembali di MPL Indonesia Season 14 hari yang pertama di minggu yang kelima. Di MPL Arena begitu ramai tentunya untuk menantikan match penutupan di hari ini. Di mana di malam Jumat yang begitu seram, dua tim yang benar-benar sedang mencari poin untuk meranjak di klasemen akan berhadapan dengan satu sama lain. Akan ada EVOS Glory dan juga Fnatic Onyx. Kedua tim ini lagi menjadi sorotan masyarakat, sorotan super fans. Karena kita tahu sendiri bahwa EVOS Glory kekalahan beruntun membuat banyak sekali yang berharap bahwa ini adalah saatnya Cinderella story dimulai. Mereka bisa bangkit kembali layaknya di season lalu. Namun untuk Fnatic Onyx pun mereka menginginkan bahwa era Fnatic Onyx masih di sini. Posisi 3 bukan posisi yang sepertinya diharapkan dari para super fans terhadap Fnatic Onyx. Namun yang pastinya kita harapkan bersama-sama adalah match yang begitu seru untuk menutup match hari ini. Tentu saja keseruan hari ini karena ada super fans yang sudah hadir, yang lagi nobar-nobar bareng, dan juga kepada seluruh pendukung karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Hidea, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan juga We Drink. Beserta dengan suppliers, Erigo, Indomaret, Yummy Choice, dan Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Dan support terus mengalir dari seluruh penjuru. Nggak hanya di Indonesia, bahkan banyak banget yang lagi nobar-nobar dari luar negeri sana. Jadi absen di kolom komentar, berasal dari mana kalian? Dan kira-kira siapa yang menang dari kedua tim ini? Apakah EVOS atau Fnatic Onyx? Dan banyak sekali juga dukungan, serta banyak sekali dari pendapat-pendapat para super fans. Kali ini kita akan membaca bersama Bude, akan ada dari super fans dari EVOS Glory. Langsung saja inilah dia. Ada problem dan juga ingin memberikan solusi, membantu supaya EVOS bisa bangkit dari posisi 9-nya. Mari kita bacakan bersama-sama seperti apa insight dari EVOS fans. Dan inilah dia dari Rivikal. Menurutku, EVOS saat ini masih terlalu bergantung pada 1-2 pemain kunci yang bikin strategi jadi mudah ditebak. Terlihat juga kadang mereka kurang berani ambil resiko. Seperti ada ketakutan buat main lebih agresif. Kalau terus begini, sulit buat ngejar posisi puncak. Bahkan posisi aman kayaknya juga susah. Namun itu masalahnya ya. Solusinya apa nih menurut dari Rick Val? RKFY Hakal. Yes? Di manakah solusinya? Solusinya dia sudah membuat dan EVOS harus mulai latih di roster mereka supaya siapapun yang main bisa kasih performa terbaik. Selain itu mereka harus lebih percaya diri dan gak takut eksperimen strategi baru. Mungkin dengan berani coba draft yang gak biasa atau rotasi yang lebih dinamis. EVOS bisa balik jadi tim yang ditakuti lagi. Wah, banyak yang menjadi jawaban ya. Banyak sekali dari rosternya, dari strateginya, namun itu dari Rifkal. Terima kasih Rifkal. Selanjutnya, ini ada dari Superfans yang kedua. Oke, dari Evilons.all2. Masalahnya, gameplay EVOS kebanyakan blunder. Terdapat kesalahan dalam draft pick hero. Blunder di setiap mid game. Season ini juga Brans dan Fluffy performanya menurun dan membuat saya kecewa. Mungkin EVOS bisa berbenah lagi untuk timnya kalau perlu menaikkan beberapa player MDL. Oh, masalah yang sepertinya banyak ya. Namun ini adalah sudut pandang dari Evilons. Namun solusinya kita akan cek bersama-sama. Kalau menurut dari Evilons, saya tidak yakin dengan solusi yang saya punya. Namun kalau bisa coba, naikkan Psychots, Inaya, ataupun Aleva untuk bermain di MPL. Saya rasa Psychots masih memiliki potensi untuk jadi pemain untuk EVOS Glory. Semangat EVOS, kalian kuat kok. Kalah menang pasti fans mendukung. Walaupun terkadang mengecewakan, namun tidak akan membuat saya beralih menyukai tim lain. One team, one voice, one family, EVOS Roar. Thank you Evilons.all2. Wah, leg pertama akan berakhir untuk kedua tim hari ini. Khususnya EVOS yang butuh banyak bebenah diri. Mereka membutuhkan banyak sekali solusi untuk masalah-masalah yang mereka hadapi. Kita nggak tahu sebenarnya masalah seperti apa. Namun mereka harus bisa solve itu untuk penutupan leg pertama di antara kedua tim ini. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama pertemuan terakhir di leg pertama untuk Fnatic Onyx dan juga EVOS Glory.
The Tigers versus the Porcupines, the Quills versus the Tigers, the Heaven, and also the Earth. Two teams with two different tales here. Fnatic Onyx still one of the best teams in Indonesia, but EVOS Glory right now is definitely far from glory. Welcome back to English broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, with Shevin, Miracle, and Rashi once again. And we are going to see if EVOS somehow will make this improbable win against Fnatic Onyx, a rematch of the grand final in season 11.
And 13, just last season as well, when Fnatic Onyx won 4-2 in the grand finals.
Oh, no.
But man, hey, this is a tough week for EVOS Glory. And this actually happened the same way last season. When they were tasked with a comeback with the EVOS Holy lineup, they were up against Fnatic Onyx and Bigatron Alpha in almost like the same week 5, and they were able to come out on top. But I think the circumstance is a bit different here. The problem is a bit different as well because they don't have a full new lineup anymore. They have Natco. That's it. That is the only change. And to be fair, Age.
Van?
They haven't used Van, so I won't count them in. But yes, they also have Van.
Let's wait and see, man. They have potential tools to try and change things up, but in the grand scheme of things, there's no real big option here to really go for a complete revamp like they did. So with that no longer being on the table, they gotta focus on what they have at hand, right? Like we were just talking about earlier, maybe Van, maybe, you know, something in the drafting phase. Whatever it is, they gotta try and find something that works. Because against normal teams in the MPL right now, it's so competitive. Even in the bottom, you're seeing adaptations. You're seeing some creative drafts come through. Everyone's desperate for some results. Now, against Fnatic Onyx, even more so. It's going to be a critical point right here because we're already on week 5, right? They're running out of time almost to try and make things happen. And looking at some of the highlights right here for EVOS, you're seeing that they really liked this Jawhead pick, but unfortunately, it really didn't look that dominant, that useful per se. It seems like instead it kind of forces them into a certain play style and kind of limits their flexibility. And because of that, whenever things don't really go as planned, when they don't get the advantage they were expecting, you can see that they're completely confused, man. No idea how to fight, where to fight, how to even start the fight sometimes.
To make it even worse, I think overall, ever since Agi came into the fray for EVO's glory, the draft has been very, very sound.
Exactly.
The problem was just the execution. You can see over and over again in the replays earlier, the engages from Dreams is just like it's just one layer of thinking they're just trying to get something and throw it back to your team. They don't really count for the possibilities that could happen in the land of Dawn.
Yeah, I've always been an Age fan, man. In Season 11 as well, when he actually got all the way to the grand finals of MPL Indonesia, going up against Onyx, and unfortunately at the time it was a 4-0 clean sweep. MSC performance wasn't that good either. But still, after him getting kicked out, I wasn't really part of that movement, the Age out movement. So for those EVOS fans out there who are part of the Age out movement, the drafts have been looking solid. What hasn't been looking solid is, I would say, Fluffy. He's been looking shaky, and that's tough because he is one of the pillars for EVO's glory. Just remember last season, the way that he was able to just impact these games, to be a key factor, to get these victories has been through the XP lane, enabling the team, mirroring a lot of the opponent XP laners as well, and technically just outclassing a lot of the enemy XP laners that he goes up against.
I mean, to be fair, he also won the first team MPL Indonesia in the XP lane, so you can see that he is de facto the best EXP lane in Season 13. It is just so weird in Season 14, he's not really that guy anymore that EVOS needs in the EXP lane. So what do you think was the main problem with Fluffy overall this season?
All things considered, it's still a team-based game, and by all means, the team overall has been looking shaky. But Fluffy in particular, I think can really see the difference, because in stats, okay, we saw it earlier, number 3, number 2, there's still some respectable stats right there. But if you look at the laning phase, right, before things get sketchy, before the whole team gets involved, you're seeing that he's lacking that dominance. He's lacking the difference in movement. For the longest time, Fluffy has always been, what do you call it, like one of the XP laners with the highest work rate, right? He's rotating, farming, cutting waves, everything you can name in the Land of Dawn. Right now, not so much. A lot of these EXP laners have been having a better time going up against him, and that is what is unusual. Especially today, against Fnatic Onyx, he's probably going to go up against Rez. That's the big issue here. Now we have someone who's relatively new, going up against someone that has a great track record. So for Fluffy, it has to be a lot of pressure, but for Rez, it's equally high amounts of pressure because he's had great showings so far, knowing when to engage, knowing when to kind of move around. But we're still waiting on seeing whether he has that experience, that decision making to actually make plays happen, to set up waves maybe for Fnatic Onyx to finally get a play. Because when it comes to engages, you saw that wild charge right there, man. That was quite on point.
He's a very selfless XP lane. You can see even in this game, he did get a massive wild charge there, but he ended the game with a stat of 4 and 5. And in a lot of these games, you can technically just see him and say, yo, he's inting, right? But that's why it's good for Fnatic Onyx. I've been saying this for a long time as well. With Ludpi, it almost feels like they have too many carries, too many flashy members on the team, too many players who actually want to be the carry that no one gets to enable. Boots, CW, back in Season 11, back in the heyday, Season 11, Season 12, I would say that was prime Onyx, right? The Onyx we see right now, this is a rebuilding Onyx with different styles. And I get that, especially after the loss to AP Bren in the grand finals of M5. They needed more ways to try to beat AP Bren, to try to beat some of these international teams. But then they completely lost their identity because of that. They were evolving so fast to a point where everybody could carry, to a point where when everybody can carry, no one can. You know, I don't know if that makes sense, but that is what I've been thinking about Fnatic Onyx. So now it's a bit of a downgrade when we're talking about the dimensions of the game for Fnatic Onyx. Yes, they'll probably still be carrying through the trio mid, but that's what made Fnatic Onyx special in the first place. With 2 of the side laners taking a step back, playing as enablers, one weak side, one literally just the sandbag. That was Boots' role. You would see him on Trizla, on the Arlet, he would go 0-5. It does not matter. As long as he gets space for Kyrie, for Sans, and for Keyboy to make these plays, Fnatic Onyx are Sky Kings.
You could see in the stats earlier, Air to the Sky Throne, that is a huge burden to bear, especially for a rookie in a team that is so legendary in Indonesia. winning a 4-peat so far in MPL ID, and this is one of the XP laners of Onyx, the rising heroes Lutpi, and gotta be honest with you, I don't think it's gonna play in this game unless Onyx somehow falls in the first game. There is some maybe some kind of play that Coach Yep can think of and bring Lutpi into the game just for the experience. But so far, I think Res is gonna be the choice here.
I think it makes sense to just field Res as much as possible. Again, we're approaching past the halfway mark of the season, so at this point, you gotta really make up your mind, right? You're gonna allow your team to actually build a synergy, build the decision-making, the experience, everything in the book, right? You need to start building it from right now if you wanna have a good chance of actually having a great performance in the playoffs. So I feel like for Onyx, switching out at this point is gonna be a really weird move, if I do say so myself. And like Mirko mentioned, it seems like they've kind of found their way after adapting a bit too much. So let's just wait and see. Res, Albert, whoa, Sans, Keyboy, and CW. Albert back in the mix.
That two baby faces in the lineup for Fnatic Onyx. They're looking to sharpen their twins once again in week number 5 in half season of MPL Indonesia season 14.
Fnatic Onyx. They were able to get the dub against Bigatron Alpha with Kyrie, but today they chose Albert and Rez the Rizzler. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Sky Kings, Fnatic Onyx!
4 is not enough for them. They're looking for their fifth ring to complete the Infinity Stones. Fnatic Onyx in the arena.
Baldwin in the center, taking in all the attention, as he always does.
Baldwin
looking smooth. He sure has the skills to back it up. Let's see how Onyx are performing though with Albert. Now, what is the idea here against this lineup right here? Take a look, Fluffy, Annabelle,
no change.
Clockwork Dreams, and Natko. No ban.
Still no brands. Natko will be the choice here for EVOS Glory after the loss against the Blue Bulls. They're looking to bounce back against one of the best in the business.
Against all odds, in Season 13, they were able to come back from a 0-4 start. From literally starting at the bottom to rising to glory. Will the name still be in the game? Will they be able to find their glory? Week 5, 3 more matches, and it might be the end of their playoff run. Let's see if they can bounce back. The White Tigers, EVOS Glory!
The climb back up, the journey is not gonna be so smooth for this team. A lot of bumps on the road, a lot of hurdles that they need to somehow bypass, and this is one of them, the ultimate test for the White Tigers.
Tools are available to them though, but it depends on what EVOS wants to go for. They don't want to play around the jungle, the mid lane, strong side EXP, strong side gold lane even.
Coach Age.
Potential is there, but Marshall Dainang brings in Coach Age and Coach Yeb with Caleb and Adi. Again, it's a chess match all over again. Coach Age has been able to actually find a lot of good drafts, but now against Coach Yeb, it's a whole different challenge. We've already seen the extent of flexibility that Coach Yeb has in his arsenal. And today, with Albert, is there a plan here? Is there a curveball that he wants to show? Especially against Coach Age, who definitely has done his homework in studying the patterns here coming out of Coach Yeb.
And really, this is unusual, to say the least, for Fnatic Onyx. I think for the longest time, Onyx have always really just relied on their main team for the most part in the regular season. I remember season 11, 12, and even 13, they wouldn't even give Boots any more playtime. So the fact that they are still hovering and swapping between the two, Kyrie and Albert, shows you that maybe they're both equal?
Wow. That'll be a bold statement, man. But for EVOS, here's the victory here by the Samsung Galaxy A55 and A35 5G. Be more aggressive once an early lead is established for them. Don't let the opponent have a chance to recover if you do get the chances. Like we said, so many potential aggressive maneuvers available for EVOS. They have to try and make use of that potential and not really stagnate, especially when the mid game to late game comes around. For Fnatic Onyx, punish Natko's macro mistakes, the rotations, the spacing, the decision when to push, when to back away. They can use that, especially if they do have a good jungler that can take out, assassinate that gold lane. And of course, abuse EVO's passive style, passive laning phase. When they're dynamic, that's where Fnatic Onyx is the scariest. When Sans and Keyboy make those unpredictable, crazy outplays, that is the best of Fnatic Onyx. If they can bring that today, even the best of strong lanes coming in from EVOs will struggle to survive against it.
It's hard for EVO's Glory.
First pick.
Oh,
man,
look at that. First pick 42%, second pick 25%. So makes sense for EVO's Glory, for the White Tigers to choose this route.
In a way, it's good, right? Because obviously they have found more success on first pick, but wait till you see the stats for Fnatic Onyx on red side. That is their preferred side as well. So you are playing a bit of a gamble here when you take blue side against Fnatic Onyx. You can see it here. 87.5% compared to the 40% win rate on the first pick. That's why. Are they playing into Fnatic Onyx game with that choice?
I mean, to be fair, when we're talking about Onyx, especially Prime Onyx, one of the advices that people have for,
take away the red side.
You know, the opposing team of Fnatic Onyx is to play for yourself. Use your power heroes, not so much for, you know, trying to eliminate the threat or the heroes of Fnatic Onyx. But we'll see, though, if that's going to come true for Coach Age, obviously. One of the big changes of EVO's Glory. And against Coach Yep, gotta say, Rashi, there has been some errors that Coach Yep made in Season 14. Not so much, though, but if it happens in this game, I don't think we can rule out the chances of EVO's Glory.
I think it's definitely possible. This season, man, has been absolutely crazy. So Coach Age, like we mentioned, has done his homework, and he's good at this, right? When he has time to analyze, to study his opponent, he usually does pretty well when it comes to the draft. He's an intelligent man, too intelligent perhaps, sometimes going mad. But against a team like this, I mean, this is his strong suit. So much footage, so much information available to garner for Fnatic Onyx. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going straight into the drafting phase.
Right away, the respect is given to two power heroes of Fnatic Onyx. That Albert Hayabusa has been something that is one of the biggest threat for the opposing team of Onyx. The shades of RRQ Albert is back when he's using that hero. The last ban for Coach Age is gonna be that Zask, which is, I gotta say, not really more of a Suns hero. It's more passive than super aggressive pick for this guy right there, for the Gila Suns.
Well, that depends, right? When you want to dominate descent and just go forward, you can play aggressive. And to be fair, we've seen Suns make those plays, diving towards the backline, landing the stun on the backline, and completely zoning them out, or even bursting them out right that way. I think what's more important is the fact that the Zaz requires setup. And for EVOs, I feel this kind of hints that they don't really want to get annoyed by the scouting, by the setup possibilities from the side of Fnatic Onyx. This might kind of hint at them relying more on Dreams once more as a main opening tool. Without the Nightmare Spawn available to scout out, there are more bushes and more danger zones that EVOs can try and use to try and set up a trap for Fnatic Onyx.
Well, now a big question is Phobius or Hylos? What will be the first pick? It is going to be the Phobius that EVO's Glory actually prioritize. And fun fact, against Rebellion, they did not respect the Phobius at all. That was one of the ways that Rebellion were able to take control in the game. So now with the Phobius already picked up, it's obvious for Fnatic Onyx, they will take the Hylos away. Definitely not going to risk giving that away to EVO's Glory. Getting the two prio picks of the meta, Hylos plus Phobius.
Already a solid matchup here in the XP lane. Both, I guess, heroes can stand up to each other, but I do think Hylos at the end of the day, if you want to just trade damage, he has the advantage.
But now it's time, I think, for Fnatic Onyx to take away the Valentina, right? There's already 2 mage bans here. 3 if you count the Juicin as well. So put Clockon in an uncomfortable spot and put Sans on a hero that he's very comfortable with, the Valentina.
Definitely a great option. Kind of limits EVO's possibility if they want to get something a bit more game-changing. But no, they go straight for that Julian early on. Now for EVO's, with that factor you mentioned earlier, Mirko, will they go for the Valentina straight up? No real big ultimates available just yet to kind of steal away. But maybe again, it's a comfort type thing. Maybe it's the aggression to try and shut down Sans in the mid lane.
That is definitely an option for EVO's Glory at this point. And this Julian pick, man, it's... So far, Julian doesn't have really the best win rate in MPL Indonesia, 33%. You can see why. And Albert, from what we've seen in the past few games, the past few weeks, there's some questions to how he uses the Julian.
A lot of people did mention that he seems a bit more passive on this Julian, not really aggressive, not really making the plays happen. Now for EVOs though, that's gonna be the Valentina, as mentioned earlier, but also that Nolan, man. Annabelle on this Nolan has proven himself. For now, Fnatic Onyx no real juicy targets to assassinate so far. And we've seen what happens when teams try and use a Nolan against a Hylos. Usually they lack a bit of that damage. So I think Fnatic Onyx now can kind of go for picks with a bit more security. They go for the carry first, ensuring that they are the ones that can melt down the main front line. Now this Phoveus has to be a bit more careful when he's just jumping forwards.
This is probably the only time in Season 14, by the way, that we don't get to see Ling or Fanny in the first phase at all. Not even the banning phase, right?
Wow.
Look at Fanny. Well, Fanny, okay, maybe we don't see Fanny as much. You know, it's more of a prio pick for players who actually are really good on the Fanny, like Kyrie, Super Ken, we've seen that. But Ling, I'd expect the Ling to come out for both Annabelle and Albert. We know for a fact they're both good at Ling, so it is very interesting to not see it here in the first phase, and so far they've actually opted to ignore it because obviously the Julian and Nolan has already been picked up. This might be the first game in Season 14 that we don't get to see the Ling and the Fanny at all, completely, not just the first phase.
And you're seeing the tempo of the bans slow down here for Evos. That might be exactly what they're thinking of. The fact that the Assassins are left open right here, are Evos going to go and narrow down Albert's hero pool? Or they want to go for something else? Because, you know, the Julian most likely will go into the jungle, but sometimes you never know. For Evos, they'll ban away the Lo Yi right here, so they're really banking on being able to win hard in the early game and maybe get some snowball going in for Annabelle. And we know the guy can carry, as the Lolita gets banned as well. Great counter for the carry.
Should be a Lilia ban to end it here. Evo's Glory really going to try to nail Sans down to the ground.
It makes sense because one of the signature heroes for Sans, and it does fare quite well with the Phoveus and also the Nolan. You can jump out with the black shoes, but the bad point about it is Valentina is also on the other side.
I wonder if we're going to see the Kadira out of nowhere, right? It used to be such a prio pick for Fnatic Onyx, but right now we haven't seen it in so long. You have to wonder if it's gone for good or if it's something that is still an option for Fnatic Onyx. As Evos ban away the Ruby, they want that dive, man. They want that all-in. They want to make sure that Fnatic Onyx can't withstand that damage, and they won't let Fnatic Onyx scale, ideally.
I think this should be a Terizla pick, though. The Hylos, so far we've only seen it on Keyboy. Unless Ludwig's playing, Rez has really been put into roles or heroes like the Arlet and the Terizla, more of CC, even the Grok, remember? So it seems like he's more of the initiator.
There's an option, but I think I do agree with you, Rashi. I think the Kadira is going to be picked here, knowing that it's really up against a Valentina, and also
find a way. Even
never mind, Exana to kind of counteract the nimbleness of the Nolan, just chop him in his tracks.
It's not a way for Nolan to get away from it though, but maybe with the assistance of a Hylos, of a Julian, then the Vexana can kind of get a guaranteed land on the Eternal Guard, Curse Blast, and the Terrify. But particularly against the Phoveus though, it's kind of a bit more, it's a lot easier to land your spells on that Phoveus, and maybe that's the idea, right? They're all diving in, lend the passive, you know, mark them all with the Curse, and you get one, with the help of a carry to just shred someone down, you get extra damage almost immediately.
Okay, do Evos want to just go for a full snowball with a Jawhead and a Brody? Nope. Whoa! They go for the Tigreal and the Claude, huh?
Against Vexana.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of ways for Fnatic Onyx to actually, you know, escape here, especially if the Vexana goes for Purify. But all he needs to do is really just play it right against a Tigreal, right? Well, we'll see what he does, but I do get the idea here with the Tigreal and the Nolan. The Nolan kind of forces you to go Flicker, Tigreal kind of forces you to go Purify, and now you're stuck in a pretty scary spot, but as expected, the Hylos is not going to go XP. It's the Terizla for Mr. Rez. It's Terizla.
The Rizzler.
Literally, Terizla coming into the land of Dawn. Big AoEs available for both teams, but again, with that Vexana, like you said, Mirko, if he even goes for Flicker and positions well, this means that whenever Dreams will be looking for some kind of big play, big combo, there's so many ways for Fnatic Onyx to kind of stop him, right? The Hylos can be a problem, the Julian can be a problem, and so can the Vexana and Terizla. In fact, with the Terizla, there's a chance that when the Tiger goes in, the Terizla can zone everyone else away. If Evos want to really get an advantage here, they gotta come from some flanks. You can't really go for a front to back, because I think Fnatic Onyx will have their number there.
Really hard win condition for the White Tigers to execute from the looks of it from the draft. But let's see though, if they're gonna be able to take care of that in the Land of Dawn. It's going to be Fnatic Onyx versus EVO's Glory.
It's a battle of execution as we jump into the Land of Dawn. Both drafts, we understand those win conditions here. EVO's Glory actually going back to the style that made them qualify to MSC 2024. This is it. This is the layering gameplay that we saw from EVO's Glory just last season.
Multifaceted approach. Good early game, good late game as well. But look at that mid lane, man. Sans. Clockun just gets way too low. Forced to back away. Oh man, the pressure. Menacing Sans stands there.
God.
As we take a look at the emblems by Indie Home, tenacities for the Vexana, for the Hylos, as well as for the Tigreal. But Clockun resorts to go for the Inspire. He wants the cooldowns for more mobility, more safety from Albert, but also to actually get a bit more value on the ultimate. Now for Fluffy, Festival of Blood for more laning prowess, more sustain, but also the agility to match the rotations, because Rez is going for the same kind of setup.
This little bit of a punch back from Clockun. But yeah, Master Assassin, by the way, on CW, knowing that it is going to be a winning matchup for the carry up against the Claude.
Already, the pressure still from Albert and also Rez, and now they have an easier time to set up in the XP lane later on because Fluffy is going to recall. So far, look at that. Sans is just holding the mid lane quite well, and Dreams is just kind of like hovering around the mid lane so far. Fnatic Onyx with the mid lane pressure. They've been very dominant.
Making sure that whenever Sans walks up, there is going to be some backup. I think it's a known fact at this point. Against Fnatic Onyx, if you can pressure the mid lane, immediately their game plan becomes a bit less menacing, a bit less threatening, as we can see in the gold lane. Natco and CW, a bit of an interesting matchup. I think CW is just doing a good job playing it for freeze, trying lane and harass better. But with the turtle spawning right here, Evos, they're not in position just yet.
Yeah, Dreams was unable to actually get the reset down. Now was shoved back onto Keyboy, giving Annabelle some space. Rez has a penalty zone. Good terrify to the Eternal Guard. A KCC from Sans. Red Dream for Albert. Clockun forced to use the Eternal Guard there to steal. That's a penalty zone from Rez on the Terizla. Albert getting a kill on top of the turtle.
It is really weird that EVO's Glory were able to, or somehow forced out the turtle fight, knowing that pretty much in all resources they were losing. Even at the time, Fluffy we're not level 4 just yet.
Exactly.
And you know, for Evos, you can't be late to the party like that against a team like Fnatic Onyx that is decisive. As we take a look at the talents prediction by our new application GoPay, Mr. Pulung.
Anti-Onyx, as usual.
Never with the pack.
Pulung. There's even a chant for him. If you guys don't know, ladies and gentlemen, here in MPL Indonesia, Dreams. Oh, he brings a terrified Clockun, gets immobilized. Oh, Evos, they lose out on their dream.
Yeah, that's an interesting interaction for sure, though. Sacred Hammer, but look at Natco, man. Albert.
And now Shane, a knock up. Natco pops in a Purify, jumps in with the Blazing Duet, dealing a bit of damage back to Albert Rabab. But it's all good.
It's a nightmarish early game for EVO's Glory right now. They're up or down about 1.6k gold lead in a span of not even 4 minutes. That is reasonable worry, reasonable doubt for the EVO's fans. And now Annabelle gotta make sure that he has some kind of control towards Albert's jungle.
Take a look at our MPL Extreme program right here.
You're a bit too close to the camera, to the screen, man.
Yeah, EVO's Yuppie clearly catching some attention right here from the audience here as well, by the way. But look at that!
What? Whoa! What happened? Did Clockun just disappear?
I think Yuppie missed it.
Or did you react to Yuppie waving? It just happened in the blink of an eye.
I don't know, man, but that was a really good play. Albert, though, still has the enhance.
Oh, wow,
to get
good
away.
stun by Keyboy there. That could have been an implosion by Dreams. Could have caught Albert off guard, but no, Keyboy's always there.
Ooh, look at this move to the purple buff. The Rez coming back in, but Annabelle will be able to get it. But look at the turtle. Immediately, man, Fnatic Onyx with the pressure. They're zoning Evos away so well before the fight begins. That is the Hylos pressure we're talking about.
Look at him. Look at him. Just walking up again. Annabelle doing some damage. Sans Purifies out there. Gets caught by the implosion. That's going to be a trade back, though, as Keyboy actually gets shoved back. Dream's going to be taking low. Blazing Duet from Natco. Dealing so much damage. EW walking up. Fluffy going to be able to find the Infernal Pursuit. Now jumping on the Rez, who's still able to flicker out. CW punishing Fluffy from taking that Infernal Pursuit. And in the end, it'll be a trade. 2 for 2. But remember, Fnatic Onyx got the turtle already.
for the standard of Sans, that was a really overzealous play, man. He was overextending all over the place, knowing that Dream still has the flicker as well. Gotta watch out for that because you're on a Purify and you can't really get away micro-wise from that.
Definitely is dangerous, but on the top of all of that, Evos actually are keeping up in levels, especially when it comes to their jungler. Annabelle is clearing a lot faster. Level 9 to Albert, who only now got level 9 despite the 2 kills for Dreams. Oh, man, empowered Scythe there coming in from Albert. But Annabelle!
Rez in a 2v1 doesn't have the flicker to go for the outplay, but it seems he might not need the flicker. It just walks out. Fluffy can't get the proc anymore. Clockun walking up. Rez getting the Brave Smite, getting so much done. Oh my goodness, it almost came down to a 1-for-1, but Fluffy is able to get his own Brave Smite proc.
A lot of resources wasted or used correctly towards Rez. It is a kill at the end of the day, so it is a W for EVO's Glory. Now the question is, can they find something like that in this mid game? Because right now, Fnatic Onyx is up 2.4k gold and they're still on the top lane.
Eternal Guard from Sans. Dreams tried to go for the implosion, but ended up imploding himself.
There's too many ways, too much damage, 2 Purifies, not even used in that one engagement. Fnatic Onyx, once again, they lost their member early on when there's nothing on the map. And the moment that there is a turtle, man advantage by one guy. Sans looking for a chance to make a play happen, hits Clockun.
This catches him. Fluffy can't even look for the entrance. Annabelle tickles Keyboy. Keyboy finds it funny, it seems.
Surely is amusing. Nolan damage against the Hylas. Not really much he can do right there. Annabelle stuck in a difficult spot, but he does have a chance.
Natco, this was one of the keys to victory. Overextension, and we see it again from Natco. Up against Fnatic Onyx, still playing so far up ahead.
That ain't it, Natco. That was, I don't know about that, man, yikes.
Just too much damage, too far ahead. But Annabelle will be able to get some kind of split angle going on, but Fnatic Onyx will be trading it back almost immediately. And looking at the items, by the way, earlier, Keyboy actually has a Dreadnought armor, so a lot of these ability-based damage coming towards him will be negated.
Fnatic Onyx right now, they have all the opportunity to make something happen in the world. Sun's recalls, interesting there. Might be just topping up the mana. And now with Lord gonna come up, but 60 seconds. EVO's Glory. They're gonna be forced to somehow try to make a play at this one, but with Keyboy in the front, what can you do?
Oh no, this is the negative of the Phobius. All you can do is really go in. The penalty zone comes in, but it actually doesn't connect onto anyone. There is an implosion, and the shove brings Albert back. Still with the hand sword, though, able to escape. Now Annabelle jumping in, Rez flickering out of the fracture. And Annabelle can't get the kill. It becomes a clean 1-for-0 take for Fnatic Onyx.
It's such a disgusting combo. Annabelle still looking for something, looking desperately to try and equalize, but he won't be able to do so. He'll be denied at every single turn. The fact that they have such a good shred tool, the carry, to try and deal with this Phobius that has been meta, that has been scary in the season, and they have Hylas as well with the revitalized Keyboy just stood there. Look at Drian.
Kage! One of the Kages of the Kage Onyx era. Drian is in the building here. MPL Indonesia. Meanwhile, Clockun still gets away with his kills. Nothing too dangerous just yet.
Man, it's been a while since we've seen Drian. Just last season playing for Dewa. Actually being the main carry for Dewa, despite being the roamer now. Watching from the sidelines, but still, shoutouts to the legend of MPL Indo, legend of Onyx. The Kage, look at his reaction to it. Okay, he's trying to mug us. He's trying to flex with, the 3 rings.
It's a bit itchy on the face.
He's an
Drian.
MSC champion, a Season 3 champion, and then a 3-time. And he's actually the only 2-time MSC champ.
Wow, great accolade, but now his team is going, his X team is going for the play.
That's a stun onto Dreams, who can't really go for anything, jumps in with the implosion, but Albert cancels it out with an ass side. Red jumps in with the penalty zone, now Annabelle deals some damage with the fracture, but it's gonna be the vengeance from Fluffy, knocked up by the Lord. Fnatic got it losing a whole lot of damage, now blazing duet from Natco. Not enough to take them down just yet, good Terrify from Sans, and the Cursed Blast to take him down. 2 for 3, EVO's Glory respond.
The fact that they were able to somehow win that fight with the implosion being almost non-factor, that was amazing for EVO's Glory, the best case scenario at the time. And now they're looking to bounce back once again with this Lord in their hand.
It's the lack of saving for Fnatic Onyx. They were all focusing on the fight, using whatever they have to kind of strike back at Evos, but they forgot that in the back, Natco is just biding his time, going with the Blazing Duet last second, really showing the damage difference from an AoE marksman compared to a single target marksman. That is one of the big tools that Evos has at their disposal, and they used it well right there.
The last match, EVOS Glory were able to somehow throw the game away to the Blue Bulls. Now they're on the other end of it. Now Annabelle might be in trouble here, 2v1.
Oh, good penalty zone by Rez, good read, and a shutdown for him.
Beautiful one. The read from Rez with the penalty zone and knowing the limits as well. There was I guess, the hitbox were almost not getting Annabelle.
The last second in power chain there from Albert really got the job done in catching Annabelle. But with that play, they were able to kind of stave off the Lord aggression, keep 2 of their turrets outside the base, and even get the mid turret. So, oh, Glorious Pathway.
That's the sound of the horsey man as he pops into Glorious Pathway. But in the bottom lane, Natco is actually going to look for a trade as Fnatic Onic are all revealed, they're all seen on the map. That's the Natco we like to see. The Natco who is calculated.
Yeah. Nat calculator. Well, doesn't really quite work.
Nat calculator? Natculator.
We have got to spend some more time on that, but looking at the items here, CW with the Wind of Nature, now the Blazing Duet can be mitigated by quite a bit, and with Albert picking up the Holy Crystal as well. Whoa, Dreams!
Keyboy getting shoved back, and now you can see that Natco damage piling up onto Keyboy. There's no longer the tickles. It is a big gun to the face whenever Natco starts gunning him down.
But by the way, shout out from Keyboy not using the Revitalize on that kind of situation, man. Oh, good action. Eternal Guard didn't really connect on towards anyone there. And once again, EVOS is just taking a little bit of gold or like lead away from Fnatic Onic.
Still a 1k gold difference only, despite all the wins Fnatic Onic were able to get. Is a structural difference that's really making a big swing in balance as well. Natco, already with a 3-item power spike, now he can afford to really go for some defensive items. Perhaps it will allow him to walk forward and effectively deny Keyboy. By all means, with the Revitalize, he can still tank up a lot of damage. But for now, with only an anti-cuirass and still leg plates, I think he's going to go straight for the blade armor to really try and mitigate some of that DPS coming in from Natco. Because aside from the Claude, no one else really can take down this Hylos.
Speaking of mitigating some damage, Natco actually bought a really important item just now, that Wind of Nature. He's gotta somehow... Oh, did get damage away from CW. Could still play by Keyboy, didn't really connect to anyone, but Fnatic Onic just stealing everything.
Whoa! NFL was hovering over. Fnatic Onic snuck that under the rug. Good Eternal Guard to disengage too, stopping any response from EVOS Glory.
Keyboy even with a recall for good measure there. He's flexing it around. Man, Fnatic Onic, with all the damage they have from the Julian, from the carry, they're able to just sneak that Lord really, really fast. It's not even the first Lord, and it just melted. Evo's a bit too careful, not really setting up properly for the vision. And now there's a chance that Keyboy can go for a chase. Clockwood.
Fnatic Onic already doubling the kills from EVOS Glory. Not really the greatest lead right now in this 13th minute of the game. Gotta be honest. Right now, Fnatic Onic, they could have just dominated the game even more if Sans and the crew somehow didn't really make a mistake on the previous fight. And now, it's gonna be a siege from the Lord.
Sans is still right there at the front. Keyboy popping Glorious Pathway down. No one can actually walk up to the Lord and siege it down or walk up to the turret here. The Lord is actually going to be cleared out. EVOS Glory able to keep their base turret intact. And Fnatic Onic actually failed to take the other tier 2s on the map. It is literally just one. Keyboy looking for the flag in the back. Oh, the Terrify! Connected onto Natco, forcing the Purify. Some big resources, and it is delayed, but Fnatic Onic still get the base turret, and it is going to be in the far lane, away from the next Lord.
Galio pick up for sure. The purple buff as well for good measure. The waves on the bottom side were cleared a bit, but I think it's still empowered, so Fnatic Onic won't be making a play there though. Still pushing on the mid lane, going for the control. Evos, all things considered, were able to kind of recover, retain some of the turrets, but that base turret is going to be very costly, man. They're already losing out in setup advantage against Fnatic Onic, and with this composition, we saw how fast the Lord takes are from Fnatic Onic. So even one person sent away to the far side to clear up this wave is going to be so disadvantageous for EVOS. Look at their items though. BOD completed for Annabelle. But can he find the play though to jump onto the back line? The issue with the Vexana is that now Sans has the Winter Crown, and he also still has so much presence in the fight just by dropping down the Eternal Guard to try and do extra bits of damage.
And he also has the Warrior boots as well, just to kind of, get away some of the damage. Oh, Dreams. It's gonna be a concealed play. Oh, right away. Quicker implosion coming down. Nako dealing some damage. Rez still able to survive somehow. Kibo in the back with the glorious pathway, zoning them away. And now it's a re-engage from Fnatic Onyx. Dreams to be knocked up and taken down. Good penalty zone into the Eternal Guard. Nako jumping into the back line, but again, it's CW who still has a little nature. Can get out Fluffy, isolated from the team. Annabelle forced to run for the hills. Fnatic Onyx with a masterful counter engage. As you said, Arashi, that blade armor is doing work for Keyboy, man. He was just tickling the horse at a time.
It's not enough damage. Not the right target either, man. Keyboy. Ooh, man, Winter Crown for Rez.
And a glorious pathway again. Rez has the penalty zone back up. 8 seconds for Dreams. Good discipline from Fnatic Onyx. They know that they can just take the Lord for free.
Now with this Lord, this might be the opportunity that Fnatic Onyx needs, the breakthrough to actually end the game at this time. The third Lord of the game secured by Fnatic Onyx. They have been very much a dominant or second Lord in the neutral objective department.
Keyboy now on top of the Antique Cuirass, the blade armor, to survive from all this physical damage. He went for the Athenas, not the Radiant armor. Despite the fact that there's a ton of stacks available coming from the spammability of this Phobius, of the spammability of this Valentina as well from Clockton. He knows that as long as he doesn't get picked off, him getting taken out eventually is gonna still be enough for his team to capitalize. So Athena Shield is the option he went for, and CW gets the Rose Gold too. So even now, if Clockton wants to try and make a hero play, it won't be that simple. You can see Annabelle splitting, but is that a bit too dangerous? That's a Malefic gun. Malefic gun for Nako.
Huh. That's a first. Keyboy walking up with the conceal already with the Lord there. It is a Lord v Lord, but Eternal Guard stands no chance up against the Enhanced Lord. Oh, Eternal Guard from Sans! A completely different reaction. That's a penalty zone from Teresla in the back. CW with the win of nature just to go for the base. 1-0, Fnatic Onyx.
Really good win to build on to the second game. Fnatic Onyx were able to meet the expectations against EVOS Glory. Now the question, how do they bounce back EVOS Glory? Because right now they are 1-6, the same predicament, just like the Blue Bulls earlier. The opponent is hard to beat in Fnatic Onyx. How? What is the solution from Coach Aki here?
They had a game plan that seemed to kind of catch Fnatic Onyx a bit off guard, a bit unaware, but eventually they're able to adapt immediately. Go for the right itemization, go for the right moves in the Land of Dawn. And EVOS, with their teamfight composition, were forced to try and go for a pickoff of all things. But with the highlights in the picture, it was just too difficult as Fnatic Onyx beat them almost at their own game, technically.
Well, Arashi, I know we have this replay here, but I think the bigger question is Malefic gun on Claude.
I don't know about all that, man. You know, the range for the Claude is short, but if you look at how Onyx are playing here, it's not like they're diving in towards him, towards Natko. He was the one that wants to go in, actually. So that was surely was an interesting itemization choice. Maybe he thought that with the base defense, that extra range can allow him to clear fast enough. But Onyx doesn't allow it, man. Even when he's walking up ever so slightly, you can see he was immediately forced to use that Purify, and he gets zoned out.
Maybe the idea is to just, it's a base defensive item. So you can kite the damage a bit easier with the range buff from the Malefic gun, but who knows? That's the play from Natko, but unfortunately it didn't really work out quite well against EVOS Glory because by that time they were down by a lot, and I mean a lot.
Yeah, new tech. I was actually like thinking maybe this could be the new tech, but unfortunately we didn't get really enough time to see it. That was literally the final moments of the game when they actually got the Malefic gun. Unfortunate for EVOS Glory. Again, the execution. All the way from the start, we have to talk about how they, like Shepard mentioned in the game itself, why did they contest when they were already down, when the setup wasn't there? They contested the turtle number 1, and it led to 2 kills being thrown over to Onyx with a turtle.
And you have to wonder, right? They have Annabelle on the Nolan. And we know Annabelle is good with the decisions, with the micro plays as well. Where was this assassin pressure, right? The solo split push. You know, of course, Onyx were having a lot of pressure, but technically, if you're on a Nolan and you're against, what's the roamer, man? A Hylas? In theory, there's so many ways that Annabelle can outplay this and get out of a sticky situation. But the way they were playing this, they put him in the midst of things, in the mix, where he is susceptible to getting hit by some crowd control tools, and that was true all the way from the beginning here. You saw Evos walk in late to the party, and still, even here, later in, it seems like they were desperate to try and get something going, get a surprise play. They jump on Rez on a Terizla with the damage reduction, and afterwards, they even had a copied Glorious Pathway, but at that point, it's not really that beneficial. They were forced to just back away, and instead of getting the surprise that they wanted, they're the ones who just failed to make the play instead.
The baby-faced assassin. Well, not really assassin. Rizzler. Oh yeah, the Rizzler here with the Terizla, the player of the game. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55 and A35 5G.
Dreadnought Armor into the Queen's Wings War Axe. Well, actually, probably the War Axe Queen's Wings first and then the Dreadnought Armor. But along with that, the Winter Crown. We're seeing this item just gain so much popularity because of the nature, right? With how fast these team fights are going, especially with all these late game shred marksmen. You know, that Winter Crown can really throw people off, especially on a hero like the Terizla with cooldowns, right? You want to get in, get all the cooldowns, and in case it isn't up and you can't really sustain back up, you Winter Crown and then start swinging once you get out of it. Here's the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. From the early game, Keyboy was just an absolute menace, but so was Sans. They targeting. The landing of that crowd control is just so good from this guy. And the follow-up from the team, man, they're just playing so confident, willing to just burn a few battle spells, knowing that they do have an advantage. And Dreams on the Tigreal, unfortunately, just unable to really make the big plays happen. Even when they were able to get a surprise onto Fnatic Onyx, the counter always seems so much better until of course, Natko comes in with that Blazing Duet later on. But unfortunately, they just didn't have enough of those kind of moments for Evos to win out.
These disengages from Rez really was what gave him the MVP, right? The fact that he was able to cancel out a lot of these fights. This could have been real bad for Fnatic Onyx had Terizla, Rez not utilized the penalty zone in the way that he did, the defensive manner. And again, it just feels like I'm watching Boots. Season 11, Season 12 Boots.
It's just so good the way he understands his impact here, even when he isn't really getting a full advantage. Unfortunately, right here, Dreams, again, his effectability just reduced by the Eternal Guard pressure, by the penalty zone pressure as well. Aside from just securing his engages for his team, it also kind of forces, it kind of zones out Evos to really follow up onto the Tigreal play. And this was the moment here where they're going for a defense, but just unfortunately, there's just way too much damage here for the side of Fnatic Onyx.
Terizla. Yeah. The last bit of the game, Natko didn't really see that much use from the Malefic gun because this is way too hard to somehow, manage the waves. That is the MVP of the game. This is gonna be the stats from both of the teams so far. 17 minutes game. I guess I gotta say, Fnatic Onyx, they played it a bit more, I guess, smartly. The mid game, they could have won this one a much earlier game.
Well, yeah, but they also want to make sure that they don't leave any stone unturned, especially against Evo's Glory, a team that's well known for just stalling out the game longer and longer and longer. I think Fnatic Onyx just understood that if we want to make a risky play, at least we're going to do it with the Lord, right? When the Lord was with them, they weren't playing too passive, but just that, before that Lord was up, they want to just be a bit more careful. Looking at the items there, that's a C Halberd for CW, so even more Shred on top of Shred, because it does max HP damage as well, and 3 Winter Crowns. Knowing that the team fights are just so divey, Winter Crowns are the weapon of choice for Fnatic Onyx to just get in there and get the job done. Playing around with the cooldowns, and knowing that, again, it's about making sure that initially, if the burst doesn't get you, then it's only a matter of time before the highlights will enable the whole team to just move forward, to get the chase, to get the catch onto Evo's Glory, especially if they're out of the base.
You can see here as well, Rich Guy was CW, damage taken, though Rez took a whole lot of damage. Mr. Hylosman, Horsey Man, Keyboy, Horseboy Keyboy here was able to actually take even more. And Natco was dealing an actually respectable amount of damage on the Claude that we expected to not really be a threat. I think the Claude has really fallen out of the meta by quite a lot. You can still make it work, don't get me wrong here, but it's just really tough, and we get to see that, especially against this kind of composition, right? So many knockups, so many ways to cancel, and even if you dive in, even if you don't get locked down by CC, if CW pops in with a nature and deals damage to you, that's true damage that he's dealing to you.
And speaking of CW and Natco though, in the earlier game that we watched, the Claude didn't really go for a win of nature against a carry. And in this case, Rashi, the only real physical damage faced, but it's obviously CW, but most of the time, it's true damage. So what do you think of this win of nature choice from Natco compared to the previous ones? I believe, who's the one that used it in the previous match? I forgot. But he didn't really go for win of nature against a carry.
Win of nature against carry? I mean, you still mitigate some damage, right? It's just a true damage component that's not really dealt with. I feel like if that's the concern, you're trying to mitigate the true damage, then the Winter Crown can be an option. But the thing is, EVO's Glory aren't really winning enough either for them to be able to win an all-out dive anyways, right? That's the big problem there. They're just constantly zoned out by the Vexana, by the Hylos, right? How do you get past the horse and the technical, extra member there? So the Cloud pick in the first place, maybe the idea is to go in with the Nolan, right? Double dive towards the backline. But like Mirko mentioned, with the Terizla on top of everyone, zoning first of all, and then laying down the penalty zone. Even when it doesn't really land on people, it kind of has a slow effect, a pullback effect, and that kind of gets in the way of the movement of EVOs anyhow. So I don't think the win of nature is a full-on mistake, but against a carry, it's a tough situation to be in, right? You either get a full-on damage, physical damage and true damage, or you mitigate some of it.
And by the way, we have an event here, Buggy Gopay, or this is time for Gopay to grace us with some bonus here. Gopay will be giving away a total of 50 million Gopay coins to 5,000 lucky winners. So make sure to download the Gopay app right now because you don't want to miss that. You can redeem the free Gopay coins right away. A lot of benefits if you use Gopay app. Look at this. Both teams in the locker room, two whole different vibes, I gotta say. Fnatic Onyx is much more cheerful, a lot more brightness to their faces. Meanwhile, EVO's Glory, they're looking to lock in with that huddle up earlier.
The teams from Fnatic Onyx look like they're also locking in, actually. I mean, Yeb's already giving so many instructions despite a very successful game number one. They want to end things quick. They want to end the day quick. Quick day, maybe more time for them to bond and to strategize against their next opponents.
Wow, but if they aren't careful, man, if they look too far ahead, it's a bit dangerous, especially against a match like this. EVO's a bit more notorious, right, for kind of pulling out miracle plays, especially when they are the underdog. Against Fnatic Onyx, it really looks like they're just a bit too solid, a bit too well put together to be caught completely off guard. But we'll have to wait and see, man, for Coach Age. Has he found something, an inkling? The Claude can't work, the dive can't work. Is it maybe a time to really double up on this DPS style, right? The front to back. And maybe something crazy. I mean, I don't know, Mirko.
Crazy.
What kind of crazy front to back options can you kind of think of right now?
Oh, if we think about Age, front to back, it's Sicilian, Gord, Lunox, those picks from Season 7 when he was coaching Bigatron Alpha.
Potential.
Oh, look at this! Hazel is playing with his fans. RQ fans out there, if you want to play with your favorite players on the stage, don't forget to come to MPL Arena and buy an MPL ticket in even weeks to have a chance to play brawl matches with your favorite pro player. Obviously, it's presented by GoPay.
Wow, okay, like they're having a swell time right there. Brawl matches with a pro, man. I don't even know how that feels and how that looks like, right? Because maybe for us it's just for fun, but maybe with a pro player in the mix, suddenly this looks cooler, Because look at these team fights you're seeing right now, right? When pro players team fight, it just feels so different, man. You can't really compare it to your ranked experience, and you can't compare watching in the normal zone compared to the Team Galaxy zone cam either, man.
Ooh, look at that. Everyone is having a Samsung phone. Just come here to MPL Arena and you have this privilege to sit in the front, just about 10 feet away from your favorite players. Go Onyx!
That's the line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're not seeing a lot of the new lemon color, though. That's new coming in from the Galaxy A55 5G.
We'll see it in the next few weeks.
Yeah, potentially. That's pretty cool.
What?
Stop playing with the lemon phone, man.
Oh,
Galaxy A.
Why? I like
series.
lemons.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we're casting right now.
When life gives you lemons,
you make lemonade.
No, you use it to take a photo or
color your phone.
Social media, watch MPL Indonesia, that's it.
For those who don't know what we're talking about the new Galaxy A series phone with a new lemon color. Lemon lime, is it?
I believe it's something of that nature.
So, losing in the early game, how can EVOs turn things around in game number 2? Was it a draft problem? Was it an execution problem?
I think the draft could be better, but it's mainly the execution, mainly just the first neutral objective game of the game was just so bad, I gotta say, for EVO's Glory. They're not using the XP lane, everyone is late, Onyx is already owning the map, and they just somehow went there and expecting them to get a winning fight. That is not a good formula to build on.
And the setups are definitely lacking, but again, that comes with the draft as well, right? How are you supposed to get a setup advantage against an unkillable horse in the early game? You overstep, you get slowed by the glorious pathway, and it's GG. So they're walking up slowly but surely against a composition, by the way, that can melt down the Lord fast as well. I think there were 2 Lords in that game number 1. They got kind of taken completely before EVOs can even get a glimpse of the Lord itself. So the take wheel pick, I think, was a bit sketch, honestly, right? I feel like something that's a bit more spammable. We talked about this so often. The fact that they banned the Ruby, right? There's no, I don't know, something that can kind of use the spells more frequently compared to her Tigreal. I feel like really could have been a bit more effective there. But this is something that a lot of people have talked about for Dreams, right? He likes this big AoE, one moment type of hero. But the fights right now, you can see how it goes, right? A single engage is almost not enough. You need the first engage, and then the secondary, and then still have something in the tank to kind of contribute to the team somehow.
And once again, Arashi, look at that.
Second pick selection for Fnatic Onyx, so it is going to be EVO's Glory still opting to go for blue side, which makes sense. Again, if we take a look at their win rates, they do better on blue side, but giving Fnatic Onyx their side of choice, it's a scary game to play.
It's a Faustian bargain. You give up, you get something good, but you give up something maybe considerably more valuable in the process.
Oh man, scary.
I don't know if that's worth it or not, because when you look at the win rate differential, right, from EVO's Glory, was only about like 15%. Meanwhile, when you look at Onyx, if they were to pick, if you were to use the first pick, it was only like 40% or something. But if they were second pick, they're 90%. That was like 50% different there. So I don't know if the game plan is gonna work at this time. Now we're gonna jump in straight into the draft for game number 2. Coach Age once again against Coach Yep, and looks like from the draft, it is still gonna be the exact same for Coach Age. Will Coach Yep also do the same?
Oh wow. Let's see, man. Chip, Tushin, Roger was the option for Coach Yep earlier, but I feel like there has to be some small changes, and I do wonder what it is for the side of EVOs. Right? Again, maybe Annabelle can play it, and honestly, speaking of potentials, the Claude, right, really wasn't as good. Maybe they can go for a different kind of gold laner here and allow Natco more chances to really go in a dominant fashion in that lane. They still go for that Phobius though. It was beneficial, but I wonder if they are planning something for the carry, right? Because with the carry, even a Phobius, even a Hylas can't really stand there for too long.
Come on, do it, man. Fnatic Onyx, we want to see Albert on the Ling. Do it!
Or Fanny.
The Ling is... I mean, for Albert, I would really prefer the Ling over Fanny, but yeah, we can also see the Fanny. As long as it's an assassin on Albert, I'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, that's also a good hero as well. There's a reason why Ling is so far this season, in terms of highest appearance rate before this match, he's only second behind Chip in 98.77%. And if I were to be right, if my math is correct, there's only like one game left of MPL Indonesia season 14 where Ling was not seen at all. We're not seen at all. And now the first pick for Coach Yep. This is something that is very new. We've never seen this for Coach Yep. A Jawhead first pick?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, I feel like back then when Jawhead was somewhat meta, I think Kivo was a pretty good, very good Jawhead even. Back then the strat was that ejector, right? That flicker ejector, or ejector flicker even, and you have to target the right person in a clump of heroes and Keyboy was one of the players that was able to do something that crazy. I wonder if he can pull it off again, and what kind of composition will be built around the Jawhead? Because we've seen Evos try and go for something with a lot of crowd control to try and follow up onto the initial ejector, but now they're going for the same idea. We talked earlier about the zoning, about the control. Against the Hylos, the Tigreal loses out. Against the Jawhead, I feel like it's a similar situation, man. The damage potential from the smart missiles is going to be too much for Dreams to handle.
And also, this is an easy Valentina pick if they really want to go for it, right? They can get a big ultimate here with the Tigreal. And it's up against a Nolan, someone who will get caught, well, will be vulnerable to get caught by the implosion. The safe choice, they could obviously just go for the same Vexana, but yeah, I mean, it's a no-brainer there to go for the Valentina up against this kind of composition. That is a free ultimate that Evos have just given up, and now it is Fnatic Onic who can do what Evos try to do to Sans. Now Fnatic Onic can actually start banning out these mid laners and put Clockon maybe in an uncomfortable pick.
And even then, what did they want to bring there? We talked about it earlier. Potential DPS tools, potential damage output sources for Clockon in that mid lane. A lot of, we talked about the Sicilian, the Gord, but all those options, even the Vexana here, are so static. It's dangerous to go up against a Jawhead with that kind of hero. And for Evos, they've been with the Julian as well, so they really respect Albert's potential there. But, you know, the Roger can still be flexed around, so great flexibility by Coach Yep here.
It's an interesting ban, to say the least, for Coach Age. Would be interesting if they also still want to go for a target ban towards Albert, despite Onic already have a Roger. But once again, as I said, Miracle, it's targeting Clockon and his hero, so he's going to be forced towards a hero that's really not comfortable, or at least bad against this kind of composition, because the control mages are gone by now. So Jawhead from Keyboy will have an easier time to somehow set up a fight or a pickoff.
Oof, man. I feel like for Evos, they should ban away heroes with good chase, because the way I see this, I predict that we're going to see a Nolan dash away desperately while being chased by the unstoppable force of the Jawhead, man. If Evos are trying to kite back away from the fight, it's going to be way too difficult. And they ban the Alpha, try and get out a good clearing hero for the side of Fnatic Onic. And now they have the chance to show something first. What's it gonna be here?
Rizla Arlen makes sense to go for Rez first here. That's why I'm not a big fan of the Alpha ban actually by Evo's Glory. I thought for sure it's gonna be either Terizla or Arlen.
Could just rinse and repeat here from the MVP of game number 1, Rez. Has been having quite a good season for a rookie, especially in a team as big as Fnatic Onic. And once again, the Terizla will be the option for Rez. No respect ban in the second phase. Will Evo's Glory pay for the decision that they made in the second phase?
Yeah, I mean, for Evos, I guess they were really trying to double down on the early game. Is what Big Eternal did in game 3 against Fnatic Onic 2, and Lo Yi could be an answer if they really want to just go for damage.
For a good fight, right, with everyone clumped together. I wonder if they want to go for the carry as well, if they really want to go for that pickoff style. In theory it works, but oh, it's an Angela and a Lunox! Alright, so another source of great shred for the tankier members, the Lunox right here. Most likely going to the gold lane. I don't see how this works out anywhere else. Angela mid.
Yeah, surely. A hero that really hasn't seen a lot of day in Season 14 after being one of the prior picks in Season 13. But the bad part is, now you give Sans a much better ult to use on, especially with a Roger that's already have an abundance of survivability mechanics as a gold laner or as a jungler, and the damage as well. It's hard.
So do Fnatic Onic want to go Ruby now, you know, in the gold lane, put Roger in the jungle, try to go up against that Lunox and try to bully it with the CC. They do.
Oh, wow. All right. So even the Lunox pressure somewhat negated right here. And again, when it comes down to it, the composition of Evos are so clumped up together, there is potential that Terizla and Ruby will be enough. And on top of that, the Valentina as well. Really so much crowd control flying around in the middle of these fights. And for Evos, they don't even really have the same kind of aggressiveness if they really want to go forward here. They're still relying on the Tigreal as the main engage tool, and it's just less flexible, less spammable compared to the Jawhead.
There is some hope here for EVO's Glory though. Looking at the lineup rating, it really favors them by 1.4. But I think it has really to do with the fact that CW is on a Ruby. The draft index doesn't like the fighters on the gold lane. But let's see though, if Fnatic Onyx is able to win this one and close out the match, or EVO's Glory, will they be able to force out game number 3? Lanoton, here we go.
Ruby in the gold lane, jungle Roger. Let's see if it works out for Fnatic Onyx, because in leg number 1, it was Kyrie on the Roger jungle.
It's a whole different situation right here for Albert. He's shown though that with the right circumstances, he can go aggressive. But Annabelle on the Nolan. Try number 2, and technically when it comes to options, when it comes to targets, there's even less here. Only Sans, but even then, he is a bit more mobile. So this mid lane, Clockun's gonna have to be so active. As we take a look at the emblems by IndyHome, really seeing that for Keyboy, agility and Wilderness Blessing is gonna be really fast on his feet when it's coming to the rotations, especially through the river. And on top of that, Bargain Hunter Inspire for Natco. Once they get all the spells available, trying to burst down, trying to reach the power spikes before CW can get out of control, but with the Festival of Blood and the Thrill, he himself is going for a lot of damage and sustainability.
Natco looking for the trade. In the bottom lane, has the flicker, but Albert can chase you down. Again, it's first blood to Fnatic Onyx, and he loses out on a cannon minion. Oh, that hurts. There's a gold lane, that hurts.
And it's not just the first time it happened in this match, it's multiple times. Natco just overextending unnecessary aggressiveness towards the opposing gold laner.
But to be fair, it was level 2.
It was very necessary.
Ooh, Dreams though, missing.
Ooh, getting knocked up down. Keyboy still wanting to go for it. The ejector comes in. Albert might have just picked up a double, but Dreams was able to flicker back to Clockun's healing.
All right, so far for Onyx though, great reads to the patterns of Evos, knowing that the Lunox wants to use that early game power spike, right? Level 1, level 2 with a sustain. The fact that you can do damage and sustain at the same time. They're using that factor to just allow that gank to happen. And now with the turtle spawning.
Block me. And into an Keyboy with the ejector flicker combo. They're on the clock, and he goes. He picks up the kill there. Albert winning out in the Red Tree battle, 50-50. Dreams, no flicker this time round. The Wrestler will pick up the kill, and Annabelle won't even be able to walk in his own purple buff. Bottom lane, it's a solo kill, and another ejector from Keyboy.
With the implosion for good measure. Fnatic Onyx winning on all fronts in a dominant fashion. What is going on, man? Evos.
Oh, this is the prime Onyx that we used to seeing, and they're just bubbling ever in the top lane too.
Fluffy has the Infernal Pursuit, has the hard guard, but it is just used to defend, to escape, to survive.
Fnatic Onyx back on their prime fashion here. 2.5k in about 3 minutes. That is already nightmarish, but the fact that Natco, he loses on a 1v1 with CW still on 100% HP. That was the one that is mind-boggling for me. What just happened at the time?
That's why I said, man, the Ruby into the Lunox. It's a very good matchup for the Ruby. Level 1, not so much, like we saw earlier, but yeah, the Ruby will bully the Lunox.
That's where the ganks come in, which is why it's a great game plan by Fnatic Onyx to identify where Evos are going to try and make plays. And you can see that Evos, the moment they lose momentum, the moment they lose their formation.
Dreams again, he goes for the implosion here. That's a fracture coming down. Albert wants to jump in despite getting hit by the fracture. Yeah, Dreams, whenever he gets in, he gets poked down by the smart missiles again. Bottom lane, CW. Out damaging Natco, bringing him back, forcing him to use the Brilliance, and then shoving into wave.
There's too much sustain coming here from the side of the gold lane for CW. And on top of that, Keyboy with the ejector, with the shield component of the ejector, he's just out trading and really getting the pickups as he requires. It's kind of insane that for Evos, they just have to have the first play here, the first move, because otherwise they're going to be forced to run away. And Onyx has chase.
Ejector from Keyboy. The kill for Albert. Fluffy can only just walk slowly to see his own friends getting demolished in his own jungle.
Oh man, the hard guard, he was not even guarding anybody, and Sans with the implosion!
Is that Sans? Or is it Keyboy? Infernal Pursuit from Fluffy, an implosion from Dreams onto 3, but he can't do anything. Oh, the hook with the I'm Offended. Now it's a jump from Natco, but it is going to be Albert who goes for the free hit. Prez still surviving. Annabelle getting the kill back, but Albert can go with the Lycan form, and the Lycan pounds all the way to pick up a double kill.
Flight Arbor is ready to go for Fnatic Onyx. Just pummeling through anyone 4-0, 6, 11 kills in a span of 5 minutes. 2 kills per minute, Rashi.
You can't mess with the mobility coming in from Fnatic Onyx, man. Too much chase. Natco.
Oh no.
What?
Not again, Natco. He goes in for the chaos. Not again. Natco getting played with. Fnatic Onyx are just playing with Natco.
Excuse me, what was the plan there? What was the plan?
To steal the turtle. I am Natco.
He wasn't even allowed to pop any of his spells, man. Violence of the highest order coming out of Fnatic Onyx.
Oh no,
Annabelle alone.
Annabelle, no! Oh no, he's gonna get cut by the Donor Wolf King. They are just playing with him now. Another Lycan pounds. Albert does too much damage.
The Red Riding Hood and the Wolf is somehow doing work together here for Fnatic Onyx. And they are just absolutely dominating with Dreams. I don't think they can get away from this.
No! Dreams, no! No! That can't be happening again. It's just one by one they fall into bottom lane.
What was that? What is this game? Look at the items, Rashi. Look at the advantage that they have on all fronts. 1.9, 2k gold lead from the junglers in 6 minutes.
Even the roamer, 700 gold up. The mid lane, Angela Clocken, finally getting the flash of the Oasis, but doesn't even matter. Keyboy with the dash recall, asserting their dominance. And you're seeing it, right? Evos can't walk up. There's nothing they can do to contest. And the longer the game goes, the more turrets fall to the hands of Fnatic Onyx. The worse this game is going to get for them, man. They cannot outrun the Wolf, the Robot, anyone from the side of Fnatic Onyx.
At this point, what is the solution? Oh, Keyboy. Almost getting one, and there's one more!
Penalty zone, Fluffy flickers out, Annabelle tickles Rez, and the turret goes down. Fluffy still wants to go in onto CW, he goes, but hey, CW is not a marksman, he can actually survive! Dreams going for the big play, now with the Chaos too, and the brilliant Albert is still alive! Natco finally the kill, finally getting a shutdown. But somehow Fnatic Onyx only lose one member despite getting comboed like that.
It is a W though for EVO's Glory. There was a shutdown towards a snowfalling Roger. But at this point, like that is just a small lead. Keyboy though has the immortality at this point of the game. So you can see the game plan of Rashi. He doesn't care if he falls. He has the immortality.
And it's crazy for Fnatic Onyx, the aggression they can bring out. They have the penalty zone, they have the ejector play from Keyboy. They even have CW with the I'm offended. If you're EVOs, if you're the front line, you're Fluffy or Dreams, trying to figure out who to try and stop. Who do you pick? Who do you go for? Keyboy just stands there.
Mr. Boy. Mr. Keyboy. Look at him trying to steal the purple buff all alone here, Albert. Gonna be able to pick up the turtle without the retribution. Dreams is hovering over, but Fnatic Onyx, honestly, they just don't care.
Man, even Dreams at this point, it is hard for him to scout out the maps, to scout out the bushes. Sans winning out on a trade with an assassin, with an Annabelle.
Annabelle, the high mobility, fast farming Nolan jungle, losing out 2 levels against the Roger. As we take a look at a...
Keyboy! Sans going for the implosion. The real Keyboy shows him how it's done. Oh, with the ejector. Now combo again with the Infernal Pursuit into the backline. CW machine, I'm offended, but the Rez is still isolating them. Fluffy's all alone. Rez versus the world with a penalty zone. 2v1. Can he win it out? Rez with a swing. Rez going to get taken down. Albert gets ejected to the Albert with the chase. That's a triple kill for Albert. And he's looking for the little girl now. Clocken getting to the safety of that tier 2 in the mid lane. Keyboy has the flicker. No, he doesn't decide to go for it.
Oh, that was an alley-oop from Keyboy to Albert, man. Welcome to Lob City, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic Onyx, 5k gold lead so far. But now, what is going to be the solution here for EVO's Glory when Dreams can't even move around as freely in the early game?
Seems like at least for EVOs, Fnatic Onyx are maybe overconfident. They've been getting comboed by that implosion because they know they're so far ahead. It hasn't really mattered, but they have to bank on a moment like that, EVOs. And they have to decide right now who exactly are they going to rely on to really carry, because the hard guard is such a valuable asset at this point. It has to be used at the right time on the right target. It has to be on EVOs' terms if they're going to hope to gain something as Keyboy. Again, just by standing there, he is just such a menace. 10 seconds to go. EVOs, can they find something? Who do they want to use to really carry it? Fluffy on the Phobias, not really tanky enough. Natco got the shutdown earlier. He's their best bet, I think.
I think their best bet is somehow Dreams getting a huge implosion, but so far Fnatic Onyx is doing a good job.
Oh, into the implosion. No shove here. Fluffy still able to survive. Dreams looking for the implosion himself. Now Annabelle walking up. Purify used up. Fluffy in front of pursuit again. Albert walking back now. Fluffy continuing the chase. Onto Keyboy he goes. With a lot of damage plays down. Oh, Fluffy with the flicker forward. Sans able to dodge away from it. Wow. Fnatic Onyx disengaged now. The re-engage comes down. Res with a penalty zone. Over to Fluffy. Trying to deal some damage. Natco. Chunky Keyboy. Both teams disengaging.
Oh man, that was a really good fight from EVOS Glory. I didn't really expect that, especially when they are down with 5k gold leader, Ashi.
They have a scaling gold lane, technically more so than CW, but the Roger in the jungle is a marksman for Fnatic Onyx. And if you look at it, I really feel like that wave on the bottom side might be pushing in favor of Fnatic Onyx. But only a closer look will reveal it. And for now, Fnatic Onyx are happy to just stick around right here, wait for the next play. They are the ones with the ejector pick-up style. They are the ones who want this to happen, right? They want EVOS to stay in place for Keyboy to do his magic.
Lord getting chunked out by Fnatic Onyx, but I don't think they're gonna just commit to this one just yet. Keyboy will look for a pickup here, but no, Albert
just goes for it. Fluffy now isolated. Two-man I'm offended into the penalty zone. That's the combo. Dreams can escape. Fluffy with the Infernal Pursuit into the front. Keyboy now with the unstoppable force and the flicker backwards. It's Fluffy all alone in the back. Dreams still with conceal already. Rez in the push, waiting for it now. And Dreams is unable to go for the implosion just yet. Sans gets taken out, but now the re-engage comes down. The implosion gets cancelled by the hyper-venom CW. The ejector to bring Albert towards Natco. Annabelle gets a trade. CW is able to sustain just for a bit until Albert comes in to clean them up. Now it's just Clockhood left to defend against Albert and Teresla.
It really is the lobster here from Fnatic Onyx 2 times. The second time in Albert alley-oop from Keyboy as they're looking to get this down, but they're still passive from the turret. The Lord is still marching down the top lane.
They have no solution for Albert, man. A single Lycan pounce. What was that, half the HP bar of Natco and Annabelle? He has insane burst right here, especially with his itemization as the Lord on the top side. They have to find a way to survive from the endless battle Thunderbelt combo here for Albert. And with the great Dragon Spear, more chase for Fnatic Onyx.
Here the game back here from Gopay. In Season 13, Clockhood's Angela had the highest win rate in the mid lane with 4 picks and a 100% win rate. So you can see the plan here, right? Clockhood on Angela, 100% win rate. Dreams on the Tigreal, Annabelle on the Nolan. They have all their hero power, but so far, really hasn't been working for the Tigers. Right now, Fnatic Onyx is already owning the whole map except the base for White Tigers.
Albert is 11-1 and 11, man. He has 5 1s in his stat, in his KD.
He's trying to say he's #1 on so many levels. Sans gets the implosion, even more threats. Now 4 engage tools for Fnatic Onyx. And to make things worse, for EVOS, whoever they jump on needs to be secured almost immediately. But if you look at the itemization, Queen's Wings, War Axe, so many ways to sustain back and survive the initial burst. Even CW went for the Rose Gold Meteor. So even in the gold lane, everyone is just so tanky at this point that EVOS, they can't possibly go for a big pickoff. They just really have to bank on Natco, able to output enough damage. Now he has a Holy Crystal. Let's see if it's enough, because Fnatic Onyx is just waiting around as we take a look at the player head-to-head here between Natco and CW. Average KDA, really quite different for Baldwin here, but the average GPM actually ain't too far.
Yeah, I like the respect from Onyx though towards Natco and also Dreams. The fact that Natco, from the looks of it, from the examples that we've seen earlier, the Chaos Assault can really do some big damage. And so far, Fnatic Onyx, every time Dreams is on the vicinity, they're just backing away, knowing that there's only one Purify on their team, Marashi.
And I don't mind sending Keyboy out and Rez out as long as everyone is in position. That's the setup advantage we're talking about. You can see Dreams has no idea where Keyboy is technically, but the Lord exposes him. Oof, man. For EVOs, again, who exactly do you target with that order, man? It has to be Albert, but if you saw how the previous fight went, Albert was just hidden the whole time. Onyx is playing this really well. They know what their win conditions are.
So winner crown for Sans. Keyboy again with the conceal. Oh no! Negative synergy there. Dreams actually went for the shove. And now it's gonna be Dreams with the flicker forward. They're trying to go for the implosion. Gets caught by Sans' implosion with the Valentino res. Locking Annabelle down and winning out the retribution battle somehow. Albert in the minutes of it all, still doing some damage. That is a double. He's looking for his third triple this game. Clockwood, what is he gonna do? He can't do anything against Albert. That's the gun form to gun him down. Annabelle all alone in the mid lane as he steals the Enhanced Lord earlier, goes for the fracture. But in the end, doesn't even matter. Fnatic Onyx can just walk him down. That's a base turret in the mid lane. That's a base turret up top. That's a penalty zone and an unofficial Maniac for Albert. 2-0, clean sweep for Fnatic Onyx.
Absolute domination from Fnatic Onyx in game number 2. Right from the get-go, guns blazing, the coils is hurting the Tigers.
Way too much chase, way too much aggression. Evo's beat down to submission with pure brute force, pure violence. The dives, the pickoffs, the team fights, the chase. At every aspect here, the Tigers, the apex predator, destroyed by the Porcupines.
A phenomenal performance by Fnatic Onyx up against Evo's Glory. And you can really see why Fnatic Onyx were locked in after game number 1 in backstage there. They were locked in because they were prepared to head over to game number 2 to get an even more convincing stop.
On the other side of the ball though, EVO's Glory, just like their counterparts, the other blue team, Rebellion Esports, right now they are just the same as them. 1-7 on the bottom of the standings. It's not looking very good for the White Tigers, for the runner-up of last season's MPL. What is going to be the solution here? Is the full revamp really the answer at this point?
Is it even a valid possibility at this point? We're so late in the season. Man, it's just so difficult. And you're seeing this again, this team fight was so brutal. By all means, you can say there were mistakes made by Fnatic Onyx in this fight, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Even the Lord gets taken out, it doesn't even matter, right? They know that Albert is on the hunt. They know that Albert is rolling, and they completely abuse that Roger pick, man. Nobody is safe when Albert is on the hunt. That's the story of the game all the way from the beginning. 14 kills, make that 15.
We'll see though, Alvarabop and the crew giving us a bit of an idea on what they think.
Onyx menutup leg pertama, Fnatic Onyx 2-0. Fnatic Onyx hadir di minggu kelima dengan sangat perkasa. Bagaimana kalian menutup leg pertama ini dengan 2-0? Lawan terakhir kalian di leg pertama, bagaimana kalian di match ini? Lancar?
Aku deh.
Gimana menutup leg pertama ini dengan 2-0?
Ya hasilnya lumayan oke lah, bagus.
Lumayan oke. Masih ada yang kurang berarti?
Setiap manusia pasti ada kurangnya sih, Bude.
Waduh. Setiap manusia ada kurangnya.
Rambut contohnya.
Oke. Cewek, baru mulai nih, Be. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari hasil hari ini pun, ini Fnatic Onyx udah lebih baik dari sebelumnya atau bagaimana nih?
Biar hasil aja sih yang menjawab.
2-0 berarti bagus ya?
Lumayan lah. Ketambul mau ngomong tadi.
Ya? Oh, panggilannya apa panggilannya?
Embul.
Embul. Yang mana? Yang kiri?
Yang ini. Embul.
Oh.
Bukan ya, beda ya?
Oke, embul 1 dan embul 2.
Waduh.
Meta kembar kah ini?
Iya.
Ini Alien dan Baby Alien, kenapa sih duduk udah jauh-jauhan? Berdiri jauh-jauhan. Kenapa ini? Kenapa?
Lagi.
Coba dong sebelahan.
Gimana Bart?
Sebelahan lah, biar kita bisa.
Nah, udah enggak kan?
Nah, loh. Kenapa kamu kalau sebelahan sama embul? Sebelahan sama embul kayak kamu salting gitu sih, Bet. Mic-nya kasih Sans.
Enggak, aku biasa aja.
Biasa aja. Bagaimana kamu melihat embul di Fnatic Onyx sebagai player anyar.
Jago, pasti jago.
Jago?
Ya.
Kamu ada nge-train dia sesuatu nggak?
Banyak.
Nggak
ada. Bohong, nggak ada.
Apa? Idolmu bukan nih?
Pasti.
Apa yang paling kamu idolakan dari Albert?
Linknya jago banget.
Linknya jago banget. Lalu ada lagi nggak? Kalau di GH gimana Albert ke kamu?
Gak tahu sih, biasa aja.
Biasa aja. Sebagai kembaran adeknya, sebagai salah satu yang dibilang mirip Albert, kamu ingin nggak skillmu atau karirmu cemerlang Albert?
Pastilah.
Ada tipsnya nggak?
Gak tahu sih. Cuma makannya banyak aja. Kata dia. Makannya banyak. Makan terus ya. Biasa aja.
Dia?
Iya.
Sama
sih. Dia doang.
Hal apa yang paling kamu sukai dari Embul?
Gemoy.
Oh, si Gemoy.
Sama si Gemoy dia.
Kalau Albert apa yang paling kamu sukai?
Sama. Gemoy.
Dua Gemoy ya? Terus. Oh ya ini bertiga. Jangan pula. Oh ya maaf ya. Di sini Ciluk bertiga kayaknya happy banget ya. Ada si kembar ini. Bagaimana? Penutupan leg pertama dengan Albert dan juga Res berdua main bersama. Apa dampak yang mereka bawa?
Chemistry-nya sih, lebih kayak chemistry dia dapat banget. Jadi di in-game tuh jadi lebih bagus kalau buat war geng gitu-gitu.
Itu informasi yang baru ya, ternyata nyatu banget. Lalu, ini kan leg 1 udah selesai. Buat Suns God, ada nggak sih match terberat yang Suns pernah lalui di leg 1? Bude tuh lihat kalian kan kalahnya cuma 2 kali sebenarnya.
Iya.
Atau yang menang juga ada yang berat nggak?
Ya pasti semuanya berat sih, cuman ya kita yang pasti kasih yang terbaik aja di setiap match-nya. Hah? Waduh. Ya kita pasti kasih yang terbaik, tapi semuanya emang berat, kuat.
Semuanya berat,
ya, kuat.
Nggak ada satu gitu tim yang memang leg 2 dinantikan?
Nggak ada sih, kita untuk siapin diri aja sih untuk ketemu siapapun itu. Ya.
Siapapun itu.
Ya.
Kalau sekarang udah siap belum ketemu semua tim itu?
Pasti dong, kan di sebelumnya kan udah ketemu semua kan, jadi pasti udah siap lah.
Nextnya karena lawan kalian adalah tim yang mengalahkan kalian. Ada Geek Fam itu termaksud match seret atau berat atau gimana nggak?
Ya disamain rata aja sih, kita yang penting kasih yang terbaik buat semua match.
Buat semua match, sama rata?
Sama rata.
Suns, keadaan perfecto? Sehat?
Sehat, perfect. Sehat pasti.
Oke, kalau dari Keyboy, kalau Suns katanya sama rata, nggak mungkin dong kalau Keyboy semuanya sama aja. Leg pertama, ada nggak yang paling berkesan atau yang paling benar-benar meninggalkan memori untuk Keyboy?
Apa ya?
Adakah?
Oh cewek katanya. Malu kan tadi.
Oke, nextnya melawan Baloy esok nih. Lusa? Pokoknya akan lawan Geek Fam nextnya. Apa yang harus kita nantikan dari Keyboy dan juga Fnatic Onyx?
Kalau lawan Baloy ntar gue udah siapin hero lah. Ntar lihat aja.
Ada hero spesial?
Iya.
Dinantikan. Namun hari ini sudah selesai 2-0, begitu indah yang mau disampaikan. Kapten?
Kapten biasanya. Apa bulu.
Waduh.
Salah.
Enggak, kapten.
2-0 nih nutup leg 1. Kasih dong kata-kata untuk
terima kasih semuanya yang sudah mendukung di leg pertama ini. Kami sangat mengapresiasi kalian para Sonic. Terima kasih. Pantun nggak ada bro.
Gak ada.
Kemarin abis nonton itu soalnya Indo, jadi kurang tidur. Kurang siapin pantun soalnya.
Oke, baik. Itulah dia dari Bapak Cewek. Terima kasih sekali, kami mengapresiasi kata-kata terakhir di leg pertama. Terima kasih sekali lagi, tepuk tangan untuk Fnatic Onyx. Thank you. Bye Duambul. Dadah semuanya. Namun yang ada di sini jangan kemana-mana karena sesaat lagi Bude akan memberikan sesuatu karena ini memang waktunya it's on Fnatic Onyx time tapi juga ini adalah waktunya BBG bagi-bagi GoPay. Siapkan device kalian, siapkan Samsung kalian langsung karena nanti akan ada kode yang bisa kalian redeem. Jadi ini banyak banget step by stepnya akan Bude bagikan. Jadi persiapkan semuanya. Inilah dia step by step untuk BBG. Oke, jadi kalian bisa buka aplikasi GoPay, klik cek semua promo, lalu pilih voucher dan klik kolom punya kode promo. Lalu masukkan kode promo dan klik tukar. Selanjutnya GoPay akan langsung untuk kalian pastinya. Jadi ini ada banyak banget GoPay coin yang akan dibagikan. Jadi cepet-cepetan siapkan semuanya. Jangan difoto karena ini bakal berebut kepada semua yang lagi nonton MPL. Siapkan diri kalian karena kodenya sesaat lagi akan dibagikan. Nggak seperti Fnatic Onyx yang nggak bagi-bagi poin ya, tapi di sini kita akan bagi-bagi. Dan inilah dia, oh ini udah kodenya yang dari tengah-tengah guys. Buruan-buruan ada GoP 4Y terbaik, gue pakai 3. Jadi kodenya ini yang di bawah. Sudah ada kode yang muncul, langsung saja di-redeem karena ada banyak sekali hadiah yang bisa GoPay coin yang bisa kalian dapatkan. Cepat-cepat ya dapat. Yang udah dapet tulis di kolom komentar yang ada di MPL Arena. Udah pada dapet? Udah, keren banget. Emang Sonic tuh ya paling banter. Ini juga EVOS fans pun juga bersama dengan semua super fans. Bagi-bagi GoPay karena kedua tim ini sama-sama diusung oleh GoPay juga. Dan bagi-bagi GoPay-nya sudah selesai. Sesaat lagi tentu saja akan ada yang membagi-bagi sesuatu. Membagi ilmu tentang kemenangan Fnatic Onyx dengan 2-0-nya. Apakah era Fnatic Onyx kembali bangkit? So, casters, monggo.
Oh man, a rough start in week 5 for Rebellion Esports and also EVOS Glory at this point. They're down 2-0 in all the matches that we've casted today. And especially for EVOS Glory in the second game, it was abysmal to say the least.
Rebellion and EVOS both already down in the dumps and then now even further down. What do we even call that at this point, right? Both 1 and 7, I believe, right now. We're going to see the updated standings later on, but it's definitely a tough season up ahead for both these teams who are really struggling. And Rebellion, the only win they got is up against EVOS.
Oh man, I think at this point, like, EVOS, when they were 1-6, they're on the Earth. Right now, they're on the mantle, soon to be on the core.
Oh,
if they lose another match.
Of Earth. Huh? We're going through the layers of Earth.
Wow, that's science, man.
You know, if they lose another game as well, or another matches as well, they're going to come out from the other side of the Earth.
Oh my god, they might go through. Yeah, they might impale the Earth.
Wow, man, that's definitely not the best for the rest of us. But you can see that right here, man. What can they do? Every single thing that they had going for them was just countered. And the fact that they were able to use that ejector aggressively, I don't know, man, that's kind of hilarious. I wasn't expecting to see that in MPL. I'm still caught completely off guard here, man. Like, what? You see Albert going through and suddenly,
you see this? There's a sign right here. It's a Blessed Friday, he says.
Friday.
Fnatic Onyx gets 2-0 and Fnatic Onyx Philippines won 2-0. I don't know if that's true. I haven't been keeping up here with the matches today, but hey, we got our MVP player of the match.
Oh man.
Alberto Bob, it was 11-1-11. He said, it's cool, but it's not enough. He gets 4 more kills afterwards. He is the player of the match presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Initially, he was on that Julian, and he was able to find ways to catch the members of EVOS off guard. Now on the Roger, it's a bit more straightforward, man. He just waits in the back. I believe in the highlights, we're going to see him hide around in the bushes. And then when EVOS were like, okay, we have a chance, guys, he just pounces out of the wilderness, man. This guy shows again that the killer instinct in the jungle is still very much there. Let's take a look at the player of the match highlights here by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Initially, level 2 gank when the Lunox is trying to be aggressive, trying to leverage the winning, the strong point of the lane. Look at Natco here. Overcommitting to clear the lane, not reaching level 4. Oh no!
Wow, that was a very... I thought CW picked him off or something. Natco just took it.
Well, to be fair, at that point he was already dead, man. Omae was more Shinderu at that time.
That means that you're already dead. Translating what Shevin said right there. If you know the meme, you know the meme. But man, for the side of EVOS, even the hard guard that used to be so meta just wasn't allowed to be used. And look at this burst damage, man. Anyone that Albert touches just loses instantly a huge chunk of their HP. And look at this fight. Initially it was Fluffy. Look at Albert. He's waiting around. Do I go in now? Not yet. Not yet. My time has not come just yet. Now he sees all the tools, everything let loose, and he just goes in, springs into action, and look at the chase, man. This continues even further on. The alley up, the pass coming through, half HP with a single like and pounce. And afterwards, even if you're Nolan, look at that damage. What is that?
He didn't even have a Sky Piercer, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if he did.
He's missing out, man, on the extra damage from the Sky Piercer.
Come on, Albert, you're 11-1. Go Sky Piercer.
And look at this, staying in the back, outputting the damage. Whoa. No Lord, no problem. We're just gonna make sure we punish you enough. No. And look at Clocken, man, just running, but the Great Dragon Spear is just not possible, man.
We're gonna see though the comms, if you're curious about what Onyx talked in the game earlier in a second.
Ada orang guys di ini bos guys. Nah udah imo dah yang gini nih mau tabrak. Kayak gua boy. Kalau sini guys ya. Udah ulti flicker ya guys. Ayo guys. Bos coba. Tiga. Ini orang udah show juga kan. Masa. Mantap. Gua masuk lagi di depan. Gua turun lagi. Udah. Aman. Main sama cewek guys. Pelan-pelan. Aman. Gua konser di bawah Smith ya. Udah. Mau konser. Pukul lagi sabar. Pukul. Tuh Nolan jauh. Guys. Coba majuin ya. Ayo skill 2 tuh flicker ya. Aman. Jauh banget deh. Goton. Guys, orang. Nih, guys. Aman. Lah lunak ya. Lunak. Lah lunak ya. Nih, lunak. Nice. Beton jela, Bob. Kejar ya, Bert. Wih. Ada wave lagi ya? Bisa. Wave lagi aja. Langsung aja. Gua guardian ya. Nice. Sabar.
It's just the usual Onyx that you usually see, and in their golden moments, we're gonna see what happened in that game earlier, and also the emblems that both team chooses.
Those calm cool collected for Fnatic Onyx, and honestly, that last kill on Annabelle was overkill. But at that point, the game is ending, so why not? Looking at some of the items here, Sans immediately with the Lightning Truncheon, with the Winter Crown, outplay potential, burst damage possibility as well. Knowing that there is adequate damage coming in from Albert, of course from the true damage of the Thunderbelt, the Endless Battle, and with the chase potential of the Great Dragon Spear, he's in charge of DPS. Sans just has to make sure that when he does get close enough to do some damage, Nolan, Annabelle on the Nolan, and Clocken on the Angela, whenever they get a bit too far forward, the burst damage is right there from Sans to punish them, and it's just so good. And see, Ruby in the hands of CW. This man isn't really well known for playing the fighters, but I guess again, he's showing his flexibility. Showing that he has still a hidden side that we're not really expecting just yet. The rich guy in the carry though, no question about it. It's your boy Albert. Bro, 69,000 damage dealt. Nice.
And again, right, it basically shows you that for Fnatic Onyx, having two side laners who are more of enablers work out for the team. This is where the trio mid really shines. You get to see Keyboy have all that space to go for pickoffs. You get to see Sans take the Tigreal ult multiple times, make big plays happen, and obviously the jungle. That was once Kyrie. Now we actually get to see Albert perform in the Roger on a carry jungle with so much space created by Rez, by CW. This is Season 11 Onyx. We are back to the previous Onyx. And now the concern goes back to the same concern that we have had for Fnatic Onyx back in Season 12 when they were dominating MPL ID. M5, they lost out. GOTF as well, they lost out, right? So, those two tournaments, they lost out to AP Bren, and they tried to formulate a new strategy to beat them. And this is not the strategy. This is the same strategy that they used to win Season 11, MSC, and get to the Grand Finals, but not to win in those two final tournaments.
We have to find the exact right matchup and be able to actually turn
the measurement
on and off that style. But before talking more about it, let's take a look at the audience highlight here, Shevin.
from Mr. Nur Fazri Irawan, finishing leg 1 in 9th place. How can EVOS bounce back in leg number 2? Must be more confident. Don't let opponents pressure you. Sharpen your focus and minimize mistakes if possible. Avoid blunders. If possible. That is
Impossible. Yeah, I mean, Nur Fazri, there were a lot of blunders that game. One from a very specific member of the team, but yeah, minimize blunders. I think that is very important, right? Execution matters, man. And in the drafts, they were overthinking a lot of the picks, and it's weird because they were not thinking of some of these picks, and then they were overthinking on others, like the take real pick.
We're gonna see though what they have to say about the draft earlier with losers interview from EVOS Glory.
Sama dengan head coach dari EVOS Glory, AG.
Halo.
Mau tanya keadaan pasti.
Udah, nggak usah ditanya.
Udah
tahu
ya? Udah tahu ya?
Udah tahu.
Amburadul kah?
Ya, lumayan.
Lumayan ya. Namun banyak yang penasaran nih. Minggu yang cukup berat untuk kalian. Gimana cara kalian menghadapi minggu ini? Karena nextnya juga bakal melawan top tim juga, ada Bigatron.
Ya.
Bagaimana untuk persiapan minggu ini?
Persiapan nggak sesuai kenyataan, udah itu. Persiapannya udah mateng banget, udah bagus banget, emang di lapangannya aja nggak sesuai kenyataan, nggak tahu kenapa.
Apa nih yang nggak sesuai nih?
Ya main ya.
Beda?
Ya beda aja.
What happened kira-kira?
Ya mungkin mentality, nggak tahu sih. Gue mau bilang mereka mentalnya jelek banget sih semuanya. Biar mereka denger aja di media ini. Gue pengen mereka berubah sih, karena menurut gue kita nggak bisa gini terus sih. Karena kalau gini terus ya, lu mau menang aja susah. Lu mau dapetin poin aja susah gitu loh. Ya back to diri mereka lah. Aku udah coba sebisa mungkin ngasih tahu mereka, bikin mereka berubah, coba semangatin terus. Ya mungkin memang harus dikerasin kali ya di sini ya.
Oke, Ogi kan udah berseason-season menjadi coach, udah berpengalaman. Namun kalau misalnya masalahnya mental, jawabannya
balik dari diri sendiri, harus percaya lagi sama diri mereka. Cuma aku tetap nge-guide mereka lah, aku tetap bakal nge-push mereka terus buat mereka coba terbiasa dengan atmosfernya, dengan gimana cara mereka masuk ke game zone lagi lah sebenarnya.
Oke, mereka adalah player yang bisa dibilang sebenarnya kan sempat rising, Cinderella story di season lalu. Lalu di season ini malah kayaknya struggling banget ya.
Iya. Yeah.
Tapi kita juga tahu dari EVOS ini selalu rajin untuk mewarnai transfer window.
Iya. Yeah.
Tiap week biasanya ada EVOS, tapi minggu ini kayaknya nggak ada perubahan apa-apa.
Nggak ada, kita pengen player-player yang sebelumnya kita ambil responsibility-nya lah. Kita yang bikin kalah, kita harus coba bikin menang.
Berarti nggak akan ada pergantian nih?
Ya kayaknya udah nggak ada deh.
Karena kan kalau season lalu ternyata pergantian pemain bus.
Iya. Yeah.
Jadi jawaban?
Iya. Yeah.
Ini nggak?
Kayaknya nggak ada.
Nggak akan ada?
Nggak.
Jadi kalian ingin nge-solve problem kalian saat ini dan stick to this team.
Ya.
Udah bulat nih, bold.
Ya nanti masih ada leg 2 kan. Coba kita kejar di leg 2 aja.
Di leg kedua. Oke. Ngelihat tim-tim di leg pertama ini tentu banyak yang dibenahi ya.
Benar.
Tapi melihat untuk lawanmu di leg yang kedua, banyak sekali tim-tim yang akan kalian lawan. Gimana ngelihat lawan-lawan kalian dan sekarang posisi kalian di 9 nih.
Iya, makin banyak tim yang bakal kita lawan makin bagus sih sebenarnya. Jadi ya masih ada chance menangnya masih banyak lah. Ya mau gimana pun kita harus berusaha sih. Meskipun dibilangnya ya aku jujur bilang aja mereka main di stage gak sesuai dengan apa yang kita latihan. Mereka mainnya di panggung berbeda ya harusnya mereka sadar sih. Jadi ya makin banyak match kita bisa lihat lah perubahannya mereka kayak gimana.
Oke, tapi AG percaya dong anak-anak ini bisa untuk bangkit kembali.
Percaya, mungkin harus disentil di sini. Karena kalau nggak disentil di publik, ya bakal berlindung terus. Aku juga nggak mau lah lihat mereka kayak gitu.
Yes, dan ini semua dukungan super fans semua EVOS Fam juga seharusnya udah masuk ya. Kayaknya nggak kurang-kurang nggak sih dari semua fans yang kayak di sosial media lagi mencemooh EVOS dengan hasilnya.
Gak apa-apa, emang pantas. Tinggal kita perbaikinya aja. Bisa nggak gitu loh. Kalau sekarang lagi kondisinya lagi marah semuanya atau apa ya wajar lah.
wajar. Itu bisa menjadi sebuah tamparan dong seharusnya jadi player semangat.
Harusnya iya. Harusnya jadi tamparan kita lah. Karena emang ya kita bukan kondisi yang harus kayak bilang oh percaya aja sama kita, enggak. Kita yang harus kasih mereka biar mereka lihat hasilnya kita, biar mereka yang percaya sama kita.
Oke. Jadi untuk fans kalian harus percaya juga, proses juga. Jadi tenang-tenang, anteng-anteng. Nextnya lawannya adalah mantannya Age, Bigetron. Bagaimana nih?
Kalau mereka main seperti dengan apa yang di latihan, mereka pede seperti apa yang di latihan, gue yakin bisa sih.
Nothing to worry.
Nothing to worry kalau emang sama dengan apa yang kita latihan.
Oke, jadi kita nantikan bagaimana hasil untuk latihannya bisa nggak diimplementasikan ke atas panggung. So, Age, thank you banget semua. Kita berharap semuanya EVOS bangkit dan memberikan yang terbaik. Kutukan season genap nggak ada kan?
Ya nggak tahu lah, mungkin aja ya.
Wow.
Cuman semoga nggak lah. Masih ada beberapa match lagi kan, masih ada banyak juga kan. Ya semoga di putaran kedua bisa maksimal lah.
Oke, setelah dia mengharapkan putaran kedua, leg 1 selesai, kita tutup buku dan kita akan melanjutkan ke leg yang kedua. Namun thank you banget Age.
Thank you.
Good luck untuk journey-nya dan caster kita akan kembalikan ke kalian.
Amin.
In a way, I can kind of relate with Age, you know. When you're a kid, you know, you rehearse your speech over and over again. And when the day comes, when it's the competition, you're in the stage up there, a lot of people are watching, you just froze, panic attack, and might be pee yourself.
Wow, you think that's extreme. Maybe that's just you, right? I don't think the players peed themselves.
But I mean, I haven't looked.
Okay, all right. So
maybe
Shepin will find that for you guys in just a moment later on when we get to the back rooms. But I can relate too, man. I mean, till this day, sometimes I'm like, oh, what do I say now that I'm on stage and broadcast? There's so many people watching. And then you overthink things and then you end up saying weird things sometimes.
Yeah.
Like drinking ice cream.
Like, I can definitely pick out like 10 moments where I said a lot of weird things.
Definitely. So yeah, I mean, again, the thing is, unfortunately, that kind of excuse shouldn't work anymore, right? I mean, it's not like this is their first season. Their first season was last season. They should be able to work on this real quick, and I think that was what Age said as well. It got to a point in the interview where he said, you know, maybe it's time for me to be a bit more strict with them. Maybe it's time for me to call them out one by one, even in the interview, so that they could hear from backstage. But we got our play of the day.
Oh man, Rashi, look at that. Look at that. Oh, Beloyski getting pinned down to the wall. Also, the Nether Realm just saved him, but there it is. Boom. Oh man. Ooh.
Technically, this Kadia play of the day is a bit of a team effort, but it was initiated initially by
the three-man
Fake Boy Beloy. So it's a great showing again that Geek Fam with their resilience. Hopefully EVOS can bring back that kind of resilience, right? The patience, the discipline to take it to the late game, right? And find moments like that where all seems lost. I feel like EVOS always had something of that nature going through, but you know, for now it's just not there just about yet.
So I would say every team beware of Beloy whenever he hits a 0-6 power spike, because then what?
Beware of Beloy.
Beware of Beloy. B-O-B, Bob. Especially when he's 0-6.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the standings here.
Oh my.
A lot of change in the bottom part of the standings. 9 to 8. Rebellion Esports. After that, not even a win. They lose 2-0. What literally the worst possible scenario.
You want to know why Rebellion are above EVOS?
Why?
Head to head?
Head to head. There you go. So it's a match point. When the match point is the same, when the net game win is the same, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the head to head, and Rebellion were able to get a win against EVOS Glory in their first leg matchup. So that's why Rebellion are ahead of EVOS.
That's so unfortunate. But tomorrow's schedule, though, moving on to potential futures, Dewa versus RRQ. Man, it's a tough one. Alter Ego versus Team Liquid ID. Oof, it's a tough one. EVOS versus Bigetron. Ooh, that's a tough one.
It really is, man. EVOS after
that's the start of their second leg. And Age in an interview, he was saying, you know, the second leg should be the start of something new. I really hope it is, honestly, because I'm a big fan of Age, despite the fact that I'm also a big fan of Bigetron, big fan of Age, big fan of Dreams. Annabelle, Doma. Doma's no longer here with us, though. Oh, he's still alive, but he's just not in EVOS.
But the interesting thing is from Aki, from what he said earlier, despite saying that there's gonna be a lot of new things, he's not gonna employ new players here in MPL Indonesia.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because last season they did. They swapped the entire roster and they got to playoffs. They got second place.
I think there has to be some changes in at least one role there. I'm not gonna say it, but
speaking of changes, though, have you guys heard about the new Samsung Circle to Search?
No. What is that?
That's a new feature, man. I was just told this. Someone whispered in my ear. Told me how it works. So here, I got a Head and Shoulders, right? So let's assume that I have no idea what this is. Okay, right? So it's so simple. It's unreal, man. So wait, no, leave it on the table.
Yeah.
So.
What are you going to do with the Head and Shoulders?
I begin with taking a picture of Head and Shoulders.
Take a picture with Head and Shoulders.
Leave it here for a bit.
You take a picture of
it. So just like that. I don't know if you can see it, but there is a photo.
With the camera app?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you open a menu here. You hold on the bottom. There's a menu.
Okay.
And then you simply, I don't know if you can see the details, but you circle what you're trying to search up. And boom, just like that, results show up. Head and Shoulders Lemon Cigar. Even the exact flavor, as Goni says it, shows up right there as a result.
Wow, all right.
I wish I can let you guys see this a bit more proper, but you're gonna get zoomed even further out instead. But that is so convenient, man.
Imagine.
Gone are the days where you're like, what is it called? What is it called? You have to kind of do some guesswork, do some investigation. No, you circle it and then immediately just shows up online.
Especially if you visit other countries, right? And you want to figure out what this is, what this says, you can just search it up and you can tell your friends, hey, we got the lemon. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you take a picture of a building and you're like, what building is this? You circle the building, it comes up. I tried it, bro. It's insane.
All right, that's actually a really, really cool feature. Thanks for showing us that, Arashi. For you guys who, if you want it, if you're interested, Sheffield knows where to get it.
It's on the Samsung.com/ID or visit the nearest Samsung store. Get an awesome gaming experience with the Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G.
Right.
I just like the feature, man. Imagine you not knowing what a whale shark is in the Sea World.
A whale shark?
Yeah. Is it a
exactly.
whale or is it a shark? And you just circle it.
It tells you.
Oh, it's
so
actually
what is a whale shark?
Just like that.
It's a shark.
Apparently it's a shark.
Yeah, it's a fish.
Shevin thought it was more whale than shark, but it's apparently more shark than whale.
Then it should be a shark whale. Why is it called a whale shark? Why is the whale over you know?
It's right. Whale shark.
Oh, so the last part is the emphasis.
Yeah, like hummingbird. It's not a humming, it's a bird.
Okay.
Exactly. Man, it's all improved though.
Wait, a hummingbird, is it a humming?
No. The heck is a humming?
I don't know, man.
What about Kadia? Play life. Is it the life or is it Kadia?
Riddle me that, Shevin.
I don't know, man. You might be just
is the
messing my
Kadia,
brain here.
bro? Is the Kadia Discord still, or is it Kadia?
It is a Discord.
Is
just drop into Kadia Discord for all things gaming.
Exactly.
So Kadia or gaming?
/Kadia.
Yeah, it's Kadia Gaming.
It's
is
Kadia
it gaming
Gaming.
or Kadia?
It's gaming
by
with Kadia.
With Kadia.
With Kadia.
Okay.
Interesting. So we're learning new things on the table right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Follow the socials right there. You can actually scan a QR code. You can join the Discord for all things gaming. FanDX.io/Kadia. They ended it with Kadia. So, hey!
It's been like
the
that
logic
for 10
checks out,
years.
ladies and gentlemen.
10 years? I don't think it's been like that for 10 years.
Excuse me, what?
Well, there is something new though. There's something that's not from 10 years ago. It is a new collaboration with UBS Gold from MPL Indonesia Season 14, available at ubslifestyle.com and also UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. You can get free skin also with every purchase of the limited edition beautiful specimen here. The Penetera Electro Katana. You like katanas, right? Arashi? You're a weeb.
I'm called Arashi, you know.
Yeah.
It's a bit to be expected.
For sure. You can see there, the katana.
Wow!
In your eyes, sir.
You know, one of my dreams is to forge my own katana. So this could be like the first step in a beautiful direction.
What are you gonna do with that?
Huh?
What are you gonna do with the katana?
Pass it down to my grandkids. What do you mean?
Ah. So you're not using it.
The family heirloom.
For what?
To slash people?
In this day, what?
That is violent. Are you? I mean, technically, is Arashi violence bang bang, but now I guess you might be chefing violence bang bang.
Nah, he's
I need to cool off.
Yeah, he's chefing drink ice cream bang bang.
Drink Campina, Tropicana Double Crunch, or like any flavor out there, man. The ice cream.
Eat Campina. You eat ice cream, guys. All right. It's amazing when you eat Tropicana Double Crunch ice cream for gamers. Double your energy to God level. Caramel ice cream with double chocolate, making it twice as crunchy. experience it the exciting way of mabar, eating together. You see,
Drinking
it's
together.
eating together. Makan bareng, not mibar, minum bareng, which means drink together. We eat ice cream. We don't drink ice cream. Shevin,
It's certified.
it's certified.
It used to be a liquid,
So it's a lot of things that we don't really consider. Oh man, do you
So
drink
you
ice
drink-
cubes too? You drink ice cubes as well?
What? Ice cube?
You drink ice cubes as well? It used to be liquid too.
Yeah,
it's
it used to be
naturally water.
liquid.
I mean, I guess.
You guess? Maybe
Wait,
I am going to use
here's the thing,
Maybe I am going to use a katana,
Wait, wait,
Shevin.
wait, wait, wait.
Maybe I am going to use
gonna
it.
say
Hold
my
on. Maybe I am going to use it.
Ice cream, you lick it. It becomes liquid in your mouth.
Yeah, so it's
And you
different than
down
an
it.
ice cube.
No. Well, yeah, ice cube. I'm not eating it right
All
away.
right,
I'm
yeah,
licking it or
you
something
can
like
have this
that.
conversation later, but you should not drink, you should eat ice cream, not drink, all right? But also, don't drink nor eat Head and Shoulders. Use it for your hair to get beautiful hair. If you guys like the hair that we have right now, it's so amazing, Smells fresh as well.
There's a
Lemon
reason.
fresh. You guys can go and take the Head and Shoulders Lemon Fresh. If you want the minty flavor, you can go to Thai Grill version. That is limited, by the way. 100% dandruff and itchiness wiped out and protected from all sorts of irritations.
And the mint one is great, man. I think me and Goni both agree that in the Jakarta heat, that is what you need, man. It's a cool sensation.
I mean, especially if you're using a bike and you're using your helmet.
Yeah.
It's just, it really is needed, man, this kind of thing.
Exactly. Now,
Really
even if
keeps
you're
you
at
fresh.
home, even if you're just browsing at home with amazing internet. Speaking of amazing internet.
Yeah, what kind of internet are you talking about?
Well, if you guys want stable connection, and if you want to play your games together with your friends with no lag, you can go for Packet G2
It's not Packet IndiHome. Oh, no, Packet Phoenix.
Yeah.
Packet
Packet
G2
G2 means accurate package.
For the
really?
low price of
G2.
375k rupiah.
375K?
You
That's
get
value, man.
internet speed up to 100 megabyte per second. That is huge.
That's like $27.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That is outrageous. Like, really. Just subscribe now to on my Telkomsel or tcell.id/national for more info how to get IndiHome, because you don't want to lag on your gaming experience.
Absolutely not. If you guys really
so
want to get
bad.
to the pro level, you need good connection, you need a good device. We've already covered that. You need a good snack.
You
And
also
last but
need-
definitely not least, you need to be able to hear properly in-game, because the sound cues that you hear in-game, some of you guys play with your volume all the way down. And I'm going to have to say, that's a wrong way of playing the game, especially if you want to get good, scrub. Go get your Oraimo Airbuds 4 if you want to get good.
Man, I feel personally attacked by that statement.
Calling the viewers scrubs, huh?
Yeah. If you
Ah.
play with no volume, I get it. Sometimes it gets annoying around people, like people will be like, bro, why you have your volume up all the way? You can always just go earbuds, and then you don't have to be selfish. You don't have to make people listen to whatever you're listening to. You can listen to it yourself.
It's also easy to get to official Oraimo store. Get yours now. Just check it out for more info. And I already bought the Irit edition because I really like Irit's voice.
You should get the earbuds
It's
4.
But exactly,
Yeah.
this one, you can see the data of the
you
earbuds
go.
visualized on the case.
Oh.
I called it something else last time, but it's a case.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, I remember that. You said it was a cover or something.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Which is why now I don't, because I've had We Drink, bro. I'm hydrated. I'm
You've
focused.
had We Drink?
Yeah.
What's a wheat drink?
What's We Drink?
It's like, oh man, it's like one of the best
Is it an ice
drinks
cream?
I've had. They have ice cream too, man.
Oh, so I'm right? We drink ice cream?
You gotta cut this out, man.
It's a legendary collab we drink, and also MPL Indonesia Season 14. As you can see at the bottom there, the first ever epic collaboration of We Drink and also MPL Indonesia. Welcome to the new era of Indonesia esports with We Drink.
You see that thing on the right there?
Nana.
If you want to, no, on the drinks.
Oh.
That's
you
more
wanna
of the
drink,
middle.
If you want to drink something, it's on the right side of the middle. That purple stuff, that's their grape tea, and that is delicious, man.
Grape?
If you want to drink something, drink that. Okay?
Oh, grape!
Wow, grape!
Wow.
Wow,
I
grape.
would love that.
Yeah,
You can
me
also get
too.
a lot of stuff from other stores though. In Indomart as well.
Absolutely.
And by the way, if you're kind of lazy to just go to Indomart right
Yes.
away, use Click Indomart.
Oh.
Feel the ultimate skill of free delivery from click Indomart,
Just click.
you can get your groceries as little as 1 hour.
1 hour.
Yeah.
1 hour, and you get your groceries.
I've already used that like 6 times by now.
Wow. I mean, come on, guys. For you guys back at home, we all know, we are gamers. Sometimes we just like the game. We don't want to go to the grocery store and, run our errands. And
touching
with
grass.
Indomart, yeah, touching grass is unnecessary. You can actually, go and take the easy route in life by just ordering your groceries on Click Indomart, and you can also get some promos, some solid promos that you guys can find on the app.
I mean, let's be real, man. If you're gonna go out there and get your groceries yourself, you're gonna take more than 1 hour. Let's be real, man. Let's be real. Indomart's got
And you have
man.
to touch grass.
Exactly.
We don't do that here.
Just let the professionals handle it, okay?
Professionals.
Imagine just clicking, and it's just your groceries,
Boom,
all your
groceries.
groceries right in the front door.
It's like magic.
It really
Modern
is
magic.
If you told someone in the middle ages,
yeah.
you got this technology, they would be like, you would be burned.
Yeah.
Down.
You're a witch.
You're a witch.
There's no way this is real.
witchcraft. This is sorcery. It's also would be sorcery if you bring Yummy Choice back to the Middle Ages, because they would just taste it and they'll be like, what are all these flavors? What is this amazing food?
Yeah. How is this hot? How is it warm?
They had hot food.
They have hot
but
food in the Indomart.
You know how fast you can get warm food with Yummy Choice? Wait,
It's easy. It's just 1 minute
Wow.
with a microwave.
in like a minute,
Voila.
dude. Yeah. If you brought cold food to someone in the Middle Ages and
Okay.
you're like, boom, 1 minute later, you're like, there, and it's hot, you're done.
You're done. You're gonna get burnt down like a witch again, because it's sorcery to be able to do this instantly. And the thing is, with a lot of the instant food that we have, it's usually not good, right? But here, Nusantara menu, it's delicious actually, and you guys can get it ready in a short time. You can get the Indonesian flavors. Fun fact: me and Arashi and some of the other friends of ours went to Puncak, and at night, we were actually quite lazy to actually cook, so we went over to Indomart to get Yummy, and hey, we put it in the microwave.
It was pretty good.
And it was really good.
Let's be real,
And to enhance the experience, on Puncak, it's always cold, right? You might want to get the perfect cloth to use.
But all the clothing brands are expensive, and they aren't really that good.
Well,
They don't
there's this
look
thing.
cool.
Yeah, we have Erigo. Wherever you go, but literally wherever you go, use Erigo, and that includes Puncak with Merco.
Oh my god, that looks good.
Look at the variants, man. Look at the prints on the right. That is so
The most right is very, very cool.
Like the
You're saying you
jacket,
can
the
wear
outers
this
too.
You can wear this in any kind of weather.
Yeah.
So if it's hot,
Whoa.
it feels cold. If it's cold, it feels warm.
That's
Yeah.
the technology?
It
Is
is.
that new tech?
What is that material, man? That's crazy.
Maybe 100% cotton.
100%
Cotton.
cotton.
Yeah. Cotton.
All right.
Tottenham. Tottenham.
What do you think of Tottenham? No.
You want me to finish?
No. Calm down, Jeff. Calm down.
How about you focus instead on Saturdays?
Yeah.
Right? With so much energy. It's not even Saturday, but we gotta talk about Saturdays, man, because you gotta get the winning looks for winning gamers. Brought to you by Saturdays and MPL ID. The eyewear that they provide is the secret weapon for dominating the battlefield. It's available at www.saturdays.com and all Saturday stores. And you gotta stay up to date by following @saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok, as we have something new coming in for season 14. We've seen the frames last season. It has to be cooler, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense if it's a downgrade.
You know
It's
what?
gonna be an upgrade.
I actually wear the sunglasses, the Saturday sunglasses, because
Alright.
I got it. So I will actually show it to you guys maybe tomorrow or the next week. I have it at home.
Sick.
Oh, sick. Very, very sick. There's a reason it's called MVP collection, man. Most valuable pair of glasses.
Most valuable pair of glasses.
Really? Yeah.
Dang. That's crazy.
Well, actually, I think the MVP that's a good connection. But the MVP, I think it stands for most valuable player. Still.
No, it's more. It literally says most valuable pair.
Really?
You need new glasses.
Exactly,
Oh
Shepin.
my
There you
God.
go. I need me some Saturdays.
Yeah. Saturdays on a Friday, Saturdays on Sunday, doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be Saturdays to use Saturday
Get this.
tickets.
Saturdays on Saturdays.
Oh my God! Oh!
Like Saturdays squared.
Saturdays.
Wow.
Squared.
My mind is blown. I'm reaching at lineman.
Imagine if we actually make it to Saturn. So there'll be another Saturn day. Saturdays on Saturn.
But can I watch MPL ID on Saturn?
I honestly don't know. I can't see the future. We gotta stay in the present. We gotta stay in the now. And now season 14 is happening.
Yeah, you can buy MPL Indonesia season 14 tickets right in MPL Indonesia website. And there's a lot of exciting matches here, and also that brawl match that we've mentioned earlier. You can play with some of your favorite player, RQ Hazel, and in the future, maybe RQ Lemon will come here because RQ is dominating the game right now. They're dominating the standings.
Massive if. But, you know, who knows?
Pick if true.
In this season, who knows, right? There's a ton of exciting matches. And even without the brawl, again, we have to remind you that they got the Flyers merch out there. Arigo, as well as the team merch. If you're confused, you know, you're going online, why is everything sold out? Duh. Teams are doing great right now. The fan base is going crazy for every single team, even if their team isn't doing well. You come over here, you have that merch ready to go immediately into your hands from the stands of the teams themselves. So that is why you gotta get your butt over here.
There we go, wherever you go. And you can also register wherever you are for the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Season 6 open registration and open qualifiers. Yes, you, Jonathan.
Me?
A random player can go and play with your team to qualify in the open qualifiers. It is open to everyone. That is it. That is why it's called open qualifiers. It is not closed. It is not an invitation. You can join.
Is that Jonathan specifically calling for Jonathan Liandi?
Maybe.
Who knows? Bring your cushion to Snapdragon
Mr.
Pro Series.
3156.
Ooh.
31 kills, 5 deaths, 6 assists up against the Kage. The Kage Slayers.
Yeah. Insane. One of the best players of all time. Mr. Jonathan Liandi Emperor.
One of the players of all time.
Shout out Mr. Emperor.
And also, look at that upcoming match for EVOS. Oh, it's definitely a tough match here in the first one against Bigatron Alpha. As you can see, sold out. And the second game, good news for you, for all the Day One fans, also EVOS fans out there. There's still a lot of, a bit of spot here in MPL Arena for Tewa United versus EVOS Glory. But on the next one, EVOS versus A, as expected, sold out. It's gonna be hard to get these tickets if you just wait until the last day, man. You gotta grab it right now. Grab it right now.
Like we said earlier, all you need to do is open up the website to get MPL Indonesia Season 14 tickets. And it's as easy as that. You guys can go and watch these matches. But honestly, this Leg 2 does look a bit more promising. Their first 2 matches are going to be up against Dewa and Alter Ego. So these 2 matches are must-win matches. Technically,
at this point, yeah.
they need to win tomorrow. It needs to start as fast as possible, right? I mean, why wait? Why count yourself out? Even though you're up against a team that is really strong right now, you got to go all out. That's the mentality that Age was talking about for these players to grow, for the team to get success.
And maybe, right, if they're used to the level of Bigatron, a team that's doing so well up there, then maybe when they go up against Dewa and Alter Ego, they might have learned something from being exposed to the plays, the rotations coming in from Bigatron. So I can see Age's optimism, but he's in a tough situation, man, and we wish him the best for sure, especially Mirko, you know, and me as well. I mean, we met him, right, over in Bali back then. We had our share of conversations.
Meanwhile, upcoming matches for FNOC. Geekfam versus Fnatic Onyx. Oh, man.
Wow. These are fun matches, man.
By the way, Sunday. The first leg, Geekfam 1-2-1. Did you know that? Did you know that?
Yeah.
You didn't know, right? In match number 3, there's going to be Fnatic Onyx versus RRQ. The Royal Derby is back. But this time around, RRQ is stronger than ever. And it's a legitimate threat to get to M6 in Malaysia.
Ooh. And then don't forget TLID.
You don't like to hear that?
I'm not complaining.
Okay.
The new up-and-coming star, TLID, going up against the reigning champions of MPL Indonesia. We'll see if Fabian and the crew with Aaron Shiki, Yehezkiel, can they get the job done? Will they use Yawi or will it still be Witty? Will it be James or will it be Aran?
A lot of questions that needs to be answered in match number 2 in Sunday this week, so don't really miss out. No, it's not this week, it's next week.
Sunday this week, Geekfam versus Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, I was saying that TLID versus Fnatic Onyx.
Don't worry, we'll have TLID versus Alter Ego just tomorrow.
Oh, TLID versus Alter Ego, and it's Nile versus Fabian. Oh my god, the assassin battle.
I really hope they don't ban assassins. I really hope they let it open.
Let it open, man.
But usually when 2 players are, assassins, we always just see 6 assassins. Not 6, but like, yeah, most of the assassins banned.
Maybe we'll see a different assassin, right? An assassin that hasn't been shown so far due to the bans.
Karina?
Hanzo?
Oh, Karina. That's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen that. I think in Season 9 that we last saw it really be prio.
There were buffs to that hero as well, by the way. I think for a while it was kind of popping up here and there, but haven't seen it too far. So maybe some of these teams can unlock that big brain selection.
Hey, maybe Gushin might be the selection too. I don't know about that.
I want to
though.
see that. That was a fun,
I want to see
that was
that,
a fun
but
time.
I think it's gonna be really bad for you to pick Gushin, if in the jungle at least.
The Gushin mid?
Gushin mid, I guess. It's playable, but let's see though if that's gonna happen in the next matches of MPL Indonesia Season 14. We in the desk, Shafin, Mirko and Rashi is gonna sign out. Don't forget to watch MPL Indonesia Season 14. We own this.
Betul banget.
EVOS mau ada acara kan?
Betul banget. Jadi EVOS bakalan nobar di Palembang nih. Jadi buat EVOS fans boleh nih, EVOS fans Palembang terutama ya. Besok kita bakal ada nobar.
Wih, nobar? Terus ada acara apa lagi selain nobar?
Nah, ada acaranya itu mini turnamen Bude. Terus ada kuis-kuis berhadiah juga. Nah, selain itu bakalan ada MLBB Challenge, yang hook challenge itu loh yang pakai Franco
Wih,
gitu.
hadiahnya pasti banyak dong.
Betul, betul banget.
Seru. Terus Palembangnya mana nih?
Acaranya itu ada di Utopia Collaboration Bude. Besok tanggal 7 September jam 7 malam. Jadi buat EVOS fans Palembang jangan lupa datang ke Utopia Collaboration.
Gratis?
Gratis.
Semuanya boleh datang?
Boleh, siapa aja.
Siapa aja boleh datang. Namun EVOS besok butuh semangat nih, Angel. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih buat EVOS dan juga EVOS fans nih?
Buat EVOS fans, terima kasih udah masih mendukung kita sampai saat ini. Memang mungkin lagi terpuruk juga. Tapi kita akan berikan yang terbaik lah, intinya itu.
Jadi buat EVOS fam solid terus ya, harus ya.
Betul.
Thank you banget Angel udah
Thank you,
bergabung
Bude.
bersama kami. Dan good luck untuk besok. See you
Thank you,
tomorrow.
Bude. See you.
Thank you banget. Dan yes, jangan lupa banyak aktivitas seru dari semua tim. 9 tim ada di MPL, mereka biasanya tuh memang mengadakan event-event keren. Namun yang lebih keren adalah di minggu kelima ini 2-0 terjadi di 2 match beruntun. Kita melihat bahwa tim yang semakin kuat, ada Fnatic Onyx yang men-2-0-in langsung Rebellion. Ditambah pula kita melihat tadi Fnatic Onyx 2-0 pula atas EVOS. Dan di match pertama tadi juga ada yang 2-0. Geek Fam mendapatkan hasil yang begitu indah, 2-0. Ini yang anomali yang terjadi, yang banyak sekali kaget di MPL. Jarang sekali, biasanya kita melihat 2-1 dan berarti minggu kelima ini membuat semua tim benar-benar menunjukkan kebolehan mereka. Mungkin ini sudah bukan ajang coba-coba lagi karena mereka bertransformasi menjadi tim yang sangat kuat dan ingin membuktikan diri. Menempati posisi top 2 adalah cara untuk playoff lebih nyaman. Namun untuk 9 tim ini tentu harus ada 3 tim. Berbenah diri dan tidak bisa masuk ke babak playoff. Hanya ada 6 slot saja dan mereka harus terus berjuang di hari yang kedua. Namun Bude juga terus berterima kasih kepada kalian semua super fans yang memberikan kritikan dan dukungan positif kepada semua tim dan juga kepada seluruh sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton, presented by Official Tournament Smartphone Samsung Galaxy, Official E-Wallet GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports Kidia, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama pula dengan WeDrink. Supplier kita ada Erigo, Indomaret, Yomi Choice, dan Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Esok hari Sabtu, hari yang ditunggu untuk 3 match yang akan berlangsung. Malam minggu menjadi malam yang panjang. Siapa yang akan pulang tersenyum dan menutup leg 1 dengan hati gembira. Jadi jangan lupa besok untuk berkumpul di MPL Indonesia Season 14. We own this.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan